Thank you, live.
Thank you, live. Amazing. We are live. Let me share it before I forget to do it on the Discord server, because everybody's like, Avery the Discord server, and I'm like, shit, I forgot again.
Oh, and I am almost. Oh gosh, I have so many notes, but I'm almost done with the unclothed and afraid episode kind of thing. But I have a lot of information.
Unclothed and afraid.
I'm so scared of saying the word. And
we can say naked and afraid.
Oh, okay. And so I'm almost ready with all that. I just have to look up one more thing where one of the survivalists wrote a blog about her time on the show. But I was wondering, like, should I like list out like quote unquote controversial survivalists, because I'm just like, I don't want anyone to get hate. But I was gonna preface with like, please don't send hate. These are just like producer favorites.
These are just alleged.
Yeah, this is all alleged kind of things.
Yeah, we have a couple of very fun. Hi guys, people are coming in. We have a couple of very fun podcasts coming up. I'm excited for it. Hopefully, we'll get the intro ready and we start posting those soon. Yay. We've been trying for weeks. We're just like, we can't get this intro right, and we're like, we need to get it right.
Or what you should just take the TARDIS sounds and like flip the audio and like add like a few extra things. So instead of like ooh, ooh, it's like yeah. Ooh,
oh my god, I love that.
Or something like that.
Transformative. Wait, okay, so today we're reading the other half of So You Want to Be Wizard, because we read the first half.
Oh gosh, and like we left on a big cliffhanger, and I'm just like, what is happening? What
Who
are these
read
rules?
last? Was it me?
You. Yeah.
Okay.
You, because you had a really long chapter.
I genuinely could not remember. Hi guys coming in.
Hello.
We'll give everybody a minute. Saturdays, everybody's like, oh, it's so early for us to be live. I'm like, I know. And then the VODs always get like people. It's funny, even when we have like normal daytime streams, like normal streamers, people still watch the VODs back later at night. And so I'm just like, heh. Late night is our time. Good morning, Ellery. Hello.
Morning. It's 1:04.
Ellery's in a different time zone.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
it's like 10 or 11.
Ah, understood.
In Arizona, I don't know. Arizona has a weird thing where it doesn't do daylight savings, so I can never remember.
Can we just go back to can we just not have daylight savings time anymore? They did it for the farmers, but it's not even useful to the farmers.
It's 10.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah. It's just not. It was more useful back before like electricity.
And
when there was like, oh, we actually need to save like candle burning by like catching the light. But now there's really no reason. Like, they're like, scientists think that we might be saving energy a little bit by doing it. And it's like, might a little bit. Everybody's lives are thrown into chaos twice a year. Hi, Avery and Gabe. How are you? Hi, Michael.
Hi,
I'm
Michael.
good.
I'm good.
How are you?
Oh, I just started. Oh gosh, I'm starting swim team practice soon, and this week it wasn't the start of it, but one of the coaches was like, "We're doing dry conditioning," and then didn't show up for 2 of the 4 practices. I was there all 4 days, and let me tell you, I think I'm gonna be the fun coach, because the first coach that was there on the first day was having like, because of her. No offense to her, she's awesome, but my thighs were sore for 4 days straight after this workout, and then the next few days it's like, we're doing all these intense training and and then when I was in charge, we did fun relay stuff. So I was happy. And then there was one other coach there, but he was very competitive. And he was just kind of taking a back seat, kind of throwing out a few ideas, but I was like in charge, and I'm just like, why?
Fun coach. Arizona did away with daylight savings time. It's the time of year where it's PST, not MST. Yes, so they just switch in between. So, like, everybody else does daylight savings, and they switch from mountain time to Pacific time. Because they're just like, we're not changing our time. You guys can do what you're going to do.
Okay. You'll change for us.
That's nice. I played 2 hours soccer, and I'm so tired. Ooh. Now I'm drinking good tea. And eating salted sunflower seeds. Ooh!
I love salted sunflower seeds, but eating too much hurts my stomach.
Yeah.
I've gotten old.
I'm really trying to drink more water, you guys. I'm trying so hard. I've like got the electrolyte packets. I'm like this close to being one of those water talk girlies, although I'm not going to be about to make any birthday cake water. You know about this on TikTok?
I don't have TikTok.
Okay, so on TikTok, there's this subsection of TikTok called Water Talk. and it's mostly middle-aged white women putting weird amounts of I put electrolyte packets in our water today. They're nice. They taste like lemon. They're they help with your immune system and all that kind of thing. That's all fun and good. I'm a big proponent of that. But there's this whole community of people, and again, do what you're gonna do. I don't care. But the people will put I'm putting a Skittles packet in my water, and now I'm putting a Nerds packet in my water, and now I'm putting raspberry syrup in my water, and people are like, that's just not water anymore, though. And so it's this big debate where people are shook because they're like, it's not water anymore. Oh
gosh, that just reminds me of the person who was selling their bath water for
the Bella Delphine bath water. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
I remember it well. It was a big controversy.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm just like, what is happening?
You can DoorDash Starbucks now. I might DoorDash a Frappuccino just to say I did it.
So, oh my gosh, so all the stereotypical basic white individuals will be like, yes, got my Starbucks at home. Yes, gonna vlog later. Yes, gonna Twitch. Yes.
It was very fun. It was gonna Twitch.
on Twitch, not Literally Twitch.
Oh. No, I knew what you meant. That was just funny because I pictured the streamer girl, the stereotype of the streamer, white streamer girl with the cat ears, being I have my Starbucks again. To all the white streamer girls with the cat ears of the Starbucks, good for you. That's the picture that came into my head, and I knew exactly what you were saying.
Yeah, I like to put stereotypical in, so it's if you're offended, then it's you.
It's your fault for feeling this way.
Because I said stereotypical, so everything's fine now.
I was looking for headphones, and I was like, I saw the ones with the cat ears, and for 1 second I was like, for the meme, I'm gonna get them. They're $6, and I was like, I can't be a girl on the internet with cat ear headphones. I can't do it. I was door dashing donuts to surprise my dad, and Starbucks came up as an option. I was shook. We're about to get a Tim Hortons here in Atlanta. I'm so excited. I've never been more. We're getting a Tim Hortons.
I don't know what that means.
It's up my New England family. It's a Canadian, coffee donut type of place. But they have them up north because they've kind of made it just south of the Canadian border. But now they're we're coming to Atlanta, and I'm like, now can we get Wicked Whoopi from Maine to come down and put a thing in here? Then it'll be perfect. Hi, Patrick.
Hi, Patrick. My first thought is, oh, we're stealing stuff from Canada. Hey, you know what else we can steal? Universal health care.
Right.
Sorry,
Wicked Whoopi isn't Canadian. It's a Maine. I think they might have a couple locations, but they're a kind of smaller business, but they have the best whoopie pies. My aunt came from Maine and brought us some of them, and I was like, oh my god, these are the best things in the world. Whoopie pies are very, very big in New England, and they're not so prevalent here. I'm one of 2 people watching. Woo! I think there's more. I see at least 3 people in chat, so there's more than 2. Sometimes the counter is just wonky.
Taking its time.
The counter doesn't want us to get too big of an ego, so.
Oh. I want a big ego. Come on, counter. 3 people. I remember when Culver's came down to Atlanta, and I started hearing commercials, and I'm like, oh, I remember seeing that in Wisconsin. They have custard, but I've never been there. I know one of my cousins used to work at a Culver's, and I'm just like, good on you. I don't want to work in the food industry.
Yeah, I hear it's very good. I've never been, though. But yeah, we're reading the second half of So You Want to Be a Wizard today. I can't believe we read the first half. I was predicting a 3-stream book for this, at least, and we read half pretty easily.
Yeah. It's so weird, after Dinotopia. It's so, well, after reading Imagines and Model Land for a month, it's just oh, yes, and a book that's an easy read with character development and gay wizards. What are their names again?
Oh, yeah, I love them. An actually well-written book. We're not used to that.
And gay wizards. I'm sorry.
Ellery says, universal health care. Yes, please. I've only been rejected for state health care 9 times now. Universal health care sure would be a nice change. I'm so sorry. I got rejected once, but then they took me this second time. And it's still kind of shitty health care, but I'm I at least have health care. Yay. I don't have dental, though.
Oh, I just learned, after 3 years, I finally got a dentist appointment because they take my insurance. So I'm just
God.
yes, I'll finally get a teeth cleaning. And
I need to get in somewhere. I'm like pretty sure. I'm like, I feel like I have a cavity, and I'm like, I hate that. I've never had a cavity, but I'm just like, it's been at least 3 years since I've been to the dentist, and I'm just like, ooh, I need to do that.
Oh.
I've been trying for 2 years since I moved. I got super easy in California, but now I live in Arizona. I've been rejected 9 times. I'm so sorry.
That stinks. I'm sorry.
Patrick says, whenever my coworker is rude to me, I respond positively, but in my mind, I'm cussing them out. We've all been there.
I remember when I was doing stretches and stuff when I was coaching this past week, there would be a few of the kids that would kind of talk over me, and so I'm just trying to be like, okay, how do I respond in a way that's respectful to them but also lets them know to please be quiet, because some of their parents are sitting right behind me, and oh gosh, and one of the swimmers called me an idiot because I didn't know that the name of the place she worked wasn't a restaurant, it was for a corn maze, and I'm just like, can a little
RESPECT.
And so I'm just kind of like, this will be interesting. I'm relearning how to, like, I don't know, deal with people.
Oh boy, good time.
So wish me luck, everybody.
Woo.
Hopefully their parents don't see this and are like, you stink. But
I'm sure they won't see this.
And I'm also not gonna say any stories on live because I don't want them hearing and be like, we're suing you for libel, and I'm like, you can only sue me, or it's like, you can only sue me if it's false, kind of thing. Oh my gosh, that's a big blanket.
My blanket's getting bigger.
I remember when it was just like 3 strands, and now it's just like, whoa,
it's giant blanket. Also, I learned the Dollar Tree, I had heard, like, go to the Dollar Tree. The Dollar Tree has great yarn, and they do. I got really nice yarn at Dollar Tree, and it was $1. Well, $1.25, but still, it was very nice. It's very nice. I got like a whole basket of it, and I'm like, ooh.
I need to bring my knitting supplies over, but also I brought my origami, and so everyone start requesting a ton of dinosaurs or something.
Oh yeah, I have the basket of them over there. I'm like, we need to string them and like eventually make them into something.
Make them into an ornament, like, everyone should go and watch Guardians of the Galaxy 3 if you haven't already, and look for our friend Natasha.
Yes,
she's or look for a character with a big red skirt, and that's her. I saw her a few times.
She also got to finally post because a year and a half ago she got caught by the paparazzi while they were out there working.
I remember seeing that.
And she was in her Humanimal outfit, and so she finally got to post it because the movie's out, and I'm just like, oh, look at that. Look who got caught by the paparazzi.
Okay, I remember seeing the paparazzi for the Instagram page on a set, or for I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it, but I was on a set and I saw the person who runs an Instagram page about like filming in Georgia, and I saw them, and I really wanted to be like, you're that guy, but I was just like, because he was like walking towards that, and I'm just like, I'm not getting involved. I'm just a lowly extra. have fun.
Good luck. Peace be with you.
Exactly.
Oh god, my workplace is like a bunch of toddlers in 50-plus-year-old bodies. Me and my store manager. I'm so tired. Ren Fair cannot get here. Congratulations on Ren Fair. I've never been to a Ren Fair. I'm excited for con though this year. I haven't been to con in years.
Oh gosh, I'm trying to. I want to make a Tina Belcher cosplay, but I don't know if I should get get a bob, wear like a wig that's just short black hair, or just go with my normal hair and put like a red or the yellow hairpin that she has and just be like, because I'm gonna wear like shorts that are like the same color and then like have a light blue t-shirt and the chucks and stuff, but I'm just like, are people gonna get it? Kind of thing. And so I'm just worried about that. So, well, and then I also want to cosplay as Joe from Digimon Adventure because his outfit is kind of simple.
Nice.
And he wears glasses, so I can do that. But I'm just like, should I wear wigs with this? Will people get it? I don't know.
Amazing.
but I still need to buy them. But I'm just like, oh, Dragon Con.
I need to do some tests of some, because we were talking about some abandoned or older cartoons that we could probably safely stream, and I was like, oh, it'd be kind of fun at some point to do for like the Saturday stream, like watching an old 90s cartoon. So I need to do some tests and see what's gonna be like. You can't stream that. Make a video like a normal person, and then what'll let us stream. So, because some of them are just all posted on YouTube, which generally you would think would mean they're okay as long as they're not whatever. But like sometimes it's still strange. So I just have to do some tests.
Stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened.
Yeah,
wigs are fun just in general. Ellery says. As Goosebumps, I remember when I was 5, I was alone in a room and turned off the light because thought that no one in the room, and then I was screaming because I thought it was Slappy, not Slappy. Anything but Slappy.
Who's Slappy?
Slappy is the dummy, the ventriloquist dummy.
Oh.
In Goosebumps, he's kind of like the Goosebumps mascot these days. That first book, we have so many jokes about in the community because it's just weirdly suggestive for a kid's book. I don't think it's meant to be, but there's just so many things where it's just like, what did I just read, R.L. Stine?
Oh, yeah, that's always fun when you're watching a show and you're like, are they?
Nah.
They can't be, but are they?
But are they?
Oh, I'm listening to Dungeons and Daddies, a Dungeons and Dragon podcast, and there's one where they had to kind of spoilers, where they have to imitate certain characters, and one of them is Austin Powers, and I'm like, well, there's no questioning what he's trying to say. Ba-na-na-na-na. Yeah.
Going for rare fare, but some just wear it around town. Wigs are fun. They're just, if you get a cute one, they're just like, ooh, this is just fun. I like this.
But I'm just like, if I bought one where it's like short black hair and put the yellow clip in it and wear the outfit, will people understand who I am? Because that's what I'm worried about, is walking around and no one knowing who I am, so I just get imposter syndrome.
Do you not know who I am?
Tina Belcher? Yes, but I don't know. I'm always afraid that people aren't gonna understand, and I'm just gonna be walking around looking weird.
I'm gonna do Sailor Mars cosplay, and then I think I'm gonna bring back my Vanellope cosplay. That was
Vanellope.
Fun. I know Vanellope is fun. Everybody loves Vanellope.
I just like the part where it's like, oh, it's fine for being mean to me. You're all gonna be executed. Just kidding. Stop crying. I can't
stop. I love Vanellope so much.
Ralph breaks the internet. It should be Ralph wrecks the internet, but I guess they wanted to go for the meme of it all because that's what it was all about. It's just memes.
The internet. No.
But I wonder if it was Ralph wrecks the internet, if everyone would have been like, but shouldn't it be Ralph breaks the internet? So it's just kind of like a what if.
Maybe. They even have a line in it where it's like, but it should be Ralph wrecks the internet. And they're like, like breaking the internet. And I'm just like, It's like one of those boomers wrote this, boomers wrote this, boomers wrote this.
Oh, yeah, it's so fun nowadays to watch TV shows and films and seeing how someone behaves and being like, oh, a man wrote this, didn't they? Because I remember I was watching a movie called Alone, and there's a South Korean version and an American version. The American version, oh gosh, what's his name? It has the guy from Teen Wolf. But there's basically a point where the female lead, it pretty much becomes, why didn't you do this? Where were you? I was waiting for you. Oh my gosh, you're here. Like her character, it's just like her being like, oh, you're here. Thank goodness. Instead of having any character of her own. And it's just kind of like, man wrote this, didn't they? And they didn't know what to do with her.
Oh yeah, there was an episode in Monk where Monk can't sleep. He has insomnia. And so Natalie is just like, you know what? I can't sleep at night. I just go for a walk around San Francisco by myself. It's calming. And I'm just like, yeah. You know how all us women are just super safe to walk around in a big city at night alone. Super calming. I sleep super well after that.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
There's a scene, oh yeah, about the first Slappy book in Goosebumps. Ellery points out there is a scene of a dummy straddling and strangling another dummy with both of their clothes disheveled. Yes, one of them is upside down and their pants are missing.
That
R.L. Stein.
But why though?
That VOD is so funny because I'm just like reading it and I'm just like I read the like and then oh yeah, and then so it's Slappy, and then the other puppet is named Mr. Wood. So there's a whole lot of jokes to be made there. And so it's like Mr. Wood was upside down and his clothes were disheveled. And Slappy was on top of him, straddling him and strangling him. And I'm just like, what the fuck did I just read? R.L. Stein.
What? I'm sure he's just like, let me see what I can get away with in this one book, and then later it's just like, oh, it's all toned down, but
R.L. Stein, I swear to God, if you're not reading kids' books, you're missing out, because kids' books are wild, because people are just like, kids aren't gonna understand, and adults aren't gonna read it, and you're just like,
That just reminds me of the movie that I feel like I mentioned this before, but the movie The Secrets of Nim, and NIHM, where it's the mouse mom and she's trying to save her son who's ill, and like it's really dark. Some of the creature designs are really creepy, but I was just watching it. I think like the part that traumatized me the most is like, oh yeah, a bunch of rats were in a wind tunnel and they got pulled in and there was a fan on the other end. Like that was the traumatizing part. Yeah, the older owl character, I was just like, that's fine.
Yeah.
Some of the dark things, I was just like, oh, that's fine, but I don't know.
Yeah. I love covering kids stuff as an adult and just being like, oh, brave little toaster. Oh,
oh gosh, they call him the master. Okay, that's what I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other stuff from my childhood or the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. I remember one episode that I was like really weird is like at the end there was a pumpkin character who was getting surrounded by characters, and then it cuts to black, but then you hear like a screaming and then a crunching noise to like imply that his head was crushed in, and it's just like,
oh yeah, Ellery says fun fact, in Irish Gaelic Nim is pronounced Neve.
Neve. Cool. The nights you say Neve. Oh gosh, yeah. It's like Siobhan is actually Siobhan because the B is pronounced like a B. Or the B is pronounced like a V. So it's just like, oh, that's cool. I'm sorry if I mispronounce all the names.
I realize that I can't say the word scandal without trying to default to saying Scandival now, and I'm just like, I am broken.
Oh gosh, I've been listening to so much about Scandival. If you haven't seen part 1 of the Vanderpump season 10 reunion, please watch it. Especially the uncensored version on Peacock. It is so good. I can't wait for the other parts, and I'm like, this needs to be longer, and just the stuff that's being said, and it's just like, see, this is the kind of, or it's like, don't send hate, but it's like, or I can't remember the word, where it's just like, or it's just like saying, hey, don't do this because these are the consequences.
This is problematic. I'm sorry, it rolled under your chair again, didn't it?
It's all good. And it accountability. It's like, yes, holding him accountable and seeing the bull crap that he's that Sandoval is showing and all that stuff.
I haven't even watched Vanderpump Rules, and I'm just still sucked in. I'm just like, everybody's talking about it.
I've watched it on and off, and I just remember Kristen I just felt so bad for her because I felt like she was just spiraling continuously, and I just felt uncomfortable and so bad for her. And then she kind of has a redemption because like she was dating Tom or Sandoval before Ariana, and Tom had cheated on Kristen with Ariana by kissing her at the pool at the Golden Nugget or something. And then Kristen and Ariana are friends now, and it was just like, oh, that's really sweet. And Ariana was like, I'm really sorry for not defending you all this time because he did the same thing to you he did to me. And she's like, oh, pitch posh about me. This is about you. And I was just like, oh, that's nice.
Wholesome. Also, This is pronounced Aiden. It looks like it reminds me of, because I'm also Irish, but it's funny because it just reminds me of the movie Leap Year, where she goes to the pub and she looks at the guy's jersey and she's like, "EO gone," and he turns around and he goes, "It's Owen," and I just think
why? Oh gosh, it's like Saoirse Ronan's name.
Yeah.
How it's spelled like Saoirse or something like that. And it's like, no, it's pronounced Saoirse Ronan, and it's just like, I'm really sorry for the mispronunciation of your name in my head for the longest time, because she is Irish and she speaks with an Irish accent and all that.
Ellery says I'm of Irish descent, so I have a lot of unpronounceable names I'm used to hearing.
Oh gosh. Don't trust any of the names in Ireland. They're like, huh, what's this word? I'm sorry, I can't read.
Well, and then you find out that technically it's even Ireland is like supposed to be pronounced Ireland.
Ireland?
Ireland. And so it's just like, I always find that interesting. It's like, it's Ireland. It's like, yeah,
Ireland.
but in the American English and the accent, it's Ireland. We can agree on that. We don't have to make it's okay.
Oh gosh, there's someone who the algorithm is now trying to find Irish people to bring in to come in right at that moment.
The algorithm is trying to find people to rage bait with all the content that it puts out on your feed.
How can...
I mean, it's all engagement to YouTube. YouTube doesn't care. It's like when people are like, I don't like this video, I'm going to write a strongly worded comment about how much I don't like it. And it's like, don't do that. Just ignore it. Just be like, don't show me this content again.
Oh, it's like when you see the people like destroying Bud Light cans, and it's like, you bought that just to destroy it. Bud Light does not care. Bud Light has your money. The check has cleared.
Oh yeah, it's like occasionally I get people like commenting early on my videos to tell me that they don't like it, and I'm just like, you realize you just helped the algorithm push this video further, right? Thank you.
What? Haters can get the algorithm out there. I don't know. Haters help the algorithm too. Oh no.
No.
See, that's why I don't watch The Last of Us Part 2 content. I don't want that pushed into the algorithm because I'm angry about it. And I'm not going to tell you why. Oh no. Now I'm going to go onto YouTube and it's going to be like The Last of Us Part 2 and I'll be like, no.
If anything, my algorithm is going to be like, heard you talking about The Last of Us 2 in that stream you did. Here's all The Last of Us 2 content.
Well, are my phone's in my pocket and it's probably listening and I'm just going to be like, no.
Jeff Bezos, stop listening.
Jeff Bezos, if you're listening, please give me money. Or one of my friends works at Amazon. I'm like, make her the senior vice president of the entire company, please.
Sadlam, hi.
Hi.
I'm in a German town right now eating overpriced buttered noodles. That sounds fantastic. Yay.
Even though I have family who is from Germany, my German accent is just like the super flamboyant like Klaus character from American Dad. And so I'm just like, oh yeah, hello, I'm Klaus from Germany. How is everybody today?
Did you see the comments about people being like, yes, on the newest video, yes, Gabe absolutely can be a voice actor?
I saw that and I'm just like, oh, thank you. I just need to get the right equipment and put myself out there. But my dream is to voice a character on an anime. I'm really hoping it's a little Jewish grandmother, but that is my dream. So I'm just going to put that into the universe and be like, yes, please hire me to be in an anime, even though I heard they don't make a lot of money and their money mainly comes from cons and stuff. So... So I'm just like, yes, I will voice this famous grandma or grandpa and be a little Jewish person. And because I was raised Jewish, so I can say that. I'm just like, oh, Kirito-kun, oh, you look so thin. Oh, it's probably were you trapped in another video game? Oh, here, come over here and eat your rice balls. I made them especially for you. Here you go, Kirito-kun. Oh, your grandfather. Oh, I know he beat you up a lot because you didn't want to continue with the kendo stuff, but oh, he's just old. Don't worry about it. That's just, just like show him some respect and he'll be just fine.
Beautiful.
Thank you. So if anyone knows anyone out there who's looking for an anime character who's a little Jewish grand person. But
oh my goodness.
Specifically grandma, because I can only do like the higher arts. Wait, hold on. Kirito-kun, how could you betray me like that and not take up the kendo sword for me?
The fact that it's just still like a lot of like anime stereotypes is just making it funnier.
Hopefully no one's on here and they're like, that's offensive. And I'm like, but no, Kirito or his grandfather didn't like that he wasn't doing kendo anymore. So his cousin who loves him had to continue taking it. And in Sword Art Online Abridged, they, instead of having the cousin be in love with him, they have her kind of realizing like, hey, I was kind of a jerk, but then her being like, I stayed with kendo because it was a way to connect with you, and so Grandpa wouldn't be mad at us, but then you ignored me and I did this for you and you betrayed me.
Sword Art Online being better than a regular Sword Art Online, like the Abridged being better than the original.
It's so good. If you haven't seen it, Something Witty, I think it's Something Witty production. They like, we saw the first episode, and maybe on top of everything else in the queue we can but it's just like the character development is so good. There's also, I think it's chapter 17.5 or 16.5 where I don't know how to describe it, but it's just like Kirito and Asuna together, wink wink nudge nudge, and it's in very graphic detail, wink wink nudge nudge, and they read it in the characters' voices, and it's really weird, and I'm just like, why would they make this?
Don't.
This is so weird. But anyway, yeah.
Today I get to find out how we place. Good luck.
Good luck. Sorry, I'm just like rambling.
No, you're good. This is why though, like I want to be able to find like a cartoon or a reality show or both that we can live stream, because we just chit chat. So I'm just like, that's a perfect thing. Because like instead of then having 12 things in the queue that everybody's like, where's this thing? I'm like, it's just in live.
Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but Luxeria, who hello beautifuls, welcome back to my Chanel. She reacts to a lot of America's Next Top Model content, but she also reacted to a show called Something, or I think I told you this before, she reacted to a show called Something About Miriam. And that is a reality, it's a dating show where these, I believe, 5 gentlemen are vying for Miriam's affection, but the thing that they don't know, that they don't
we talked about this, yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I mentioned it on stream, but it's just like we could react to that and be like, this is very problematic. But...
Oh, there's also, have you ever seen Mr. Personality?
Is that the one where it was like fake the whole time?
The one where they were all wearing the masks.
Oh, I do not remember that one.
Who covered it? Scott Kramer did a video about it. Hey, that's us.
Yay.
My Cancer Press tier list from Hank Green. I love Hank Green dearly. Hank Green has lymphoma.
Oh.
It's treatable, so his prognosis is good. Oh, that's us. I don't want to hear us.
Oh.
But it's just, this is a very Hank Green thing. It's just like, yeah, I'm in chemo. We love Hank Green.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay.
Let me see. Mr. Personality.
Is it anything like Sexy Beast? Because if it's not like Sexy Beast, I don't want to hear it.
Well, here's that video. Where are the episodes, though? There has to be the episodes. So the masks look like this.
I've seen him react to MILF Manor and a few other shows.
Yeah, it's just I know the I'm sure we could get away with streaming this, but anyway, I know we have a different thing to stream, but my ADHD brain.
I just remember, or I feel bad because I remember making a comment during 60B that's like, oh, all these beautiful people, and they're like, I don't know if I'm gonna find someone. It's like, yes, the beautiful people do have their own personal problems, but looking good isn't one of them. So that's why I was just like, oh no, the beautiful people.
Oh no, yeah. I think everybody's aware of that.
Hopefully someone from one of these shows is like, how dare you, I've been through this, that, and the other, and I'm just like, oh, I'm sorry.
Tyra Banks, you don't know where the hell I've been.
Oh god. Oh, if you haven't already, go check out me talking along with Tyra Banks on my laptop about the whole we were rooting for you.
We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
If only they included the part where Tyra said, you can go back home and lie on your mattress with your baby.
Yikes.
Oh, and I don't know if we're going to talk about this during the podcast, but basically Tyra was just trying to like butter Tiffany up like leading up to the episode, and then kind of like ghosted her afterwards. So it's just like, oh, the manipulation. Apparently Tiffany's grandmother wrote a strongly worded message to Tyra, and Tiffany was never invited back to the Tyra Banks show, unfortunately.
Interesting. Ellery says the same for Octopimp's 50% off with the swim anime. What?
Yes.
What did I just
That
read?
is so good.
The swim anime tree. The abridged is better. What?
Okay, so
I have questions.
There's a anime called Free, and it's basically about it, or it's like Skate to Infinity or Skate the Infinity, where it's just like you're just like, are these characters all gay? But they don't say anything, but it's clearly like, or there's a lot of undertones going on where it's just like, oh, they're really close, oh, they're kind of flirting, but nothing is like said or anything. But it's basically about this group of swimmers, and they form their own swim team. and it's just kind of like, oh, guys with muscles showing off and all this all the good drawing. But there's a character in 50% off that's just like, abs. I'm creating all these scenarios in my head. These two, they hate each other, but they actually make love to one another. It's so funny. And that's the one where it's like, what does this say, Haru? I don't know, Haru.
That's funny.
Someone injured the Haru that can read. Haru, can you read this? I can read. Or Haru, you okay? I can read.
Chat, we need to show Gabe As the World Turns at some point. We've been watching old episodes of As the World Turns on live stream. It's been very funny.
What was that one about again?
It was a soap opera.
Oh.
Last week when we were watching it, there were two characters that got stuck in a sinkhole because of an earthquake, as you do. And then while they were down there, they had sex in the sinkhole, as you do. And so now that's a running joke.
It's always interesting to see two characters. Or I remember they're on Chicago Med where there was a character who liked another, but it was the I like you, but I mistreat you because I don't know how to interpret my feelings for you. And I'm like, no, this isn't cute. You're not supposed to do that. This isn't like, oh, he hit you because he liked you. The character never hit the other character, but it's like with little kids, like, oh, he hit you because he liked you kind of thing.
Yeah, stop saying
and it's
that.
just like, no, don't do it like that. And she's just like, you're nice to everybody else but me. What it is about me that makes you act this way? And he's like, isn't it obvious? And she's like, oh, but I'm pregnant with my unalived husband's baby.
Of course she is.
And it's just kind of like,
Hillary says, yes, sinkhole is the new chat euphemism. Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh,
it was
the
pretty
sinkhole.
So anyway, book.
But oh gosh, yeah.
How long is the chapter that you have?
177 to 212.
Oh, that's not bad.
Not bad. Oh, and entropics. That just reminds me of in Puella Magia Magica Magica how part of the reason why the Kyubey is doing everything, it's like they bring up entropy, they bring up like physics and an anime, and I had to listen to it a few times, but I'm like, oh, they're talking about the inevitable heat death of the universe. Yeah. Oh, heat unaliving of the universe.
You
Yay. I know, but it's more fun if I say unaliving.
It is pretty funny.
The inevitable heat unaliving of the universe, and it's just like, okay, we're bringing science into this. That's great. It's and it reminds me of in what's it called? Where they bring in time travel, and it's just like, oh, sending consciousness back in time and all that. It's just like, okay.
Yep.
Anyway.
Welcome to those just joining in. We are about to read part 2, the second half of So You Want to Be a Wizard.
You're a wizard.
Diane Duane. It is a very fun book. It's nice to actually get to read a good book for once. After Modelland and Imagines and
oh gosh, I still haven't gotten through the Too Stupid to Hate video. I think I'm on like 52 minutes.
I think I'm about there too, yeah.
But it's just soon we'll make a podcast. Soon we have to get through parts 1 through 7 of the America's Next Top Model one.
Oh boy. We could honestly just have you could honestly, and I'm sure people do, have podcasts just about America's Next Top Model, because there's so much that goes on.
Yeah, I think there's like a top model podcast, and I think Shea Coulee had a podcast about America's Next Top Model, but it wasn't about like episode by episode. It was just like themes and whatnot. Oh, and recently Lisa D'Amato had another interview talking about her time on Top Model and all that stuff, and her thoughts on other contestants and Oliver Twixt, and also a lot about her childhood and her theory that the reason why she busted her nose was because the person who ended up doing it, like, they were performing a trick, and she said they were a fan of Allison, so I have a conspiracy theory that they did that on purpose, kind of thing.
Ooh, drama.
And so I'm just like, Lisa, please don't hate me, because I may or may not like some of the contestants that you don't like, so I'm on your side, but I'm, for the most part, but I'm sorry if I do not like, or if I do not align with the same values that you do on this scenario. But anyway.
One time you and I are just going to watch America's Next Top Model at some point, just to chill.
Oh gosh. We should, I'm trying to think of the next episode we should watch, and I'm thinking it should be from cycle 7, the hypothermia episode, maybe.
Oh no.
But we'll see. Or we can rewatch the cycle 2 episode where Shandy has to call her boyfriend.
Oh boy! Oh my god!
Shandy is very anti-Tyra.
I can imagine. I liked Shandy. I thought Shandy was gonna win.
She had the potential to win, but I think after what happened in the final 4, her mind was just not in it.
Yeah, that's understandable.
And she understood that she knew what she signed up for, but some of the stuff that happened after the show, she felt, oh, you are just using me for drama, and my mental health has taken a toll from this. Oh. And so it's just like, yes, they signed up for it, but aftercare. Yeah. they should get aftercare. Sorry. Anyway, exocontinual protocols.
Ooh, where we left off.
Oh gosh.
It was the picture on the cover.
Oh yes. Oh gosh, I remember when it's like, oh, by the way, we're bringing in wolves that can like nom you, and it's just like, what? She lay with her face pressed against the cold, harsh gravel, feeling the grit of it against her cheek, the hot tears as they leaked between her lashes, and that awful chill wind that wouldn't stop tugging at her clothes. Very slowly, Nita opened her eyes, blinked, and gradually realized that the problem with the place where she lay was not her blurred vision. It was just very dim there. She leaned on her skinned hands, pushed herself up, and looked to see where she was. Dark gray gravel was all around. Farther off, something smooth and dark with navy blue bumps. The helipad. Farther still, the railing, and beyond it, the sky, dark. That was odd. It had been morning. The sound of a moan made Nita turn her head. Kit was close by, lying on his side with his hands over his face. Sitting on his shoulder, looking faint as a spark about to go out, was Fred. Nita sat up straighter, even though it made her head spin. She had fallen a long way. She didn't want to remember how far. Kit, she whispered, "You okay, Fred?" Excuse me. Kit turned over, pushed himself up on his hands to a sitting position, and groaned again. Fred clung to him. "I didn't think I busted anything," Kit said, slow and uncertain. "I hurt all over. Fred, what about you?" "The sun is gone," Fred said, sounding absolutely horrified. Kit looked across the helipad into the darkness and rubbed his eyes. "Me and my bright ideas. What have I got us into?" As much my bright idea as yours, Nita said. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have been out by the World Gate in the first place. Anyway, Kit, where else could we have gone? Those Peritons, Kit shuddered. Don't even talk about them. I'd sooner be here than have them get me. He got to his knees, then stood up swaying for a moment. Ooh, come on, let's see where the World Gate went. She headed off across the gravel. Nita got up on her knees too, then caught sight of a bit of glitter lying a few feet away and grabbed at it happily. Her pen! None the worse for wear. She clipped it securely to the pocket of her shirt and went after Kit and Fred. Kit was heading for the south-facing railing. I guess since you only called for a retrieval, the gate dumped us back on top of the... His voice trailed off suddenly as he reached the railing. Nita came up beside him and saw why. The city had changed. A shiver ran all through Nita, like the odd feeling that comes with an attack of deja vu. But this was true memory, not the illusion of it. She recognized the place from her first spell with Kit. The lowering, sullen feeling gloom, the shadowed island held prisoner between its dark, icy rivers. Frowning buildings hunched themselves against the oppressive slaty sky. Traffic moved, but very little of it, and it did so in the dark. Few headlights or tail lights showed anywhere. The usual bright stream of cars and trucks and buses were here only dimly seen motion and a faint sound of snarling engines. And the sky, it wasn't clouded over, it wasn't night, it was empty, just a featureless grayness hanging too low with the ceiling. Simply by looking at it, Nita knew that Fred was right. There was no sun behind it, and there were no stars, only this wall of gloom shutting them in, imprisoning them with the presence of Nita remembered from the spell that she could feel faintly even now. It wasn't aware of her, but she pushed back away from the rail, remembering the Rowan's words, the other, the witherer, the kindler of wildfires. Kit, she said, whispering this time, doing it to keep from perhaps being overheard by that. I think we better get out of here. He backed away from the rail too, a step at a time. Well, he said very low, now we know what your pen was doing in New York City. The sooner it's out of here, the happier I'll be. Kit, where did the World Gate go? He shook his head, came back to stand beside her. Wherever it went, it's not out there now. Nita let out an unhappy breath. Why should it be? Everything else has changed. She looked back at the helipad. The stairwell was still there, but its door had been ripped away and lay buckled on the gravel. The helipad itself had no design painted on it for a helicopter to center on when landing. The glass of the small building by the pad was smashed in some places and filmed all around. The building was full of rubble and trash, a ruin. Where are we? Nita said. The place we saw in the spell, Manhattan. But different, Nita chewed her lip nervously. Is this an alternate world? Maybe. The next universe over? The World Gate was just set for retrieval, but we jumped through. Maybe we messed up its workings. Carl said this one was easy to mess up. I wonder how much trouble you get in for busting a World Gate, Kit muttered. I think we're in enough trouble right now, and we have to find the thing. See if you can find me the sun and the stars and the rest of the universe while you're at it, Fred said. He sounded truly miserable, much worse than when he had swallowed the pen. I don't know how long I can bear this silence. Kit stood silent for a moment, staring out at the grim, cold cityscape. There is a spell we can use to find it that doesn't need anything but words, he said. Good thing we don't have much in way of supplies. We'll need your help, though, Fred. Your claudication was connected to the world gates when we went through. You can be used to trace it. Anything to get us out of this place, Fred said. Well, Nita said, let's find a place to get set up. The faint rattling noises of helicopter rotors interrupted her. She looked westward along the long axis of the roof toward the dark, half-hidden blot that was Central Park, or another version of it. A small flying shape came wheeling around the corner of a skyscraper and a few blocks away and cruised steadily toward the roof where they stood, the sharp chatter of its blades ricocheting more and more loudly off the blank dark faces of neighboring skyscrapers. We better get under cover, Kit said. Nita started for the stairwell, and Kit headed after her, but a bit more slowly. He kept throwing glances over his shoulder at the approaching chopper, both worried by it and interested in it. Nita looked over her shoulder, too, to tell him to hurry. and then realized how close the chopper was, how fast it was coming. A standard 2-seat helicopter, wiry skeleton, glass bubble protecting the seats, oval doors on each side, but the bubble's glass was filmed over except for the doors, which glittered oddly. They had a faceted look. No pilot could see out of that, Nita thought, confused. And the landing skids are wrong somehow. The helicopter came sweeping over their heads, too low. Kit, Nita yelled. She spun around and tackled him, knocking him flat as the skids made a lightning jab at the place where he had just been a moment before and hit the gravel with a screech of metal. The helicopter soared on past them, refolding its skids, not yet able to slow down from the speed of its first attack. The thunderous rattling of its rotors mixed with another sound, a high frustrated shriek like that of a predator that had missed its prey. And almost immediately they heard something else too, an even higher pitched squealing, ratchety and metallic, produced by several sources and seeming to come from inside the ruined glass shelter. Kit and Nita clutched at each other, getting a better look at the helicopter from behind as it swung around for another pass. The skids were doubled back limbs of metal like those of a praying mantis cruelly clawed. Under what should have been the helicopter's bubbles, sharp, dark mandibles worked hungrily. As the chopper heeled over and came about, those faceted eyes looked at Nita and Kit with the cold, businesslike glare reserved for helpless prey. "We're unalive," Nita whispered. "Not yet," Kit gasped, staggering up again. "The stairwell!" Together, he and Nita ran for the stairs as the chopper creature arrowed across the rooftop at them. Nita was almost blind with terror. She knew now what had torn the door off the stairwell and doubted there was any way to keep that thing from getting them. They fell into the stairway together as the chopper roared past them, not losing so much time in its turn this time, coming about to hover like a deadly dragonfly while positioning itself for another jab with those steel claws. Kit fell farther down the stairs than Nita too, hit his head against the wall and lay moaning. Nita slid and scrabbled to a stop, then turned to see that huge horrible face glaring into the stairwell, sighting on her for the jab. It was unreal. None of it could possibly be real. It was all a dream, and with the inane desperation of a dreamer in a nightmare, Nita felt for the only thing at hand, the Rowan rod, and slashed at the looming face with it. She was completely unprepared for the result. A whip of silver fire, the color of the full moon, cracked across the bubble face from the rod, which glowed in her hand. Screaming in pain and rage, the chopper creature backed up and away, but only a little. The razor comb claws shot down at her. She slashed at them, and when the moonfire curled around them, the creature screamed again and pulled them back. "Kit," she yelled, not daring to turn her back on those raging, ravenous eyes. "Kit, the antenna!" She heard him fumbling around in his pack as the hungry helicopter took another jab at her, and she whipped it again with fire. Quite suddenly, something fired past her ear, a bright, narrow line of blazing red light, the color of metal in the forge. The molten light struck the helicopter in the underbelly, splattering it bright, hot drops, and the answering scream was much more terrible this time. "It's a machine!" Nita said, gasping. "Your department." "Great," Kit said, crawling up the stairs. "How do you unalive a helicopter?" But he braced one arm on the step just above his face, laid the antenna over it, and fired again. The chopper creature screeched again and swung away. Kit scrambled up to his feet, pressed himself flat against what remained of the crumbling doorway, pointed the antenna again. Red fire lanced out, followed by Nita's white as she drove back out into the stinging wind and thunder of rotors and slashed at the horror that hung and grabbed from midair. Gravel flew and stung. The wind lashed her face with her hair. The air was full of ear-tearing, metallic screaming, but she kept slashing. White fire snapped and curled, and then from around the other side of the chopper, the creature came a sharp crack as a bolt of Kit's hot fire fired upward. The scream that followed made all the preceding ones sound faint. Nita wished she could drop the one and cover her ears, but she didn't dare. And anyway, she was too puzzled by the creature's reaction. That shot hadn't hit anywhere on its body that she could see. Still screaming, it began to spin helplessly in a circle like a toy pinwheel. Kit had shattered the helicopter's tail rotor. It might still be airborne, but it couldn't fly straight or steer. Nita danced back from another jab of those legs, whipped the eyes again with the silver fire of the Rowan wand as they spun past her. From the other side, there was another crack and a shattering sound, and the bubble head spinning past her again showed one faceted eye, now opaque, spiderwebbed with cracks. The helicopter lurched and rose, trying to gain altitude and get away. Across the roof, Kit looked up, laid the antenna across his forearm again, took another aim, and fired. This time, the molten line of light struck through the blurring main rotors. With a high, anguished, ringing snap, the one rotor flew off and pinwheeled away almost too fast to see. The helicopter gave one last wild screech, bobbled up, then sideways as if staggering through the air. "Get down!" Kit screamed to Nita, throwing himself to the ground. She did the same, covering her head with her arms and frantically gasping the syllables of the defense shield spell. The explosion shook everything and sent gravel flying to bounce off the hardened air around her like hail off a car roof. Jagged blade shards snapped and rang and shot in all directions. Only when the roaring and the wash of heat that followed it died down to quiet and flickering light did Nita dare raise her head. The helicopter creature was a broken back wreck, with oily flame licking through it. The eye that Kit had shattered stared blindly up at the dark sky from the edge of the helipad. The tail assembly, twisted and bent, lay half under the creature's body. The only sounds left were the wind and the shrill keening from the little glass building, now much muted. Nita rid herself of the shielding spell and got slowly to her feet. "Fred," she whispered. A pale spark floated shakily through the air to perch on her shoulder. "Here," he said, sounding as tremulous as Nita felt. "Are you well?" She nodded, walked toward the wreck. Kit stood on the other side of it, his fist clenched on the antenna. He was shaking visibly. The sight of his terror made Nita's worse as she came to stand by him. "Kit," she said, finding the urge to cry, and losing tears spilled out anyway. "This is not a nice place," she said. He gulped, leaking tears himself. "No," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. "It sure isn't." He looked over at the glass-walled building. "Yeah," Nita said, scrubbing at her face. "We better have a look." Slowly and carefully, they approached the building, came to one collapsed wall, peered in. Nita held her wand high so they could see by its glow. Inside, hidden amid the trash and broken glass, was what seemed to be a rude nest of scraps of metal and wire. In the nest were 3 baby helicopters. None more than 2 feet long. They stared fiercely at Kit and Nita from tiny faceted eyes like their parents, and threatened with little jabby forelegs whirring with rotors too small to lift them yet. Sharing the nest with the fledglings was the part... Oh. Okay, don't feel bad anymore. Sharing the nest of the fledglings was the partially stripped skeleton of a dog.
Oh!
Whoops. Sorry, didn't mean to drop the book.
Oh, you were so shocked.
Why that dog? Hi, Chris. Chris Hemsworth? I'm just kidding.
Other Chris.
Sorry. Chris Evans?
Chris Russo.
Oh, sorry. I'm just kidding. Sorry. I hear Chris and I'm like...
I just love, why the dog? Hi, Chris, but why the dog?
Why the dog? The helicopter creature, how dare you? Kit and Nita turned away together. "I think maybe we should go downstairs a little ways before we do that finding spell," Kit said, his voice still shaking. "And there's another of those things." Yeah, they headed down the stairwell to the door that in their own world had opened onto the elevator corridor. The two of them sat down, and Nita laid the Rowan wand in her lap so there would be light. Excuse me. The ceiling lights in the stairwell were out, and the place felt like the bottom of a hole. "A sinkhole? Run!" I'm just kidding. Sorry. "Fred," Kit said, how are you holding up?" Fred hung between them, his light flickering. "A little better than before. The silence is still very terrible, but at least you two are here." "We'll find you the sun, Fred," Nita said, wishing she was as sure as she was trying to sound. "Kit, which spell was it you were going to use?" Kit had his manual out. Sorry. At the bottom of page 318, it's a double. We read together. Nita got out her own book, page through it. McKillop stricture? That's for keeping grass short. No. Kit leaned over to look at Nita's manual. "Huh, how about that? Our pages are different. Look under Isodix and Diaschesis. The fourth one, after the general introduction, Davidson's Minor Enthalpy. Nita rifled through some more pages. Evidently, her book had more information than Kit's on the spells relating to growing things. Her suspicion about what their specialties were grew stronger. Got it. She glanced through the spell. Fred, you don't have to do anything, actually, but this is one of the spells that'll leave us blind to whatever's happening around here. Watch for us? Absolutely. Okay, Kit said. Ready? 1, 2, 3. They spoke together slowly and carefully, matching cadence as they described the world gate and their own needs in the speech. The shadowy stairwell grew darker still, though this darkness seemed less hostile than what hung overhead, and in the deepening dimness, the walls around them slowly melted away. It seemed to Nita that she and Kit and the small bright point between them hung a great height, unsupported, over a city built of ghosts and dreams. So New York. The buildings that had looked real and solid from the roof now seemed transparent skeletons rearing up into the gloom of the space. Stone and steel and concrete were shadows, and gazing through them down the length of the island, Nita saw again the 2 points of light that she and Kit had seen in the first spell. The closer one, perhaps 10 blocks north in the east 50, still pulsed with its irregular, distressing light. Compelled by the spell's working, Nita looked closely at it, though that was the last thing she wanted to do. That bit of angry brightness seemed to be looking back at her. But she had no choice. She examined the light, and in her mind, poured there by the spell, came a description of the light's nature in the speech. She would have backed away as she had from the Peritons, except that again there was nowhere to go. A catalog of sorts, the light was, a listing, a set of descriptions, but all wrong, all twisted, angry as the light looked, hungry as the helicopter creature had been, hating as the surrounding darkness was, full of the horrors that everything in existence could become, the book which is not named. Nita struggled, though unable to move or cry it. Her mind beat at the spell like a bird in a cage, and finally the spell released her, but only to look in the other direction, downtown toward the Wall Street end of the island. There, in the illogical-looking tangle of streets built before the regular gridwork of Manhattan was laid down, buried amid the ghosts of buildings, another light throbbed, regular, powerful, unafraid. It flared, it dazzled with white silver fire, and Nita thought of the moonlight radiance of the Rowan wand. In a way, the spell said this second light was the source of the wand's power, even though here and now the source was bound and limited. This time the syllables of the speech were no crushing weight of horror. They were a song, one Nita wished would never stop. Courage, merriment, an invitation to everything in existence to be what it was, be the best it could be, grow, live, description, affirmation, encouragement, all embodied in one place, one source, buried in the shadows, the book of night with moon. A feeling of urgency came over Nita, and the spell told her that without the protection of the bright book, she and Kit and Fred would never survive the hungry malevolence of this place long enough to find the world gate and escape, nor for that matter would they be able to find the world gate at all. It was being held against them by powers adept in wizardries, more potent than anything the two of them could manage. It would be folly to try matching wizards with the lone power on its own ground, this outworld long given over to its rule. Their best chance was to find the bright book and free it of the constraint that held its power helpless. Then there might be a chance. The spell shut itself off, finished. Walls and physical darkness curled around them again. Kit and Nita looked at each other, uncertain. We've been had, Kit said. Nita shook her head, not following him. Remember Tom saying it was odd that our first spell turned up Fred and the news of the bright book was missing, and what Pichu said then? There are no accidents, Nita murmured. How likely do you think it is that all this is an accident? Something wanted us here, I bet, Kit scowled. They might have asked us. It's not fair. Nita held still for a moment and considered this. Well, maybe they did ask us, huh? Not me, the oath. Kit got quiet quickly. Well, he admitted for a while, it did have all kinds of warnings in front of it, and I went ahead and read it anyway. So did I. Nita closed her eyes for a second, breathing out, and heard something in the back of her head, a thread of memory. Did I do right? Go find out. Look, she said, opening her eyes again. Maybe we're not as bad as we think. Tom did say the younger wizards have more power. We don't have a lot of supplies, but we're both pretty good with the speech by now, and Fred is here to help us. We're armed. She glanced down at the Rowan wand, still lying moon bright in her lap. For how long? Kit said. He sighed. Then again, I guess it doesn't matter much if we're going to find the bright book. The only way to find it is to hurry. Somebody knows we're here. That thing showed up awful fast. He nodded at the roof. Yeah, Nita got up, took a moment to stretch, then glanced down at Kit. He wasn't moving. What's the matter? Kit stared at the antenna in his hand. When I was talking to the Edsel, it told me some things about the powers that didn't want intelligence to happen in machines. They knew that people would start talking to them, make friends with them. Everybody would be happier as a result. Those powers, he looked up. If I understand that spell right, the one running this place is the chief of them all, the worst of them, the destroyer, the engenderer of rust. Kit, I know you shouldn't name it. He got up, held out a hand for Fred, who bobbled over to Kit and came to rest on his palm. But that's who we're going up against, or what? Fred, do you know what we're talking about? Fred's thought was frightened but steady. The Star Snuffer, he said, the one who saw light come to be and could not make it in turn, and so rebelled against it and declared a war of darkness. Though the rebellion didn't work as well as it might have, for darkness only made the light seem brighter. Kit nodded. That's the one. If we do get the bright book, that's who'll come after us. Fred shuddered, a flicker of light, so like a spark about to go out in the wind, that Kit hurriedly tucked the antenna under his arm and cupped his other hand around Fred protectively. I've lost enough friends to that one, Fred said. Heard enough songs stilled. People gone nova before their time, or fallen through naked singularities into places where you burn forever but don't learn anything from it. For a moment, neither of them could follow Fred's thoughts, though he was using the speech. As always, they couldn't follow what other things he was describing. Only those things were as terrible as warped things as the helicopter creature was to them. No matter, he said at last. You two are part of the answer to stopping that kind of thing. Otherwise, my search for an adversary nexus wouldn't have brought me to you. Let's do what we can, Kid nodded. Whatever that is, I wish I knew where to begin. Nita leaned back against the wall. Didn't Tom say something about the two books being tied together so that you could use one to guide you to the other? Yeah. Well, you're not too far from the dark one, Nita swallowed. If we could get hold of that and use it to lead us to the bright one. That vision only gave a general idea of where the Book of Night with Moon was, probably because of its being restrained or guarded or whatever. Steal the dark book? Kit looked at Nita as if she had taken leave of her senses. Sure, and then he waved his hand at the northward wall, not wanting to say any name. And Lord knows what else came chasing after us. Why not? Nita retorted. It's a better chance than going straight for the bright one, which we know is guarded somehow. We go fumbling around down there in the financial district and probably get caught right away. But why would they guard the dark book? They're the only ones who would want it. I bet we could get at the dark one a lot more easily than the other. Kit chewed his lip briefly. Well, Nita said, what do you think? I think you're probably nuts, but we can't just sit here, and it wouldn't hurt to go see what the situation is. Fred, lead, Fred said. I'll follow. Kit gently tossed Fred back into the air and paused long enough to put his book away. He didn't put the antenna away, though. The Rowan wand glowed steadily and brightly. Can't you damp that down a little? Kit said. If somebody sees us... No, I can't. I tried. Nita cast about for ways to hide it, finally settled on sticking it in her back jeans pocket and putting her vest over it. Better? Yeah. Kit had turned his attention to the doorknob. He touched it, spoke softly to it in the speech, and turned it. Nothing happened. Not listening? He wondered out loud. and bent to touch the keyhole. Now, why? Wow, ow. He jumped back, almost knocking Nita over. What's the matter? Kit was sucking on his finger, looking pained. Bit me, he said, removing the finger to examine it. It bled. I get the feeling, Nita said slowly, that there's not much here that's friendly. Yeah. Kit looked glumly at the door. I guess we'd better consider everything we see potentially dangerous. He lifted the antenna, bent down to the lock again, and touched the keyhole delicately with the knob at the antenna's end. A brief red spark spat from the antenna. The innards of the lock clicked. This time, when Kit turned the knob, the door became open a crack. With great caution, he opened the door. A bit more peered out, then opened it all the way and motioned Nita to follow him. Together they stepped down into the hall, much like the elevator corridor in their own world, but dark and silent. The elevator? Kit said inwardly, not wanting to break the ominous quiet. Do you trust it? No. Now, where are the stairs? Down the way we came, past the elevator. The door to the main stairway had to be coerced into opening by the same method as the door to the roof. When they were through it, Kit spent another moment getting it to lock again, then stepped over to the banister and looked down a story after story of switchback stairs. It could be worse, Nita said. We could be going up. It will be worse, Kit said. If the world gate stays at this level, we're going to have to come back. They headed down. It took a long time. A few times they dared stop to rest. Kit and Nita heard odd muffled noises through the walls, vaguely threatening scrapes and the groans and rumbles, the kind of sounds heard in nightmares. The stairs were as dark as the corridor had been, and it was hard to sit in the corner of a landing, rubbing aching legs, with only the light of Nita's one to argue with the blackness that towered above and yawned below as those sounds got louder. They quickly lost count of how many stories downward they'd gone. All the landings looked the same, and all the doors from them opened off into the same pitch blackness, until finally Kit eased one open as he had eased open scores of others, and abruptly stood very still. He put his hand out behind him. Nita, the wand. She passed it to him. It dimmed in his hand from moonfire to foxfire, a faint silver glimmer that he held out the door as he looked around. It's all the shiny stone look like the other lobby. There should be a way down into the station then. Nita's hair stood up at the end as she thought. Kit, you saw what happened to the helicopters. Do you really want to meet a train? Let's go out to the street level, okay? He gulped and nodded. Which way? There's a door out onto 45th Street. Come on. She slipped down and Kit followed with the wand. Its pale light reached just far enough ahead to gleam off the glass wall at the end of the corridor. Near it was the down escalator, frozen unalive. They made their way softly down it, then across the slick floor and out the glass doors to the street. It was nearly as dark outside as it had been inside. A night without a hint of moon or stars. The air down there wasn't as chill as it'd been on the building's roof, but it stank of dark city smells, exhaust, spilled gasoline, garbage in sight. The gutter was clogged with trash. They stepped out to cross 45th. No, Nita hissed, startled into speech, and dragged Kit back into the dark of the doorway. Pale yellow-brown light flickered down the street, got brighter. A second later, with the snarl of its engine, a big yellow checker cab hurled itself past them, staring in front of it with headlight eyes burning down to yellow threads of filament, eyes that looked somehow as if they could see, but the cab seemed not to notice them. Its snarl diminished as it plunged down the street, leaving a whirl of dirty papers and dead leaves in its wake. Kit coughed as his exhaust hit them. That was alive, he said, when he got his breath back, the same way the helicopter was. Nita made a miserable face. Let's get out of here, she said. Kit nodded. She led him off to their left through the Helmsley Spear buildings, which should have been bright with gold leaf sanctuary, or building which should have been bright with gold leaf statuary. Here it was gray with soot, and the carving stared down with such looks of silent malice that Nita refused to glance up more than that once. She hoped for some more encouraging sight as they came onto 46th Street and looked up Park Avenue. The hope was vain. The avenue stretched back and slightly upwards for blocks, as it did in their own world, vanishing into the murk. But the divider between the uptown and downtown lanes, usually green with shrubbery, had become one long tangle of barren thorn bushes. The old-fashioned red and green traffic lights burned low and dark, as if short on power. No matter how long one watched, they never changed from red. The shining glass and steel office buildings that lined the avenue in their Manhattan were grimy shells. Here, the broad sidewalks before them cluttered with rubbish. Nothing moved anywhere except far up Park, where another pair of yellow eyes waited at the corner. Those eyes made Nita nervous. "This way," she said. She hurried past a dirty granite facade full of still doors and silent windows. Kit followed close, and Fred with them. They both looked worried at everything they passed. Nita was doing her best to keep herself calm as they turned the corner onto 47th. It can't all be as bad as the helicopter, she told herself, and nothing really bad has happened to us yet. It was just the shock of that. She jumped back into the shadow of a building on hearing a clapping sound so loud she felt sure the helicopter's mate was coming for them. Fred and Kit huddled terrified into the shadow too, and it took a few seconds for any of them to find the source of the sound. Not more than 5 or 6 feet from them, a pigeon had landed, a sooty dark one, cooing and strutting and head bobbing in a perfectly normal fashion. It walked away from them, muttering absently, intent on its own pursuits. Kit poked Nita from behind, not a warning, a teasing poke. "Getting jumpy, huh?" "Yeah, well, you were the one who said." The lightning stroke of motion not 6 feet away knocked the merriment right out of them. What had seemed a perfectly ordinary fire hydrant, dull yellow with rust stains and peeling paint, suddenly cracked open and shot out a long, pale, ropey tongue like a toad's. The pigeon never had a chance. Hit side on, the bird made just one strangled gobbling noise before the tongue was gone again, too fast to follow, and the wide horizontal mouth it came from was closed again. All that remained to show that anything had happened was the slight bulge underneath the metallic-looking skin of the fire hydrant. The bulge heaved once and was still. Nita bit her lip. Behind her, she could feel Kit shaking again. "I feel sorry for the next dog that comes along," he said. "I hope you don't mind if I cross the street." Kit headed out of the shadow. "I think I'll join you," Nita said. She backed out of range of the tongue before she started across the street herself. There was no time to move, to scream, even to think. Kit was halfway across the street with his eye on the fire hydrant, his head turned away from the big yellow checker cat that was maybe 6 feet away and leaping straight at him. A flash of brilliance struck Nita like a blow and did the same for the cab, so that it swerved to its left and knocked Kit sideways and down. The cab roared on by, engine racing in frustration, evidently too angry to try for another pass, but something about it, maybe the savage sidelong look it threw Nita out of its burned-down eyes as it squealed around the corner of 46th and Madison, something made Nita suspect that it would not forget them. She ran out into the street and bent over Kit, not sure whether she should try to move him. "It's all right," Kit said, groaning softly as he worked on getting up. Nita slipped hands under his arm to help him. "Fred did it." "Are you all right?" came the frantic thought as Fred appeared in front of Kit's face. "Did I hurt you? Did I emit anything you can't take? I took out all the ultraviolet. Oh no, I forgot the cosmic rays again." Kit managed to smile, though not much of one. His face was skinned and bruised where the cheekbone had hit the pavement. "Don't worry about it, Fred. That thing would have done a lot worse to me than a few cosmic rays if it hit me the way it wanted to." He stood up, wincing. "It got my leg some, I think." Nita bent down to look at Kit's left leg and sucked in her teeth. His jeans were torn, and he had a straight horizontal gash, 6 inches long or so below the knee, which was bleeding freely. Does it feel deep?" "No, it just hurts a lot. I think it was the cat's fender, where the jagged piece striking out of the chrome." "Listen, Fred, thanks. You sure I didn't hurt you? You people are so fragile. A little gamma radiation will ruin your whole day, it seems." "I'm fine, but I've got to do something about the leg, and then we've got to get moving again and get to the dark book. Nita looked over at the fire hydrant, fear boiling in her casually as if it was something it did many times a day. The hydrant cracked open and spat something out on the sidewalk, a desiccated looking little lump of bones and feathers. Then it got up and waddled heavily down to a spot 50 feet farther down the block and sat down again.
Woo!
And I thought I couldn't be all and I thought it couldn't all be bad. Together as quickly as they could, the two small frightened-looking figures and a spark like a lost star hurried into the shadows and vanished there.
Boo! It's a very intense chapter, but I also, like, was calm. I was kind of like, ooh, I feel like I can go to sleep. But, like, in a good way. In a very, like, I feel calm.
Everything's fine. Oh my god. And I'm just thinking, all this for a pen. She just wanted to get her pen, and now they're thrown into another world.
Yep.
And there's someone there who brought them there, and it's just like, what is that? And they're looking for the dark book. So this is all some crazy situation to get them to unleash the dark book and then find the light book, and then someone's gonna get possessed, and the two gay wizards will live forever. Yay. I don't know.
No, I said a crocodile was like a living modern dinosaur is what I believe I said. Hi, Cameron.
Oh no. Or someone's gonna be like, well, actually, dinosaurs evolved into modern day birds. I don't know, but
I know all that. It's just, you know, even in Animorphs last night, they were like, you know, the crocodile, the dinosaurs of our time. It's just like, I know they're not, but like, I see the comparison.
Yep.
Birds coexisted with dinosaurs. That was not correct. I mean, some birds have very close DNA to dinosaurs, like chickens.
Yeah, I remember people are like, it goes full circle because dinosaurs turned into chickens and we turn chicken nuggets into dinosaur shapes or something like that. And I remember this speech in Jurassic Park where he's like, oh, something about birds, and everyone's like, haha, it's like, no, because the backbone curled like this just because of a bone, the way the hip bones are, and even the word raptor means bird of prey, but apparently it doesn't.
The hip bones don't lie.
Yep, the Shakira of the birds. I'm on tonight, I'm a house tonight,
LMAO, sorry I've been quiet. I'm just vibing in the nostalgia of how much I love this series. Aw, thank you, Ellery. Ellery was the one who sent us this book and the sequel book.
So thank you for that.
We get to read it because of Ellery. The common ancestor, same as dinosaurs, co-evolved side by side. Yeah. That, like, it didn't, yeah, dinosaurs didn't literally evolve into chickens, but,
yeah,
you know, they
What? All the stuff that what do you mean evolution? I thought things just appear. The Earth is only 5,000 years old. Dinosaurs don't. I literally have
so many relatives. I have so many relatives that are just like, no, the Earth is 5,000 years old, and I'm just like, it's not though.
Geology.
It's not though.
Or I remember I know someone who's like, don't judge me, but I don't think dinosaurs existed, and I didn't question it, but I'm just like,
the dinosaurs are a ploy by the government. Ah, yes.
Oh, it was a ploy from the government so that they could create Jurassic Park, which is one of the most widely known, and they got all the money from it. It's all a conspiracy.
Yeah, they're off by a few billion years, as Cameron points out.
Yeah, it isn't the Earth like it's 4.5 or 5.6 billion years old.
I believe. I'm not obviously the go-to person, but
I'm pretty sure it's like. Yeah. Oh, 5 billion. So it's like 5.4 billion years the Earth is. Yeah.
But yeah, and then you get the people that are like, but you can't prove that. I'm like, see, here's the funny thing.
We can,
though.
Scientists are like, look at these rocks. We've carbon dated them. Wow. Billions of years.
Look at that. 4 billion or so when life spawned. Yeah.
I can't remember if it was in my evolutions class or my genetics class where it was like, oh yeah, when on Earth there was like water, carbon dioxide, methane, and something, I think something with sulfur, but then they were able to do experiments where like with lightning or something, or with like extreme heat, they were able to like create amino acids, which makes DNA. And I'm just like, oh wow, the building blocks of life. This is so much fun to learn.
Woo!
And then knowing there are people who are like, I don't believe any of this. I'm not going to listen. I believe in what the Bible has told me.
I mean, you can believe, like, you can believe whatever you want, but it's also just one of those things. It's like,
or try to convince me that the science is wrong.
Yeah, you can believe in whatever you want, but then don't be mad when people clown on you and are like,
This peer review, or these 20 peer-reviewed articles, which have been backed by a lot of science, have said otherwise. Please don't be mad at me for saying the scientifics of it all.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm gonna go grab my glasses because I'm like, something's off. Oh, I don't have my glasses on.
Ah. Okay, Velma.
I can't see shit without my fucking glasses. I was Christian, but he wasn't ignorant. He wanted to learn about... And it's so funny, right? Because it's like, yeah, the Christians really are like, hate Darwin. They're like, fuck Darwin. And it's just like, Darwin had some theories that were somewhere right and somewhere not because they were theories. But interestingly enough, he was a scientist. Science is science. I know, weird, right?
Yeah, it's like... Or it's like science and religion. They're on. I don't know. I feel like there's something I could say where it's like you can have both.
You can. One of the smartest scientists I've ever known. Oh, there's a girl that I knew from youth group who was also a Christian, and she was just like, "Look, I can have both. Like, obviously, this is true. Like,
exactly.
The dinosaurs weren't real."
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, and I'm just like, so it's all been a conspiracy theory so that Hollywood can capitalize on these imaginary creatures and the government is taking that money. I don't know.
It's Scientology. They invented the dinosaurs.
Isn't Scientology the one where a bunch of aliens came to Earth and then they all fell into a volcano and then their souls kind of, yeah.
Yep, it was, yeah, L. Ron Hubbard was literally a sci-fi author who was just like, I'm gonna make a religion. And then he did. And then Tom Cruise was really into it.
And then I'm sure he's just like, oh, okay, cool. My religion is everywhere. Or that just reminds me how the reason why, I think it was Christopher Columbus, one of the reasons why he's so popular is because the writer of, was it Ichabod Crane or the...
Washington Irving, who wrote Sleepy Hollow?
Yes, he basically was the one who wrote about Christopher Columbus or something, and that's why Christopher Columbus was so popular. Or he like made up some stuff.
Washington Irving, no.
I can't remember, or I can't remember, but I think he was involved in that, and they all thought the world was pear-shaped, and the reason why they incorrectly call Native Americans Indians is because they didn't realize there was an entire continent in between India and
because Christopher Columbus
Europe.
was a dumbass.
Yeah, and we still talk about him like he's this important historical figure, and it's like, but that's not accurate.
No, that is not correct. I'll be right back.
Okay, evolution is just a theory. No, it isn't. It happened. The theory more than has to do with figuring out how it works and the place. Yeah, I remember learning about like scientific law or something, and like the one above theory is law or something like that. I'm trying to remember, but it's just, yeah, it's very well studied, and people confuse conspiracy theories with scientific theories, and it's just like, well, there's proof in one of them. It's not just being like, oh, I think this is what happened, let's just go with it. And then science that is just like, I saw the title of an article online and I believe it wholeheartedly without reading what was going on or something like that. So yeah. Where's Avery? Oh gosh. They knew the planet wasn't flat. Yeah, I still don't understand how, like, you can look through a telescope and be like, wow, everything is round when everything's spinning, and it's not flat when it's spinning, but I believe the Earth is. I feel like people are just saying things like that just to make people mad.
I'm convinced that the flat Earth thing started as a joke and then people latched onto it.
Oh, ooh, chips. I remember. Oh, thank you. I remember. Someone was saying how, oh, flat earthers are uniting from around the world, and someone's like, say that again but slowly. Around the world.
Oh, chips.
Chips.
They knew the planet wasn't flat. They just thought there was nothing but big ol' ocean of nothing, yeah.
When it was just Pangea, it was technically a big old ocean of nothing because there was only one landmass. But tectonic plates. Oh, I remember learning about tectonic plates and then watching the movie San Andreas and learning how, like, because in California, they have what's called a transform fault where basically the two plates are like rubbing against each other. And so like the level of devastation that was happening is not scientifically accurate, I think it was, because there's like converging plates and then subliming plates and then transform plates. And I think there was something about the movie where it wasn't accurate to the level of what was happening, like, because there are frequent earthquakes, but the level of like earth splitting from, I can't remember what it was, but there were some geological inaccuracies in that. But yeah, so science, it's fun. It's fun, or I find it fun when I'm actually able to be like, this is wrong and this is why, kind of thing. But it's just like but I'm sure the people in Hollywood are like, yes, but if it was more accurate, there wouldn't be enough devastation. And then Dwayne the John Roxon flying around in a helicopter being an action star. Oh, and again, the thing about that movie, that you cannot tell me that after like four compressions of Dwayne Johnson giving CPR wouldn't immediately restart someone's heart.
What movie was this?
San Andreas.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was a point where he was giving CPR to someone and he had to do it for like a minute, and I'm just like, no, her heart is immediately beating because he's just like But yeah, or I need to look up some information about, or I'm gonna Google something real quick.
The
Googles. Yeah, okay, the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. So, all right, that's what I was looking up. So I remember learning that in my geology class, and my geology professor was like, yeah, that's billions of years. So if you get that question wrong on a test, then it's just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Science. It rules. I'm back from my appointment. Welcome back, the Derp Rex. Thank you for chips.
Oh, you're welcome. I made them myself.
Yay. Wow, they taste delicious. Because of the sonar developed in World War II, the continents moved, the ocean floor we have evidence prior, such as fossils in the shape of, oh yeah, and the reason why it's moved is because the mantle is the mantle is liquid, so everything's just floating and moving around and stuff. And then there's the inner core and the outer core, and the outer core and the spinning of the inner core is what generates the electromagnetic field, which keeps the solar winds from turning Earth into Mars, essentially.
Cool.
I'm so happy I'm finally able to use my environmental science degree.
Did you think this was how you were going to be using it in college?
No. I literally could have just skipped college, and I would probably still be at the place that I am now. So I'm just like, hooray. Well, maybe for that internship I did out of college where I basically had to do manual labor to build trails for 3 months. Maybe that required a college degree, but I don't know.
Alright. You're gonna take your college degree, I'm gonna take my I'm gonna take my high school diploma. And, let's read whatever chapter we're on. Entropics, detection, and avoidance. How close are we? This is Madison and 49th, 3 blocks north and a long one east. Can we rest? The air burns to breathe, and we're going fast. Yeah, let's. They crouch together in the shadows of a doorway. Two wary darknesses and a dim light watching the traffic that went by. Mostly cabs prowled fast, wearing the same hungry look as the one that had wounded Kit, or a sullen track might lumber by, or a passenger car looking uneasy and dingy and bitter. None of the cars, trucks had drivers, or looked like they wanted them. They ignored the traffic lights, and their engines growled. Nita's eyes burned in the dark air. She rubbed them and glanced down at Kit's leg, bound now with a torn-off piece of her shirt. How is it? Not too bad. It feels... I feel like I'm too far away from this. I'm sorry. It feels... stiff? I guess it stopped bleeding. He looked down, felt the makeshift bandage, winced. Yeah, I'm hungry. Nina's stomach turned over. She was too nervous to even consider eating. As Kit came up with a ham sandwich, and offered her half. You go ahead, she said. She leaned against the hard, cold wall, and on a sudden thought, pulled her pen out of her pocket and looked at it. It seemed all right, but as she held it, she could feel a sort of odd tingling in its metal that hadn't been there before. Fred? He hung beside her at eye level, making worried feelings that matched the dimness of his light. Are you sure that light didn't hurt you? Yeah, it's not that. She held out the pen to him. Fred backed away a little, as if afraid he might swallow it again. Is this radioactive or anything? Nita said. He drifted close to it, bobbed up and down. He looked at it from several angles. You mean beta and gamma and those other emissions you have trouble with? No. Nita still felt suspicious about the pen. She dug into her backpack for a piece of scrap paper, laid it on her wizard's manual, clicked the point out, and scribbled on the paper. Then she breathed out, perplexed. Come on, Fred, look at that. He floated down to look. The pen's blue-black ink would normally have been hard to see in that dimness, no matter how white the paper. But the scrawl had a subtle glimmer about it, a luminosity just bright enough to make out. I don't think it's anything harmful to you, Fred said. Are you sure it didn't do that before? Yes. Well, look at it this way. Now you can see what you're writing when it's dark. Surprising you people hadn't come up with something like that already. Nita shook her head, put the paper away, and clipped the pen back to her pocket. Kit finished the first half of his sandwich, looked over at the scribble with interest. Comes of being inside Fred, I guess, with him having his own claudication and all the energy boiling around inside him. You might have expected something like that to happen. Yeah, well, I don't like it. The pen was fine the way it was. Considering where it's been, Kit said, you're lucky to get it back in the same shape, instead of crushed into a little lump. He wrapped up the other half of his sandwich and shoved it into his backpack. Should we go? Yeah. They got up, checked their surroundings as usual to make sure that no cabs or cars were anywhere close, and started up Madison again, ducking into doorways or between buildings whenever they saw or heard traffic coming. No people, Kit said, as if trying to work it out. Just things, all dark and ruined, and machines and all twisted, alive. But they seem to hate everything, and pigeons. Dogs, too, Nita said. Where? Kit looked hurriedly around him. Check the sidewalk and the gutter. They're here, and they remember that nest. Nita shrugged uneasily, setting her pack higher. I don't know. Maybe people just can't live here. We're here, Kit said unhappily, and maybe not for long. A sudden grinding sound like tortured metal made them dive for another shadowy doorway close to the corner of Madison and 50th. No traffic was in sight. Nothing showed but the glowering eye of the traffic light and the unchanging "Don't walk" signs. The grinding sound came again, metal scraping on concrete somewhere across Madison, down 50th to their left. Kit edged a bit forward to the doorway. What are you... I want to see. He reached around behind him, taking the antenna in his hand. But if that's something that might chase us later, I at least want to look at it, Fred. Take a peek for us. Right. Fred sailed ahead of them. Keeping low and close to building walls, his light dimmed to the faintest glimmer. By the lamppost at Madison and 50th, he paused, then shot low across the street and down 50th between Madison and 5th. Vanishing past the corner, Nita and Kit waited sweating. From around the corner, Fred radiated feelings of uncertainty and curiosity. These are like the other things that run these streets, but these aren't moving. Maybe they were dangerous once. I don't know about now. Come on, Kit said. He put his head out of the doorway. It's clear. With utmost caution, they crossed the street and slipped around the corner, flattening to the wall. Here, stones and dingy 4-story brownstones with long flights of railed stairs lined the street. Halfway down the block, jagged and bizarre, in the dimness, in the feeble yellow glow of a flickering sodium vapor streetlight, was the remains of an accident. One car, heavy 2-door sedan, lay crumpled against the pole of another nearby streetlight. Its right-hand door ripped away, and the whole right side of it laid open. A little distance away, in the middle of the street, lay the car that had hit the sedan, resting on its back and skewed right around so that its front end was pointed at Kit and Nita. It was a sports car of some kind, so dark, a brown that it was almost black. Its windshield had been cracked when it overturned, and it had many other dents and scrapes, some quite deep. From its front right wheel was jutted a long, jagged strip of chrome, part of the other car's fender, now wound into the sports car's wheel. I don't get it, Nita said silently. If that dark one hit the other, why isn't its front all smashed in? She broke off as with a terrible metallic groan, the sports car suddenly rocked back and forth like a turtle on its back trying to right itself. I don't like the descriptions of like the metallic sounds. It hurts. It hurts.
Yep. I can hear the screeching in my ears.
Make it stop. Just kidding.
The bees, they're in my eyes.
Not the bees. Like a turtle on its back trying to right itself. Kit sucked in a long breath and didn't move. The car stopped rocking for a moment, then with another scrape of metal started again, rocking more energetically this time. Each time the side-to-side motion became larger. It rocked partway onto the door, then back the other way, and partway onto the other, then back again, and full onto its left-hand door. There it balanced precarious for a few long seconds, as if getting its breath, and then it twitched hard, shuddered all the way over, and fell right side down. The scream that filled the air as the sports car came down on the fender, tangled right wheel car, was terrible to hear. Instantly, it hunched up the fouled wheel, holding it away from the street, crouching on the 3 good wheels and shaking shaking with its effort. Nita thought of an old sculpture she had seen once of a wounded lion favoring one forelimb, weary and in pain, but still dangerous, very slowly, as if approaching a hurt animal, and not wanting to alarm it. Kit stepped away from the building and walked out into the street. Kit! Shh, he said silently. Don't freak out. Are you out of your... Shh. The sports car watched Kit, not moving. Now that it was right side up, Nita could get a better idea of its shape. It was actually rather beautiful in its deadly looking way, sleekly swept back and slung into the low to the ground. Its curves were Battered in places, its once shining hide was scored and dull. It stared at Kit from the hunter's eyes, headlights with wide pain, and breathed shallowly waiting. Lotus Esprit, Kit said to Nita, not taking his eyes off the car, matching the stare for stare. Nita shook her head anxiously. Does that mean something? I don't know cars. It's a racer. A mean one. What is it here? Look, Nita, there's your answer. Look at the front of it. Under the headlights. He kept moving forward, his hands on the front of him, out in front of him. The Lotus held perfectly still, watching. Nita looked at the low sloping grill. It's all full of oil or something. It's a Predator. These other cars, like that sedan, they must be what it hurts. This time, it's pretty hurt. The Lotus before it made its kill. Like a tiger getting gored by a bull or something. Oops. Kit's 8 or 10 feet away from the Lotus's grill took one step too many. It abruptly rolled back away from him to a foot or so. Very quietly, its engine stuttered to life, and it settled into a throaty growl. Kit, shut up. I won't hurt you, he said in the speech aloud. Let me see to that wheel. The engine growl got louder. The sound of the speech seemed to upset the Lotus. It rolled back another couple of feet, getting close to the curb, and glared at Kit, but the glare seemed to have as much fear as threat in it now. I won't hurt you, Kit repeated, stepping closer, holding out its hands. Oops, sorry, guys. Holding out its hands, I lost my place. One of them with the antenna in it. Come on, you know what this is. Let me do something about it. That wheel. You can't run on it, and if you can't run or hunt, I bet there are other hunters here, aren't there? Or scavengers. I'm sure there are scavengers who will be coming here to clean up this kill. And do you want them to find you helpless? The Lotus stared at him, shifting a little from side to side now, swaying uncertainly. The growl had not stopped, but it hadn't gotten any louder either. If I were going to hurt you, I would have by now, Kit said, getting closer. The car was 4 feet away, and its headlights were having to look up at Kit now. Just let me do something about that fender stuck in you. Then you'll go to your way and I'll go mine. The dark eyes stared at the antenna, then at Kit and back, and the antenna again. The Lotus stopped swaying, held very still. Kit was 2 feet away. He reached out with his free hand, very slowly reached down to touch the scratched fiberglass hide. Whew. I am drowsy today. The engine raced a sudden startling roar that made Nita stifle a scream and made Kit flinch all over, but he didn't jump away, and neither did the Lotus. For a second or two, he and the car stood there, just looking at each other. Small, trembling boy, large, trembling predator. Then Kit laid his hand carefully on the brown hide. A gingerly gesture. The car shook all over and stared at him. Its engine quieted to an uncertain rumbling. It's okay, he said. Will you let me take care of it? The Lotus muttered deep under its hood. It still stared at Kit with those fearsome eyes, but its expression was mostly the curve was mostly perplexed now, so was Kit's. He rubbed the curve of the hurt wheel well in distress. I can't understand why it's mute, he said unhappily. The Edsel wasn't. All it took was a couple of sentences in the speech, and it was talking. It's bound, Nita said, edging out of the shadow of the building she stood against. Can't you feel it, Kit? There's some kind of huge binding spell laid over this whole place to keep it this way, the way it is. She stopped. It's called an aspen. You can tell it's an aspen because of the way it is. Sorry. She stopped short as the lotus saw her and began to growl again. Relax, Kit said. She's with me. She won't hurt you either. Slowly, the growl dwindled, but the feral headlight eyes stayed on Nita. She gulped and sat down on the curb where she could see up and down the street. Kit, do what you're going to do. If another of those cabs comes along. Right. Fred, give me a hand. No, he said hastily as Fred drifted down beside him and made a light pattern and a sound as if he was going to emit something. Not that kind. Just make some light so I can see what to do down here. Kit knelt beside the right wheel, studying the damage, and Fred floated in close to lend his light to the business, while the Lotus watched the process sidelong and suspiciously. Nothing too bad. It's mostly wrapped around the tire. Luckily, it didn't get fouled with the axle. Come on, Kit said in the speech, patting the bottom of the tire. Relax. Loosen up. You're forcing the scrap into yourself, holding the wheel up like that. Come on. The Lotus moaned softly and with fearful care relaxed the uplifted wheel a bit. That's better. Kit slipped the antenna up under the Lotus's wheel well, aiming for some piece of chrome that was out of sight. Fred, can you get in there? I can't see, so I can see. Good. Okay, this may sting a little. Molten light, half seen, sparked under the Lotus's fender. It jumped, and an uneven half-circle-shaped piece of chrome fell, changing onto the pavement. Now, haunch the wheel up again, a little higher. Gotta move. There we go. A little higher. Kit reached in with both hands and freed the other half of the piece of metal. There, he said, satisfied. He tossed the second piece of scrap to the ground. The engine roared again with terrible suddenness. Deafening. This time, Kit scrambled frantically backward as the Lotus leapt, snarling away from him. With a screech of tires, it swept back so close past Nina that she fell over backward onto the sidewalk. Its engine screaming, the Lotus tore away down 50th toward Madison, flung itself left around the corner in a cloud of blue exhaust, and was gone. Very slowly, Kit stood up, pushing the antenna into his pants pocket, and stood in the street, dusting his hands off of his shirt. As he gazed in disappointment after the Lotus. Nita sat back up again, shaking her head and brushing at herself. I thought maybe it was going to stay long enough to thank you, she said.
You're always stuck with the long chapters.
Oh my gosh.
How many more pages do you have?
Like something.
Oh my goodness. If you ever want to switch.
No, it's okay. I am going to take a second, though, because I need to go grab my meds. So hang on, guys. I will be right back. Talk to Gabe. Talks amongst yourselves and Gabe.
The
machine creatures are described a little too well, aren't they?
It came to me in a dream. They're all animals, but I know the inner workings of a car, so I can describe it in great detail.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Please continue to chat amongst yourselves on this lazy Saturday of fun.
Yay, long weekend.
Woo!
Woo. I'm just making some more dinosaurs. I call them theropod dinosaurs because I'm just like, oh, I don't want to be too mainstream and be like it's a T-Rex or a velociraptor, because it's just like all you think of like theropod carnivores, and a lot of individuals mainly think, well, most of the time, not everybody, think T-Rexes are or velociraptors. So I'm just saying they're theropod dinosaurs. So I mean, usually people just say, or it's described as just dinosaurs, and I'm just like theropod dinosaurs because I want to be cool. Hope everyone's having a good day. So yeah, today on the podcast, Avery and I are going to be discussing America's Next Top Model, and I'm just like, yes, everything in my life has been leaning to this one moment where I get to discuss all the information I know about America's Next Top Model. And I've seen a lot of videos from various YouTubers talking about America's Next Top Model, and I'm just like, oh, I can make a video, but it's like, what is something no one's ever seen before? And it's just like, we gotta but the algorithm on my channel is very Digimon or pro Digimon or Steven Universe, so I'm just like, well, I need to make stuff that'll get my account noticed. So yeah, but we'll see what happens. Waffleosaurus. Well, now I want waffles. Hopefully hopefully I can have waffles soon. Oh, I think I get waffles tomorrow. Yay. The Waffleosaurus. We have another one. Oh, is it, or oh gosh, I I just need everyone to start naming the laundry basket of dinosaurs that are in there. So it could be like, look at all these. Sorry, it's like, look at all these gorgeous dinosaurs. They must all have names so they can all find good homes. Oh, and that reminds me of and I'm watching an anime called That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, and one of the things is if you are a powerful being, once you name someone or something, they get power boosts or something. So it's like, yes, once we name the Wafflesauruses, they will get powerful and they will become real dinosaurs, and it'll be great until it's not, because then people might get upset or angry about it. So it's just like, oh no. On the table I've only made 4, but in the basket there's probably at least 50 plus of the dinosaurs. So if everyone could come up with like 50 names for the dinosaurs, that would be great, but I don't know an exact number. I've just been making them, and neighbors just like, there's no room.
There's a big box of them over there.
The Derprex was asking how many specimens are there, and I'm like, at least 50.
Oh, probably more than that. Yeah, I'd say at least 100 at this point.
Yeah, so everyone needs to come up with 100 names.
Woo.
For them.
Woo.
Pills. What?
On my pills.
Whoa.
Pills. What did I miss?
I was just talking about dinosaurs and That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, which is an anime where a guy gets he unfortunately unalives and ends up in a different world and becomes a slime. And he's a really smart slime, and it's great. And there's the Great Mage, who's helping them along with their journey. So that's fun.
I I tasted my really chalky pill going down, and I was like,
oh, not the chalk.
All right.
But luckily, the flavor of Clear American will help drown out that taste.
Sponsored, not sponsored.
Clear American, if you're out there, please sponsor us.
All right. Woo. Okay. Hopefully now my pills will feel a little bit better.
I'm sorry you're not feeling well.
Oh no, I feel fine. I just feel like tired, and my body. I was like, why do I feel? And my body was just like, hey, you remember how you didn't take any of your pills? And I'm like, that's probably not helping.
Oh no. It's because of me. I'm an emotional vampire.
No.
And we're talking about America's Next Top Model, and I must feed on the energy.
No. No, Gabe's like the coolest person to have over because he's just chill. He's just like, okay, you want to sit in the closet and watch America's Next Top Model? Sweet.
Yay, thank you.
Um.
Don't tell anyone else who comes over. Wow. They're like, we're chill. How dare you?
Well, like you and there's tons of people. Like the people that I have over, I usually don't have people over that I don't like, you know?
Oh yeah. This person's coming over again. But why though?
Thank you, she said. Okay, so Kit shook his head, evidently in annoyance at himself for having thought that same thing. Well, I don't know. I was thinking of what Pichu said. Don't be afraid to help. He shrugged. Doesn't really matter, I guess. It was hurting. Fixing it was the right thing to do. I hope so, Nita said. I'd hate to think the grateful creature might run off to, and tell everybody about the people who helped it instead of hurting it. I have a feeling that doing good deeds sticks out more than usual around here. Kit nodded, looking uncomfortable. Maybe I should have left well enough alone. Don't be dumb. Let's get going, huh? Whatever the place is where the dark book's kept, it's pretty close. I feel nervous standing out here. They recrossed Madison and again started the weary progression from doorway to driveway to shadowed wall, heading north. At Madison and 52nd, Nita turned right and paused. It's on this block somewhere, she said, trying to keep even the thought quiet. The north side, I think. Fred, you feel anything? Fred held still for a moment, not even making a flicker. The darkness feels thicker up ahead at the middle of the block. Kit and Nita peered down the block. It doesn't look any different, Kit said. But you're the expert on light, Fred. Lead the way. With even greater care than usual, they picked their way down 52nd. This street was stores and office buildings again. All the stores' windows empty, all the windows dark. But here, through external appearances, were no different. The feeling slowly began to grow that there was a reason for the grimy darkness of the windows. Something watched, something peered out those windows, using the darkness as a cloak, and no shadow was deep enough to hide in. The silent eyes would see. Nothing happened, nothing stirred anywhere. No traffic was in sight, but the street felt more and more like a trap, laid open for some unsuspecting creature to walk into. Nita tried to swallow as they ducked from one hiding place to another, but her mouth was too dry. Kit was sweating. Fred's light was out. This is it, he said suddenly, his thought sounding unusually muted even for Fred. This is the middle of the darkness. This? Kit and Nita thought at the same time, in shock, and then simultaneously hushed themselves. Nita edged out to the sidewalk to get a better look at the place. She had to crane her neck. They were in front of a skyscraper faced completely in black plate glass, an ominous windowless monolith. Must be about 90 stories, Nina said. I don't see any lights. Why would you? Fred said. Whoever lives in this place doesn't seem fond of light at all. How shall we go in? Nita glanced back up at up the street. We passed a driveway that might go down to a delivery entrance. I'll talk to the lock, Kit said. Let's go. They went back the way they had come and tiptoed down the driveway. It seemed meant for trucks to back into. A flight of steps at one side led up to a loading platform about 4 feet above the deepest part of the ramp. Climbing the stairs, Kit went to a door on the right and ran his hands over it as Nita and Fred came up behind. "No lock," Kit said. "It's controlled from inside. We can't get in? We're dead." "We're not dead yet. There's a machine in there that makes the garage doors go up. That's all I need." Kit got out the antenna and held it against the door as he might have held a pencil. He was about to write with. He closed his eyes. "If I can just feel up through the metal and the wires, find it." Nita and Fred kept still while Kit's eyes squeezed tighter and tighter shut in fierce concentration. Inside one garage door, something rattled, fell silent, rattled again, began to grind. Little by little, the door rose until there was an opening at the bottom of it. 3 feet high. Kit opened his eyes, but kept the antenna pressed against the metal. "Go on it. Go on in." Fred and Nita ducked through into darkness. Kit came swiftly after them. Behind him, the door began to move slowly downward again, shutting with a thunderous clang. Nita pulled out the Rowan wand so they could look around. There were wooden loading pallets stacked on the floor, but nothing else. Bare concrete walls, bare ceiling. Set in the back wall of the huge room was one normal-sized double door. "Let's see if this one has a lock," Kit said as they went quietly up to it. He touched the right-hand knob carefully, whispered a word or two in the speech, tried it. The right side of the double door opened. Wasn't even locked. Through the open door, much to everyone's surprise, the light-spilled, plain old fluorescent office building light, but cheery as a sunny day after the gloom outdoors. On the other side of the door was a perfectly normal-looking corridor, with beige walls as charcoal-colored doors and carpeting. The normality came as something of a shock. "Fred, I thought you said it was darker here." "Felt darker and colder, and it does," Fred said, shivering, his faint light rippling as he did so. "We're very close to the source of the coldness." Yay, dinosaur.
Yay, dinosaur.
"It's farther up, though." "Up?" Nita looked at Kit uneasily. "If we're going to get the dark book and get out of here fast, we can't fool with the stairs again. We'll have to use the elevator somehow." Kit glanced down at the antenna. "I think I can manage an elevator if it gets difficult. Let's find one." They slipped through the door and went down the hall to their right, heading for a lobby in its far end. There, they peered out at a bank of elevators set in the same dark green marble as the rest of the lobby. No one was there. Kit walked to the elevators, punched the call button, and hurriedly motioned Nita and Fred to join him. Nita stayed where she was for a moment. "Shouldn't we stay out of sight here? Come on." She went out to him. Fred, bobbing along beside Kit, watched the elevator lights to see which one was coming down, and then slipped into a recess at the side. Nita took the hint and joined him. The elevator bell chimed. The door slid open. The Parringtons piled out of the middle elevator in a hurry. 5 of them together, not looking left or right. They burst out through the front door into the street. Once outside, they began their awful chorus of howls and snarls. But Nita and Kit and Fred weren't sitting around to listen. They dove into the middle elevator, and Kit struck the control panel with the antenna hand. Close up and take off. The elevator doors closed. Close up and take off. The elevator doors closed, but then a rumbling, scraping, gear-grinding speech screech began, low at first, then louder, a combination of every weird, unsettling noise Nita had ever heard the elevator make. Cables twanged and ratcheted, and had they been moving, she would have sworn they were about to go plunging down to a crash in the cellar. Cut it out, or I'll snap your cables myself when I'm through with you, Kit yelled in the speech. Almost immediately, the elevators jerked slightly and then started upward. Nita tried again to swallow and had no better luck than the last time. Those Peritons are going to pick up on our scent right outside that door, Kit. And they'll track us inside, and it won't be 5 minutes before... I know, Fred. How well can you feel the middle of the darkness? We're closer. Good. You'll have to tell me where to stop. The elevator went all the way up to the top, the 89th floor, before Fred said, "This is it." Kit rapped the control panel one last time with his antenna. "If you stay where you are," he said. The elevator doors opened silently to reveal another normal-looking floor. Downstairs. A normal-looking floor. This one more opulent than the floor downstairs. Here the carpets were ivory white and thick. The wall opposite the elevators was one huge bookcase of polished wood filled with hundreds of books like volumes of one huge set. Going left, they came to another hallway stretching off to their left like the long stroke of an L. This one, too, was lined with bookcases. At the far end stood a huge polished desk with papers and dictaphone equipment and intercom and multi-line phones jumbled about on it. At the desk sat... It was hard to know what to call it. Kit and Nita, peering around the corner, were silent with confusion and fear. The thing sitting in the secretary's swivel chair and typing on an expensive electric typewriter was dark green and warty and sat about 4 feet high in the chair. It had limbs with tentacles and claws all knotted together under a big eggplant-shaped head and goggly, wicked eyes. All the limbs didn't seem to help the creature's typing much. For every few seconds, it made a mistake and went grumbling and fumbling over the top of its messy desk for a bottle of correcting fluid. The creature's grumbling was of more interest than the typing. It used the speech, but haltingly, as if it didn't care much for the language. And indeed, the smooth, stately rhythms of the wizard tongue suffered somewhat, coming out of the misshapen mouth. Oh, Kit leaned back against the wall. "We've gotta do something. Fred, are you sure it's here? It's up here?" "Absolutely." And past that door, behind that, Fred indicated the warty typewriting, the typist. From down the hall came another brief burst of typing, then more grumbling, then scrabbling on the desk. "We've got to get it away from there," Nita glared at Fred. I shall create a diversion," Fred said. With relish, "I've been good at it so far." "Great. Something big. Something alive. Again, if you can manage it. Then again, forget that," Nita breathed out unhappily. "I wouldn't leave anything alive here." "Not even Joanne?" Kit asked with a small but evil grin. "Not even her. This place has her outclassed, Fred. Just..." A voice spoke, sounding so loud that Kit and Nita stopped breathing, practically stopped thinking. Oh god. Akthenath, it called. A male voice sounding weary and hassled and bored. "Come in here a moment." Nita glanced at Kit. They carefully peeked down the hall once more and saw the tentacled thing hunch itself up, drop to the floor behind the desk, and wobble its way into the inner office. "Now?" Fred said. "No, save it. But come on, this is our best chance." Nita followed Kit down the hall to the door, crouching by it and looking in. Past it was another room. They slipped into it and found themselves facing a partly open door that led to the office that typist had gone into. Through the slit, they could just see the tentacled creature's back and just could hear the voice of the man talking to it. Hold all my calls for the next hour or so until they get this thing cleared up. I don't want everybody's half-baked ideas of what's going on. Let Garm and his people handle it. And here, get Mike on the phone for me. I want to see if I can get something useful out of him. Nita looked around trying to get not even to think loudly. The room they were in was lined with shelves and shelves of heavy, dark, leather-bound books. With gold-stamped spines, Kit tiptoed to one bookshelf, pulled out a volume at random, and opened it. His face registered shock. He held out his book for Nita to look at. The print was the same as that in Carl's large advisory manual, line after line of the clear, graceful symbols of the speech. But whatever was being discussed on the page Nita looked at was so complicated she could only understand one word out of every 10 or 20. She glanced at Kit as he turned back to the front of the book and showed her the title page. Universes Perani... Wait. I don't know how to say that. Peraniverses and Planes. Universes, Peraniverses, and Planes. Assembly and Maintenance, it said. A Creator's Manual. And underneath, in smaller letters, Volume 108. Natural and Supernatural Laws. Nita gulped beside her. Fred was dancing about in the air in great agitation. What is it? She asked him. It's in here. Where? Kit said. One of those. I can't tell which is so dark. I can't tell which. It's so dark down at the end of that room. Fred indicated a bookcase on the farthest wall. It's worse over there. Nita stopped dead when she saw the room's second door, which was wide open and led to the inner office. Nita got ready to scoot past the door. The man who sat at the desk in the elegant office had his back to the door and was staring out the window into the dimness. His warty secretary handed him the phone and he swiveled around in the high-backed chair to take it, showing himself in profile. Nita stared at him, confused, as he picked up the phone. A businesswoman, young, maybe 30, and a very handsome red gold hair and clean-lined face above a trim, dark three-piece suit. This was the witherer and kindler of wildfires, the one who decreed darkness, the star snuffer. Hi, Michael, he said. He had a pleasant voice, warm and deep. Oh, nothing much. Never mind him, Kit said. We've got to get the book. Sorry. We can't go past the door till he turns around. The answer to that is pretty obvious, Mike. I can't do a bloody thing with this place unless I can get some more power for it. I can't afford streetlights. I can barely afford a little electricity, much less a star. The entropy rating. The young man swiveled in his chair. Again, leaning back and looking out the window, Nita realized with a chill that he had a superb view of the downtown skyline, including the top of the Pan Am building, where even now wisps of smoke curled black against the lowering gray. She tapped Kit on the elbow, and together... What's up?
All right, sorry, the dirt break said, "Oh no, the villain is hot."
Oh no.
I'm imagining Tom Hiddleston, since he's ginger. I'm just imagining him with like a beard being like, "Oh, hello."
Yeah, I'm picturing him from the Jaguar commercial where he's like in the suit and he's like the businessman type. He's like, the one that's like, but how do you create the best villain? And it's a Jaguar commercial, and everybody was like, I want a Jaguar now.
Oh, and the Dirt Break said Pichu. Pichu is a toucan, I believe. A talking toucan.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. So, and their full name is Machu Picchu.
Yeah.
Just so you know. But yeah, so I'm imagining Tom Hiddleston's the villain, but he's not like, ooh woo, I'm actually nice. He's like, ooh, I'm handsome and there's nothing you can do about it.
And people would still be like, nah, man.
He's great. I love him. And it's like, no, he's trying to destroy everything.
He's just one of those guys that play, you know how like the guys that play villains are always the super nice ones? It's just like, that's very much that, where it's just like, but he's so nice in real life, we can't help but like him. And they're like, but no guys, he's evil in this one. And they were like, no.
I don't believe it. I forgive him.
We can fix him.
Oh gosh, it's like or in Avengers, it's like, he's my family. He's unalived 86 people. He's adopted.
I really wish they went more into the thing about how, like, basically canonically Thanos mind controlled him, just like Clint, because it's just like, oh, Clint gets all the sympathy when he gets mind controlled. Oh, I see how it is.
Yeah, but in the fans' defense, it wasn't revealed until there was no like visual cues. It wasn't revealed later where it's like, oh, by the way, he was mind controlled the entire time, and it's just like,
I mean, there were scenes that they filmed in the original Avengers that would have showed us that they cut, and I was just like, guys.
Maybe because they wanted the Loki him and Loki to be more impactful, where he sees the 2012 self sees like his whole life afterwards up until his unaliving. And
I just think they didn't really think that Loki was going to be that popular, and then they were like, oh, people care about what happened to Loki. Oh, like there's a whole bunch of deleted scenes and people were like, why did you delete this? This is the most important scene in the whole movie. What have you done?
No, everyone wants their ooh-woo. I see so many internet people being like, ooh-woo, and I'm just like, well, you know what? Loki's ooh-woo now.
We love Loki. I love Loki. I like Loki. I like Loki's, give me the Tesseract or I'll gut you like a fish Casey arc in the show. I like Loki trying to be intimidating, but just being like, I don't know what the hell's going on. Right, where was I like the font in this book. I don't know what you call this font, but it's very reminiscent, if not exactly the same as the Nancy Drew font, and it's nice. I like it.
How many more pages do you have?
Like 10.
Oh, okay.
I think. Yeah, 10. Again, grateful that it's actually a good book.
Yay.
See, when it was 50 pages of Model Land, it was harder.
Or when it was 50 pages of Imagines.
Not the Justin Bieber one. It haunts me in my nightmares.
Or the Nick Bateman one.
I just was thinking the other day of me being like, all right, I'm skipping past the and you're like, it's still going. I'm like, it's still going. It's still there.
And we're still going. And we're still going.
You can sometimes just feel the sci-fi origins of Diane Duane's literary career in her magic system. Oh yeah, I love it. You can feel she's a Star Trek writer. And I love that for her. We were sent another Star Trek book. At some point, maybe we should get, like, Natasha and read the other Star Trek book. The Queen of Star Trek.
The Queen.
Okay, where was I? Sorry, I lost my place. Windows. Morning secretary handed him the phone. Hi, Michael. I already read that. Can't afford streetlights. I can barely afford little electricity, much less a star. The entropy rating. The young man swiveled in his chair, again leaning back and looking out the window. Nita realized with a chill that he had superb view of the downtown skyline, including the top of the Pan Am building, where even now the wisps of smoke curled black against the lowering gray. She tapped Kit on the elbow, and together they slipped past the doorway into the bookshelf. To the bookshelf. Fred, Do you have even a little idea? Maybe one of those up there. He indicated a shelf just within reach. Kit and Nita started taking down one book after another. Looking at him, Nita was shaking. She had no clear idea what they were looking for. What if it's one of those up there, out of reach? You'll stand on my shoulders, Kit. Kit, hurry. Michael, don't you think you could talk to the rest of them? Them is capitalized. And get me just a little more energy? Well, they've never given me what I asked for, have they? All I wanted was my own universe where everything works. Same. Which brings me to the reason for this call. Who's this new operative you turned loose in here? This universe is at a very delicate state. Interference will... They were down to the second to last shelf, and none of the books had been what they were looking for. Nita was sweating worse. Fred, are you sure? It's dark there. It's all dark. What do you want from me? Kit, kneeling by the bottom shelf, suddenly jumped as if shocked. Huh? Nita said. It stung me, Nita. Kit grabbed at the volume in his hand. He brushed, yanked it out of the case, and knelt there, juggling it like a hot potato. Cold spaghetti, cold spaghetti. He managed to get it open and held it out, showing Nita not the usual clean page, close printed with fine small symbols of the speech, but a block of transparency like many pages of thinnest glass laid together. Beneath the smooth surface, characters and symbols seethed as if boiling up from a great depth and sinking down again. Nita found herself squinting. It hurts to look at. It hurts to hold. Kit shut the book hurriedly and held it out to Fred for him to check, for externally it looked no different from any other book there. Is this what we're looking for? Fred's faint glimmer went out like a blown candle flame with the nearness of the book. The darkness, it blinds. Kit bundled the book into his backpack and rubbed his hands on his jacket. Now, if we can just get out of here. Oh, come on, Mike, the voice was saying in the other office. Don't get cute with me. I had an incident on top of one of my buildings. One of my favorite constructs got shot up, and the site stinks of wizardry. Your brand, moonlight and noon forged metal. The voice of the handsome young man in the three-piece suit was still pleasant enough, but Nita, peering around the edge of the door, saw his face going hard and sharp as the edge of a knife. He swiveled around in his chair again to look out the window at that thin plume of ascending smoke, and Nita waved Kit past the door, then scuttled after him herself. That's a dumb question to be asking me, Michael. If I knew, I would tell you where the bright book was. And how likely is it that I know it all? You people keep such close tabs on it. At least that's what I hear. Anyway, if it's not read from every so often, don't I go like everything else? You're absolutely right. There's not a reason. There's not a responsive answer. Why should I be responsive? You're not being very helpful. Kit and Nita peeked back into the hall. Fred floated up to hang between them. I get a feeling, Kit started to say, but the sudden coldness of the voice of the man on the phone silenced him. Look, Mike, I've had about enough of this silliness. The Bright Powers got miffed because I wanted to work on projects of my own instead of playing follow the leader like you do, working from their blueprints instead of drawing up your own. You can do what you please, but I thought when I settled down in this little pittance of a universe that they would let me be and let me do things my way. They said they didn't need me when they threw me out. Well, I've done pretty well without them, too. Maybe they don't like that, because now, all of a sudden, I'm getting interference. You say this operative isn't one of your sweetness and light types? Fine. Then you won't mind it when I catch him, her, or it. I make his stay interesting and permanent. Whoever's disrupting my status quo will wish he'd never been born, spawned, or engendered. And what you see, and when you see the rest of them, you tell them from me that, hello? The phone slammed down. There was no sound for a few seconds. Act the nath, the young man's voice finally said into that silence. Someone's soul is going to writhe for this. The slow cold of the words got into Nita's spine. She and Kit slipped around the door and ran for it, down the hall and into the elevator. He's playing it close to the chest that any voice floated down the hall to them. Sorry, let me try that again. That angry voice floated down around the hall to them. I don't know what's going on. The eldest still has it safe? Good. Then I see the guards are mounted at the usual accesses, and have Garm send a pack of his people back time to the most recent gate opening. I want to know which universe these agents are coming from. In the elevator, Kit whipped out the antenna and wrapped... Wait. Okay, yeah. For a second, I thought I had, like, another 10 pages, and I was like, wait, how did I count that wrong? And wrapped the control panel with it. Down. Doors closed, and down it went. Nita leaned back against one wall of the elevator, panting. Now she knew why the first crowd of Perytons had come howling after them on top of the Pan Am building. But the solution of that small mystery made her feel no better at all. Kit, they'll be waiting downstairs for sure. He bit his lip. Yeah, well, we won't be where they think we'll be. That's all. If we get off a couple of floors too high and take those stairs. Right. Stop at 4, Kit said to the elevator. Kit headed out the door fast and tripped. The elevator had stopped several inches beneath the floor, the 4th floor. Watch your step, the elevator said, snickering. Kit turned and smacked the open elevator door with his antenna as Nita and Fred got out. Very funny. You stay here until I give the word. Come on, let's get out of here. They ran down the hall together, found the stairs, and plunged down them. Kit was panting as hard as Nita now. Frida? Oh my god.
Frida Kahlo?
I got Fred and Nita's names meshed together. Fred shot down past landing after landing with them, his light flickering as if he were in an effort to keep up. Kit, Nita said, where are we going to go after we leave this building? We need time and a place to do the spell to find the bright book. Kit sounded unhappy. I don't know. How about Central Park? If we hid there, but you saw what it looks like from the top of Pan Am. It's all dark in there. There were things moving. There's a lot of room to hide. Look, Nita, if I can handle the machines here, it's a good bet you can handle the plants. You're good with plants and live stuff, you said. She nodded reluctantly. I guess we'll find out how good. They came to the last landing, ground floor. Nita pushed the door open a crack and found that they were almost directly across from the green lobby and the elevators. What's the situation? Kit said silently. They're waiting. 6 Perytons, black-coated, brown-coated, on a steely gray, were sitting or standing around the middle elevator with their tongues hanging out and looks of anticipation and hunger in their 2 human eyes. Now? Fred said, sounding eager. Not yet. We may not need a diversion, Fred. Go! He whispered then in the speech. The antenna in his hand sparked and sputtered with the molten light, and Kit pressed close behind Nita. Watch them. There was no bell, But even if there had been one, the sound of it and of the elevator doors opening would have been drowned out in snarls of the Perytons leaped in a body into the elevator. The moment the Perytons were out of sight, Nita pushed the door open and headed for the one to the garage. It stuck and stung her as the dark book had. She jerked her head away from it. Kit came up behind her and blasted it with the antenna, then grabbed it himself. This time it came open. Then they dashed through and Kit sealed the door behind them. No one was in the garage, but a feeling was growing in the air as if a storm of rage they'd heard beginning upstairs was about to break over their heads. Kit raised the antenna again, firing a line of hot light that zapped the ceiling, mounted controls of the delivery door. With excruciating slowness, the door began to rumble upward. Now? Fred said anxiously as they ran toward it. No, not yet. Just, they bent over ducked underneath the opening door, and ran up the driveway. It was then that the Perytons leapt at them from both sides, howling, and Nita grabbed for her wand and managed one slash with it, yelling, "Now, Fred, now!" All she saw clearly was the Perytons that jumped at her, a huge blue-eyed, brindled she-wolf. Awoo! As the Rowan wand spat silver moonfire, and the Peryton fell away, screaming. Then came to the explosion, and it hurled both her and Kit staggering off to the right. The street shook as if lightning struck, and part of the front of the dark building was demolished in a shower of shattered plate glass as tons and tons and tons of red bricks came crashing down from somewhere to fill the street from side to side, burying sidewalks and Perytons and doors and the delivery bay 20 feet deep. Nita picked herself up a few feet away. Kit was doing the same, and Fred bobbled over to them as an ominous stillness settled over everything. "How was I?" Fred asked, seemingly dazed but pleased. "Are you all right?" Kit asked. I'm alive, but my Naster will never be the same, Fred said. "You two?" "We're fine," Kit said. "And I think we're in trouble," Nita added, looking at the blocked street. "Let's get going." They ran towards Fifth Avenue, and the shadows took them.
Huh.
I got
such a long chapter. And Milo is here. Hello, Milo.
Hi, Milo. That was the chapter.
Oh, how long was that?
Page 249. It started where?
I think it was like 212 or something.
212 to 249, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Woo!
Yay.
Okay, she's a Star Trek writer. A very popular Star Trek writer, actually. Yes. Why do I know that name? Yes. We're reading this because Ellery sent it to us because he mentioned that, back when we had to read Star Trek Corona, which was not written by Diane Duane, it was not a very good Star Trek book. Everybody was talking about how great Diane Duane was for the Star Trek series, and then we got on topic of this book, and then it was sent. So thank you, Ellery.
Thank you, Ellery.
Woo!
Whoa.
Sorry if I seem extra drowsy. It was a late night streaming, and I'm just like, huh.
This looks like a mouth. Nom 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 nom.
Woo!
Okay.
It kind of looks like. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
It kind of looks like Ronald Weasley. How dare you steal that car?
The howler.
Mm.
If you put one more toe out of line, we'll be taking you straight home. Oh, and Jenny, dear, congrats on making it in Gryffindor. That's a hissing noise. That then rips stuff. Yeah.
She wrote Spock's World.
Spock's world. For some, I'm a Spocky boy in a Spock world. Sorry. Contractual magic, an introduction. A 4-foot-high wall ran down the west side of Fifth Avenue next to a sidewalk of gray hexagonal paving stones. Nita and Kit crouched behind it just inside Central Park, under the shadows of barren branch trees, and tried to catch their breath. Fred hung above them, watching both Fifth Avenue and 64th Street for signs of pursuit. Nita leaned against the dirty wall, careless of grime or roughness or the pigeon droppings that streaked it. She was scared. All through her life, the one thing she knew she could always depend on was her energy, and never gave out. Even after being beaten up, she always sprang right back. But here and now, when she could less afford exhaustion than she had ever been able to in her life, she felt it creeping up on her. She was even afraid to rest, for fear it would catch up with her quicker. But her lungs were burning, and it felt so good to sit still, not have unaliving or something worse chasing her. And there was another spell to be cast. If I'd known I was going to get into a situation like this, she thought, would I ever have picked up that book at all? Would I have taken the oath? Then she shook her head and tried to think about something else, for she got an inkling of that answer, and it shocked her. She had always been told that she wasn't brave. At least that's what Joan and her friends always said. Can't take a dare, can't take a joke, cry baby, we were only teasing. She sniffed and rubbed her eyes, which stung. Did you find the spell? Kit had been paging through his wizard's manual. Now he was running a finger down one page, occasionally whispering a word, then stopping himself to keep from using the speech aloud. Yeah, it's pretty simple, but he was frowning. What's the matter? Kit slumped back against the wall, looked over at her. I keep thinking about what you-know-who was talking about on the phone. Loki sounded like he was hiding something. They know where the bright book is, all right? And somebody's watching it, whoever the eldest is. And now there are going to be more guards around it. The usual excesses, he said. Kit, there might be an unusual access then. Sure, if we had any idea where the thing was hidden. Won't the spell give us a vision, a location like the last one? No, it's directional. Kit dropped his hand wearily on the book in his lap, looked over at Nita. I don't know. I just don't get it. What? She rolled the Rowan wand between her hands, watching the way its light shone between her fingers and through the skin. He didn't look evil or sound that way, at least not till right at the end there. The snuffer was always glorious to look at before it scorned the light, Fred said, and it kept the beauty afterward. That's what the stars always used to say. That's the reason it's dangerous to deal with that one. The beauty seduces. Fred made a small feeling of awe and fear. What a blaze of darkness, what a flood of emissions. I was having a hard time keeping my composure in there. Are you all right now? Oh yes, I was a little amazed that you didn't perceive the power burning around the shell he was wearing. Just as well you might have spoken to him and everything would have been lost. That one's more terrible power, they say, is his absolute conviction that he's right in what he does. He's not right then? Kid asked. I don't know. But, Nita said, confused, if he's fighting with them, with the ones who made the bright book, isn't he in the wrong? I don't know, Fred said. How am I supposed to judge? But you're wizards. You should know how terrible a power belief is, especially in the wrong hands. And how do you tell which hands are wrong? Believe something and the universe is on its way to being changed because you've changed it by believing. Once you've changed, other things start to follow. Isn't that the way it works? Nita nodded as Fred looked across the dark expanse of Central Park. The branches of trees were knotted together in tangled patterns of strife. Ivy strangled what it climbed. Paths were full of pitfalls. Copses clutched themselves full of threat and darkness. Shadows moved secretly through the shadows, making unnerving noises. This is what he believes in, Fred said sadly. However, he justifies the belief. Nita could find nothing to say. The wordless misery of the trees had been wearing at her ever since she set foot inside the wall. All the growing things there longed for light, though none of them knew what it was. She could feel their starved rage moving sluggishly in them, slow as sap in the cold. Only in one place was their anger muted. several blocks south at Fifth and Central Park South, where in her own New York, the equestrian statue of General Sherman and the Winged Victory had stood. Here, the triumphant rider, cast in black bronze, was the handsome young man they had seen in the black glass building, his face set in a cold, proud conqueror smile. The creature he rode was a skull-faced, eight-legged steed, which the wizard's manual said brought death with the sound of its hooves. Wait, didn't Loki give birth to an eight-legged horse? Tom Hiddleston confirmed.
Loki variant confirmed.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, I would love that. We would understand the reference.
We would, yeah.
And Victory, with her palm branch, has chained to a grinning fury who held a dripping sword. Around the statue group, the trees were silent, not daring to express even inarticulate feelings. They knew their master too well. Nita shook her head and glanced at Kit, who was looking in the same direction. I thought it'd be fun to know the Mason's word and run around bringing statues to life, he said unhappily, but somehow I don't think there's any statue here I'd want to use the word on. You ready? We should start this. Yeah. The spell was brief and straightforward, and Nita turned to the right page in her manual and drew the necessary circle and diagram. Kit got the dark book out of his backpack and dropped it in the middle of the circle. Nita held up her wand for light. They began to recite the spell. It was only 3 sentences long, but the end of the first sentence, Nita could feel the trees bending and close to watch, not with friendly, secretive interest as in her first spell with Kit, but in hungry desperation. Even the abstract symbols and words of the speech must have tasted of another universe where light was not only permitted but free. The Rowan wand was blazing by the end of the second sentence, making in reaction to being so close to something of the dark powers. Anita wondered whether she could cover it up to keep them from being noticed, but the spell held her immobile as usual. For another thing, the trees all around were leaning in with such piteous feelings of hunger that she would as soon have eaten in front of starving children and not offered them some of what she had. Branches began to toss and twist, reaching down for a taste of the light. Nita and Kit finished the spell. Kit reached right down to pick up the dark book, which was as well, for immediately after the last word of the spell was spoken, it actually hitched itself a little way along the ground southward. Kit could only hold it for a moment before stuffing it back into his backpack. It no longer looked innocent. It burned, both to touch and to look at. Even when Kit had it hidden away and the backpack slung on, neither of them felt any easier. It was as if they were all now visible to something that was looking eagerly for them. "Let's get out of here," Kit said, so subdued that Nita could hardly hear him. Nita stood and laid a hand against the trunk of the nearest tree, a consoling gesture. She was sorry she couldn't have left them more light. "I wish there was something I could do," she said silently, but no answer came back. These trees were bound silent, like the car Kit had tended. She rejoined Kit, who was looking over the wall. "Nothing," he said. Together they swung over the dropping streak stone and hurried down Fifth Avenue, crossing the street to get a safe distance between them and the strange cries and half-seen movements in the park. "Straight south," Nita said. "Pretty nearly. It's pushing straight that way on my back. The bright book looked like it was way downtown, didn't it, in that spell?" "Uh-huh. The financial district, I think," she gulped. "It was a long way to walk miles, even without having to worry about something chasing you." "Well, we'd better hurry," Kit said. He paused while they both stopped at the corner of 5th and 71st. Excuse me. When they were across, he added, "What gets me is that he's so sure that we're interference from the bright side. We haven't done anything yet." "Huh?" Nita said, gently scornful. "Sure we haven't. And anyway, what do you mean we weren't interferences from the bright side? You were the one who said we'd been had." Kit mulled this over as they approached 60th. "Well, maybe if they know about us, do you think they'll send help? I don't know. I get this feeling that maybe we are the help." "Well, we're not unalive yet," Kit said, and peered around the corner of 60th and 5th, and then jumped back, pale with shock. "We're unalive," he said, turned around and began running back the way they had come, though he limped doing it. Nita looked around the corner just long enough to see what he had seen, a whole pack of big yellow cabs thundering down 60th. The one out The one in front had a twisted fender that stuck out slightly on one side, a jagged piece of metal. She turned and ran after Kit, frantic. Where can we hide? The buildings are locked here too, Kit said up ahead. He had been trying doors. Fred, can you do something after the last emission so soon? Fred's thought was shaken. It's all I can do to radiate light. I need time to recover. Crud, Kit, the park. Maybe the trees will slow him down. They both ran for the curb, but there was no time. Cabs came roaring around the corner from 60th, and another pack of them leaped around the corner of 61st and hurled down 5th toward them. They would never make it across the street. Kit grabbed for his antenna, and Nita yanked out the wand, but without much hope. It hadn't worked that well on the helicopter. The cab slowed, closed in from both sides, forming a half circle with Kit and Nita and Fred at the center, backing them against the wall of a dingy building. The cordon tightened until there were no gaps, and one cab at each side was up on the sidewalk blocking it. No matter where Nita looked, all she saw was chrome grills like gritted teeth, hungry headlights staring. One of the cabs shouldered forward, its engine snarling softly. The jagged place at one end, in front of the fender, wore a brown discoloration, not rust. Kit's red body juice, which it had tasted. Kit lifted the antenna, the hand that gripped it shaking. A high-pitched yell of rage and defiance from outside the circle jerked Kit's head up. Nita stared. The fenders scraped and rattled against one another as the tight wedged cabs jostled, trying to see what was happening. Even the red body juice stained cab, the pack leader, looked away from Kit. But none of them could move any way but backward, and one cab paid immediately for that limitation as a fang grill bit deep into its hindquarters and dragged it screaming out of the circle. Metal screeched and tore, glass shattered as the Lotus Espirit's jaws crushed through the cab's trunk, ripped away its rear axle with a quick sideways shake of its front end, flung the bitten off axle crashing down Fifth Avenue. Then the Lotus slashed sideways, its fangs open up the side of another cab like a can opener. The circle broke amid a raging roars. Cab circled and fainted while the first victim dragged itself away by its front wheels to collapse in the street. Everything started happening at once. Nita slashed at the front of the cab closest to her. The whip of moonfire cracking across its face seemed to confuse and frighten it, but did not damage. I hope it doesn't notice that right away, she thought desperately. For there was no use yelling for help. Kit had his hands full. He had the antenna laid over his forearm again and was snapping off shot after shot. Blinding hot light, cracking headlights, burning holes in hoods, and exploding tires. A hit there, nothing fatal. Nita noticed that with dismay, but Kit was managing to hold the cabs at their distance as they harried him. Out in the street, one cab lunged at the Lotus, a leap, its front wheels clear of the ground, meant to come crashing down on the racer's hood until suddenly the Lotus's nose dropped under the cab and heaved upward, sending the cab rolling helplessly onto its back. A second later, the Lotus came down on top of the cab, took a great big shark bite out of its underbelly, and then whirled around, whipping gas and transmission fluid all over to slash at another cab about to leap on it from behind. This was the King cab, the pack leader, and as the Lotus and the Checker circled one another warily in the street, the other cabs drew away from Kit and Nita to watch the outcome of the combat. There were two more cabs unalive in the street that Nita hadn't seen fall, one with everything from right rear door to right front fender torn away, another horribly mangled in its front end and smashed sideways into a tree as the other side of Fifth, as if it had been thrown there. Amid the wreckage of these and the other two cabs, the cab in the Lotus rolled, turning and backing, maneuvering for an opening that would end in an unaliving. The Lotus was scored along one side, but otherwise unhurt, and the whining roar of its engine sounded hungry and pleased. Infuriated, the Checker made a couple of quick rushes at it, stopping short with a screech of tires and backing away again each time in a way that indicated it didn't want to close in. The Lotus snarled derisively, and without warning, the Checker swerved around and threw itself full speed at Kit and Nita, still braced against the wall. This is it, Nita thought. With curious calm, she flung up the roan wand in one last useless slash, and then was thrown back against the wall with a terrible force as a thunderstorm of screaming metal flew from right to left in front of her and crashed not 5 feet away. She slid down the wall limp as a ragdoll, stunned, aware that unaliving had gone right past her face. When her eyes and ears started working again, the Lotus was standing off to her left, its back scornfully turned to the demolished pack leader, which it had slammed into the wall. The checker looked like the remains of a front-end collision test. It was crumpled up into itself like an accordion, and bleeding oil and gas in pools. The Lotus roared triumphant disdain at the remaining two cabs, then threatened them with a small, mean rush. They turned tail and ran a short distance, then slowed down and slunk away around the corner of 61st. Satisfied, the Lotus bent over the broken body of the one unalive cab, reached down, and with casual fierceness plucked away some of the front leader as a falcon plucks its prey before eating. Nita turned her head to look for Kit. He was several feet farther down the wall, looking as shattered as she felt. He got up slowly and walked out onto the street. The Lotus glanced up, left its prey, and went to meet him. For a moment, they simply looked at each other from a few feet apart. Kit held up one hand, and the Lotus slowly inched forward under the hand, permitting the caress. They stood that way for the space of 4 or 5 gasps, and then the Lotus rolled over still and pushed its face roughly against Kit's leg like a cat. "How about that?" Kit said, his voice cracking. "How about that?" Nita put her face down into her hands, wanting very much to cry, but all she could manage were a couple of crooked, whooping sobs. She had a feeling that much worse was coming, and she couldn't break down all the way. Nita hid her eyes until the thought her voice was working on again, then let her hands fall down and looked up. "Kit, we've got to." The Lotus had rolled up and was staring at her, a huge, dangerous, curious, brown-hided beast. She lost what she was saying, hypnotized by the fierce, interested stare. Then the Lotus smiled at Nita, a slow chrome smile, silver and sanguine. She said, disconcerted, and glanced up at Kit, who had come to stand alongside the racer. "We've got to get out of here, Kit. It has to be the spell that brought these things down on us. And when those two cab let you know that we didn't get caught or unalived." Kit nodded, looked down at the Lotus. It glanced sideways up at him from headlights bright with amusement and triumph. "How about it?" Kit said in the speech. "Could you give us a lift?" In answer, the Lotus shrugged, flicking its doors open like a bird spreading its wings. Nita stood up, staggering slightly. "Fred?" He appeared beside her, making a feeling of great shame. "Fred, what's the matter?" Kit said, catching it too. "I couldn't do anything." "Of course not," Nita said, reaching up to cup his faint spark in one hand. "Because you just did something huge, dummy. We're all right. Come on for a ride." She perched Fred on the upstanding collar of her down vest. He settled there with a sigh of light. Together, she and Kit lowered themselves into the dark seats of the Lotus, into the dim, warm cockpit, alive with dials and gauges, smelling of leather and metal and oil. They had barely strapped themselves in before the Lotus gave a great, glad shake, then slammed its doors and burned rubber down Fifth Avenue, out of the carnage and south toward the joining of two rivers and the oldest part of Manhattan. Nita sat at ease, taking a breather and watching the streets of Manhattan rush by. Kit, behind the steering wheel, was holding the dark book in his lap, feeling it carefully for any change in the directional spell. He was reluctant to touch it. The farther south they went, the more the book burned the eyes to look at. The Wizard's Manual had predicted this effect, that as the two books drew closer to one another, each would assert its own nature more and more forcefully. Nita watched the book warping and skewing the very air around it, blurring its own outlines, and found it easy to believe the manual's statement that even a mind of terrible enough purpose and power to wrench this book to its use might, in the reading, be devoured by what was read. She hoped for Kit's sake that it would devour someone who just touched it. "We're close," Kit said at last in a quite strained voice. "You okay?" "I've got a headache, but that's all. Where are we?" That was just Pearl Street, close to City Hall." She tapped the inside of her door, a friendly gesture. "Your baby moves." "Yeah," Kit said affectionately. The Lotus rumbled under its hood, sped on. "Fred, you feeling better?" Fred looked up at her from her collar. "Somewhat. I'd feel better still if I knew what we were going to be facing next. I'm to make bricks again? I'm going to need some notice." "Your naester, huh?" Kit said. "I'm not sure I have a naester anymore. After the last emission, I'm afraid to find it." Kit scrunched down. Excuse me. Nita said suddenly, doing the same herself. The Lotus roared past the corner of Broadway and Chambers, pointedly ignoring a pair of sullen-looking cabs that started and snarled as it passed. They were parked on either side of the iron-railed stairway leading down to a subway station about a block farther along Broadway. 2 more cabs were parked at another subway entrance. From his slumped down position, Kit glanced over at Nita. Those are the first we've seen. The usual accesses, Nita said. They've got it down in the subway somewhere. Oh no, Kit muttered. And wonderful, Fred said. Nita swallowed, not too happy about the idea herself. Subway stations, unless they were well lighted and filled with people, gave her the creeps. Worse, even in her New York, subways had their own special ecologies. Not just the mice and rats and cats that everybody knew about, but other less normal creatures on which the wizard's manual had a 20-page chapter. They're all over the place, she said aloud, dealing with the worst problem first. How are we going to oof? Kit said as the dark book sitting in his lap sank down hard as if pushed. The Lotus kept driving on down Broadway past City Hall, and Kit struggled upward to look out the back window, noting the spot. That was where the other book was, straight down from the place we just passed. The Lotus turned right onto a side street and slowed as if looking for something. Finally, it pulled over to the left-hand curb and stopped. What? Kit started to say, but the racer flicked open Kit's door, then Nita's, as if it wanted them to get out. They did cautiously. The Lotus very quietly closed the doors. Then it rolled forward a little way, bumping up onto the sidewalk in front of a dingy-looking warehouse. It reached down, bared its fangs, with great delicacy sank them into a 6-foot-long grill on the sidewalk. The Lotus heaved, and with a soft scraping groan, the grillwork came up to reveal an electric-smelling darkness and stairs leading down into it. It's one of the emergency exits from the subway for when the trains break down, Kit whispered, jamming the dark book back into his backpack and dropping to his knees to rub the Lotus enthusiastically behind one headlight. It's perfect. The Lotus engine purred as it stared at Kit with fierce affection. It backed a little and parked itself, its motions indicating it would wait for them. Kit got up, pulling out his antenna. Nita got out her wand. Well, she said under her breath, let's get it over with. The steps were cracked, concrete, damp, and discolored as she walked downward. Nita held out the wand to be sure of her footing and kept one hand on the left wall to be sure of her balance. There was no banister or railing on the right, only darkness and echoing air. Kit, she said silently, wanting to be sure he was near, but not wanting to be heard by anything that might be listening down there. Right behind you, Fred. The spark came sailing down behind Kit, looking brighter as they passed from the gloom to utter dark. Believe me, I'm not far. Here's the bottom, Nita said. She turned for one last glance up toward street level and saw a huge, sleek silhouette carefully and quietly replacing the grill above them. She gulped, feeling as if she were being shut into a dungeon, and turned to look deeper into the darkness. The stairs ended in a ledge 3 feet wide and perhaps 4 feet deep, recessed into the concrete wall of the subway. Nita held up the wand for more light. The ledge stretched away straight ahead, with a subway track at the bottom of a wide pit to the right of it. Which way, Kit? Straight, for the time being. The light reflected dully from the tracks beside them as they pressed farther into the dark. Up on the streets, though there had been darkness, there had also been sound. Here there was a silence like black water, a silence none of them dared to break. They slipped into holding their breaths. Even the usual dim rumor of a subway tunnel, the sounds of trains rumbling far away, the ticking of the rails was missing. The hair stood up all over Nita as she walked and tried not to make a sound. The air was damp, chilly, full of smells of life, too full, and the wrong kinds of life, at least to Nita's way of thinking. Mold and mildew, water dripping too softly to make a sound, but still filling the air with a smell of leech lime, a stale, puddly odor, wet trash piled in trickling gutters or at the bases of rusting iron pillars rotting quietly, and always the razor, ozone, and scorched soot smell of the third rail. Shortly, there was light at the end, not to come from Nita's wand. Pale splotches of green-white radiance were splashing irregularly on walls and ceilings. Fire fungus, which the wizard's manual said was the main food source of the subway's smallest denizens, dun mice, and hide-behinds, and skinwings. Nita shuddered at the thought and walked faster. Where there were hide-behinds, there were certainly be rats to eat them. And where there were rats, there would also be fireworms, thrastles. Nita? She stopped and glanced back at Kit. He was holding his backpack in one arm now and the antenna in the other, and looking troubled in the one silver light. That way, he said, pointing across the tracks at the far wall with its neat shaped recesses. Through the wall, we don't even know how thick it is. Then she stopped and thought a moment. I wonder, you suppose the mason's word would work on concrete? What's in concrete anyhow? Sand, quartz mostly, some chemicals, but I think they all come out of the ground. Then it'll work. Come on. Nita hunkered down and very carefully let herself drop into the wide pit where the tracks ran. The crunch of rusty track cinders told her Kit was right behind. Fred floated down beside her, going low to light the way. With great care, Nita stepped over the third rail and balanced on the narrow ledge of the wall on the other side. She stowed the wand and laid both hands flat on the concrete to begin implementation of the lesser usage of the word. The one that merely manipulates stone rather than giving it the semblance of life. Nita leaned her head against the stone too, making sure her memory of the word, the 16 syllables that would loose what was bound. Very fast, so as not to mess it up, she said the word and pushed. Door, she thought, as the concrete melted under her hands, and a door there was. She was holding the sides of it. Go ahead, she said to Kent and Fred. They ducked through under her arm. She took a step forward, let go, and the wall reformed behind her. Now what the Kit was staring around him in complete confusion. It took Nita a moment to recover from the use of the word, but when her vision cleared, she understood. Hello?
Hello?
Perry? Oh, there. Aww. Perry can't. It's like a curtain, and Perry came from behind the curtain. Such a diva.
Her.
She's so adorable. They were standing in the middle of another track, which ran right into the wall they had just come through and stopped there. The walls were practically one huge mass of fire fungus. It hung down in odd green glowing lumps from the ceiling and layered thick in niches and on poles that held the ceiling up. Only the track and ties and rusty cinders between were bare, a dark road leading downward between eerily shining walls for perhaps an eighth of a mile, before curving round to the right and out of view. I don't get it, Kit said. This track just starts, or just stops. It would run right into that one we just came off. There aren't any subway lines that do that, are there? Nita shook her head, listening. The silence of the other tunnel did not persist here. Far down along the track, the sickly green light of the fire fungus was troubled by small shadowy rustlings, movements, the scrabbling of claws. What about the book? She asked. Kit nodded toward the end of the track. Down there, and a little to the right, they walked together down the long aisle of cold light, looking cautiously into the places where fire fungus grown was sparse enough to allow for shadow. Here and there, small sparks of brightness peered out at them. Paired sparks, the eyes of dun mice, kindled to unnatural brightness by the fungus they fed on. Everywhere was the smell of dampness, old things rotting or rusting. The burning ozone smell grew so chokingly strong that Nita realized it couldn't be just the third rail producing it. Even if the third rail were alive in a tunnel this old, the smell grew stronger as they approached the curve at the tunnel's end. Kit, still carrying the backpack, was gasping. She stopped just before the curve, looked at him. Are you okay? He gulped. It's close. It's really close. I can barely see. This thing is blurring my eyes so bad. You want to give it to me? No, you go ahead. The place seems too full of live things. Your department. Yeah, right. Nita agreed unhappily and made sure of her grip of the row and went, well, here goes. Fred, you ready for another diversion? I think I can manage something small if I had to. Great. All together now. They walked through the curve side by side, then they stopped. It was a subway station, or it had been at one time, for from where they stood at one end of the platform, they could see the tons of rubble that had choked and sealed the tunnel at the far end of the platform. The rubble and the high ceiling were overgrown with fire fungus, enough to illuminate the old mosaics on the wall, the age-cracked tiles that said City Hall over and over again, down the length of the platform wall. But the platform and tracks weren't visible from where they stood. Heaped up from wall to wall was a collection of garbage and treasures, things that glittered, things that moldered. Nita saw gems set and unset like the plunder of 100 jewelry stores tumbled together with moldy kitchen garbage, costly fabrics and bolts or in shreds, half buried by beer cans and broken bottles, paintings and ornate frames, elaborate carved furniture lying broken or protruding crookedly from beneath the timbers, the dirt fallen from the old
Perry, really?
Just right on the laptop.
Right on it.
Elaborately carved furniture lying broken or protruding crookedly from beneath timbers and dirt fallen from the old ceiling, vases, sculpture, crystal, silver services, 1,000 kinds of rich and precious things lying all together, whole and broken, among shattered dirty crockery and base metal, and lying atop the hoard, its claws clutched full of cheap costume jewelry, whispering to itself in the speech, was the dragon.
Woo!
Woo! Dragons, yay. Is it Smaug? Or are they Smaug?
Benedict Cumberbatch in mocap gear.
That would be hilarious. The dragon, and it's just Benedict Cumberbatch and just lying there, and it's just like, yes, it's totally the dragon. Wink.
Yeah.
Once more, Nita tried to swallow it. Or sorry.
No, I was just saying Perry.
Perry. A platypus? Perry the platypus. This looked nothing like the fireworm her book had mentioned, a foot-long mouse-eating lizard with cigarette lighter breath. But if a fireworm had had a long time to grow, she remembered the voice of a young man in a three-piece suit saying with relief, "The eldest has it." There was no telling how many years this creature had been layering here in the darkness, growing huger and huger, and devouring the smaller creatures of the underground night and...
Perry.
Ooh.
No. Here you go.
Perry.
You've been banished.
Deception. Nope. Disgrace.
All right. Give me a 1 in chat if we're still live. No, I'm just kidding. We're still live.
Okay. Hello, Perry. You are so cute.
And chaos. She's chaos. She's absolute chaos.
That is chaos theory.
Yes.
Nina began to tremble, looking at the fireworm dragon's 30 feet of lean, scaled, tight, muscled body. Looking at the size of its dark, stained jaws and considering what kind of food it must eat, she glanced down at one taloned hind foot and saw something that lay crushed and forgotten beneath it. A subway repairman's reflective orange vest, torn and scorched. A wrench half melted. The bones burned black. The dragon had its head down and was raking over its hoard with huge claws that broke what they touched half the time. Its tail twitched like a cat's as it whispered to itself in a voice like hissing steam. Its scales rustled as it moved, glowing faintly with the same light as the fire fungus, but colder, greener, darker. The dragon's eyes were slitted as if even the pale fungus light was too much for it. It dug in the hoard, nosed into the hole, dug again. Perry, no. Perry.
Perry.
Oh, no.
Oh no, Perry. Hang on.
Perry.
You're about to be banished, Perry. All the things are being banished. Oh, you commented, Perry. How have you done this? Perry.
I'll just hold her like this.
Chaos. Perry, you can put her down on the floor.
Are you gonna lie down? Are you gonna lie down here, Perry? Okay, you can lie down here, Perry.
Don't squish the dinosaurs.
It's too late. There's a pink one that's been
I'm
flattened.
so sorry.
It's okay.
Perry, you are chaos.
The dragon eyes were slitted as if the pale fire fungus light was too much for it. It dug in the horde, nosed into the hole, dug again, nosed about, as if going more by touch than by sight. 4006, it whispered, annoyed, hurried, angry. It was here somewhere. I know it was. 3,000? No, 4,000 and... It kept digging, its claws sending coins and bottle caps rolling. The dragon reached into the hole and with its teeth lifted out a canvas bag. Bright things spilled out, which Nita first thought were more coins, but what turned out to be subway tokens. With a snarl of aggravation, the fireworm dragon flung the bag away. The tokens flew and bounced down the horde hill.
Perry? Perry?
Not my beverage, Perry.
Perry, you're gonna be banished.
A storm of brassy glitter. One rolled right to Nita's feet. Not taking her eyes off the dragon, she bent to pick it up. It was bigger than the subway token the New York transit system used these days, and the letters stamped on it were in an old-time style. She nudged Kit and passed it to him. Looking around at the mosaics on the wall, they were old. The City Hall motif repeated in squares high on the trade side of the wall of the platform looked like the City Hall of today. The station had to be one of those that were walled up and forgotten when the era was being rebuilt long ago. The question was, the problem is, Kit started to say in his quietest whisper of thought. It wasn't quiet enough. With an expression of rage and terror, the dragon looked up from its... Ooh. Okay, bye, Perry.
She's done creating chaos. For now.
This is...
Oh no, Perry, what have you done?
Oh gosh, I don't know which way this is even supposed to go.
Oh no.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Voila, everything's fine. Oh.
Perry.
Yes, please. Stay down there, Perry, please. Its squinted eyes kindled in the light from Nita's wand, throwing back a frightful violet reflection. Who's there? Who's there? It screamed in the speech, in a voice like an explosion of steam. Without waiting for an answer, it struck forward with its neck as a snake strikes and spat fire at them. Nita was ready, though. The sound of the scream and the sight of many tiny shadows running for cover had given her enough warning to put up the shield spell for both herself and Kit. The firebolt, dark red, shot with billowing black like the output of a flamethrower, blunted against the shield and spilled sideways and down like water splashing on a window. When the bolt died away, the dragon was creeping and coiling down the horde toward them, but it stopped confused when it saw that Kit and Nita and Fred still stood unhurt. It reared back its head for another bolt. You can't hurt us, Aldous. Oh, wait, no, never mind, this is Nita speaking. This is not the dragon. You can't hurt us, Aldous, Nita said, hurriedly hoping it wouldn't try. The smell of burned fire fungus was already enough to turn her stomach. The dragon crouched low against the horde, its tail lashing, staring at them. You came to steal, it said, its voice quieter than before, but angrier, as it realized it couldn't hurt them. No one ever comes here but to steal, or to try, it added, glancing savagely over at another torn and fire-withered orange vest. What do you want? You can't have it. Mine. All this is mine. No one take what's mine. He promised. He said he would leave me alone when I came here. Now he breaks the promise. Is that it? The eldest squinted wrathfully at them. For the second time that day, Nita found herself fascinated by an expression. Rage was in the fireworm dragon's face, but also a kind of pain, and its voice was desperate in its anger. It turned its back to them, crawling back up onto its horde. I would not let him break this promise. Go back to him and tell him that I will burn it all sooner than let him have one ring, one jewel. Mine, all this is mine. No horde has been greater than this in all times. He will not diminish it. The eldest wound itself around the top of the horde mound like a crown of spines and scales, digging its claws protectively into the gems and the trash. A small avalanche of objects started from the place where it had been laying the horde open before. Gold bars, some the small collector's bars, some large ones, such as the banks use, clattered or crashed down the side of the mound. Nita remembered how some 10 million worth of Federal Reserve's gold had vanished from a bank in New York some years before. Just vanished, untraceable. And she began to suspect where it had gone. Mine, hissed the eldest. I have 8,642 cut diamonds. I have 408 emeralds. I have 89 black opals. No, 15 black opals. I have 89. The anxiety in its voice was growing, washing out the anger. Abruptly, the eldest turned away from them and began digging again, still talking, its voice becoming again as it had been when they had first came in, hurried, worried. 89 pounds of silver plate. I have 214 pounds of gold. No, platinum. I have 670 pounds of gold. Nita, Kit said softly in English, hoping the eldest wouldn't understand it. You get the feeling it's losing its memory? She nodded. Lord, how awful. For a creature with the intense possessiveness of a fireworm to be unable to remember what it had in its hoard must be sheer torture. It would never be able to be sure whether everything was there. If something was missing, it might not be able to tell. And to a fireworm whose pride is in its defense of its hoard from even the cleverest thieves, there was no greater shame than to be stolen from and not notice and avenge the theft immediately. The eldest must live constantly with the fear of that shame. Even now it had forgotten Kit and Nita and Fred as it dug and muttered frantically, trying to find something, enough uncertain of what it was looking for. Nita was astonished to find that she was feeling sorry for a creature that had tried to unalive her a few minutes before. Kit, she said, what about the bright book? Is it in here? Kit glanced down at the dark book, which was straining in his backpack toward the pile up hoard. But how are we going to find it? And are you sure that defense spell is going to hold up at close range when it comes after us? You know it's not going to just let us take something. Why not trade it something? Fred asked suddenly. Nita and Kit both looked at him, struck by the idea. Like what? Kit said. Like another book? Oh no, they said in simultaneous shock. Fred, Kit said, we can't do that. The you-know-who, he'll just come right here and get it. So where did you get it from anyway? Doubtless he could have read from it any time he wanted. If you can get the bright books back to the senior wizards in your world, can't they use it to counteract whatever he does? Nita and Kit both thought about it. He might have a point, Nita said after a second. Besides, Kit, if we do leave the dark book here, can you imagine you-know-who getting it back without some trouble? She glanced up at the mound where the eldest was whispering threats of unaliving and destruction against whoever might come steal. He wouldn't have put the bright book here unless the eldest was an effective guardian. Even through the discomfort of holding the dark book, Kit managed to crack a small smile. Gonna try it? Nita took a step forward. Instantly, the dragon paused its digging to stare at her. Its scaly lips wrinkled away from black fangs and a snarl, but its eyes frightened. Eldest, she said in the speech, we don't come to steal. We're here to make a bargain. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. The eldest stared at Nita a moment more, then narrowed its eyes for the... You're a clever thief, it said. Why should I bargain with you? Nita gulped. Wizardry is words, the book has said. Believe and create the truth, but be careful what you believe, because only your hoard out of all the other hoards from this world to the next has what we're interested in, she said carefully. Only you ever had the taste to acquire and preserve this thing. Oh? Said the eldest. Its voice was still suspicious, but its eyes looked less threatened. Nita began to feel a glimmer of hope. What might this thing be? A book, Nita said. An old book. Something like this one. Kit took a step forward and held up the dark book for the eldest to see. This close to its bright counterpart, the dark volume was warping the air and light around it so terribly that its outlines writhed like fistfuls of snake. The eldest peered at the darkness book with interest. Now there is something I don't have, it said. See how it changes? That would be an interesting addition. What did you say you wanted to trade it for? Another book, eldest. You came by it some time ago, we hear. It's close in value to this one, maybe a little less, Nita added, making it sound offhand. The dragon's eyes brightened like those of a collector about to get the best of a bargain. Less, you say? Someone gave me a book rather like that one some time ago. I forget just who. Let me see. It turned away from them and began digging again. Nita and Kit stood and watched and tried to be patient while the eldest pawed through the trash and the treasure, making sounds of possessive affection over everything it touched, mumbling counts and estimating values. I wish it would hurry up, Kit whispered. I can't believe that after we've been chased this far, they're not going to be down here pretty quick. We didn't have that much trouble getting in. You didn't open the wall, Nita muttered back. Look, I'm still worried about leaving this here. What do you want? Kit snapped. Do I have to carry it all the way home? He breathed out a hiss of annoyance that sounded unnervingly like the eldest, and then rubbed his forearm against his eyes. This thing burns. I'm sorry. It's okay, Nita said, slightly embarrassed. I just wish there was some way to be sure that you-know-who wouldn't get his hands on it anytime soon. Kit looked thoughtful and opened his mouth to say something. It was at that moment that the eldest put his face down into the hole it had been digging and came up with something bright. The Book of Night with Moon fell with a thump onto a pile of gold and gems and made them look tawdry, outshone them in the way that seemed to have nothing to do with the light. Its cover was the same black leather as that of the dark book, but as one looked at it, the blackness seemed to gain depth. Light seemed hidden in it like a secret in a smiling heart. Even with the dim green glow of the fire fungus looked healthier now that the book lay out in it. Where page edges showed, they glittered as if brushed with diamond dust rather than gilding. The eldest bent over the bright book, squinting as if into a great light, but refusing to look away. Ah, it said, a slow caressing proprietary sigh. This is what you wish to trade your book for? Yes, eldest, Nita said, starting to worry. The dragon laid its front paws on either side of the book. Fair. It is so fair. I had forgotten how sweet it was to look on. No, I will not trade. I will not. Mine, and nosed the bright book lovingly. Nita bit her lip and wondered what in the world to try next. Eldest, Kit said from beside her, we have something more to trade. Oh? The dragon looked away from the book with difficulty and squinted at Kit. What might that be? Yeah, what? Nita said silently. Shh. If you will take our book and trade for that one, we'll work such a wizardry about this place that no thief will ever enter. You'll be safe here for as long as you please, or forever. What are you talking about? Nita said, amazed. We don't have the supplies for a major wizardry like that. The only one that could possibly manage would be the one of the blank check spells I know. Nita, shut up! The eldest was staring at them. No one would ever come in again to steal from me. It said, that's right. Nita watched the dragon's face as it looked away from Kit, thinking. It was old and tired and terrified of losing what it had amassed. But now a frightened hope was awakening in its eyes. You will not come back either? No one will trouble me again? Guaranteed, Kit said, meaning it. Then I will trade. Give me your book and work your spell and go. Leave me with what is mine. And it picked up the Book of Night with Moon in its jaw and dropped it off. Oops, sorry. And dropped it. I hit the mic.
Oh, you're good. I hit it. I've been doing that all day. Sorry about that, chat.
Like this. Whoosh, and they're like, my ears, you son of a biscuit. Give me, the eldest said. Warily, Nita dropped the shield spell. Kit took a couple of uneasy steps forward and held out the dark book. The dragon shot its head down, sank its teeth into the dark book, and jerked it out of Kit's hand so fast that he stared at them for a moment, counting fingers. Mine, mine, it hissed as it turned away and started digging at another spot in the hoard, preparing to bury the dark book. Kit stooped, picked up the book of Night with Moon. It was as heavy as the dark book had been, about the size of an encyclopedia volume, and strange to hold. The depth of its blackness of its covers made it seem as if the holding hands would sink right through. Kit flipped it open as Nita and Fred came up behind to look over his shoulder. But the pages are blank, Fred said, puzzled. It needs moonlight, Kit said. Well, this is moonlight. Nita held up the Rowan wand over the open book. Very vaguely, they could make out something printed, the symbols of the speech, too faint to read. Then again, maybe secondhand moonlight isn't good enough. Kit, what are you going to do? You have to seal this place up now, you promised. I'm going to do what I said, one of the blank check wizardries. But when you do those, you don't know what price is going to be asked later. We have to get this book, don't we? That's why we're here, and this is something that has to be done to get the book. I don't think the price will be too high. Anyway, you don't have to worry. I'll do it myself. Nita watched Kit getting out his wizard's manual and bit her lip. Oh, no, you're not, she said. If you're doing it, I'm doing it too. Whatever you're doing. One of Morbius's spell. It's Morbin time. I'm just kidding. It's one of Mobius's spells, Kit said, finding the page. Nita looked over his shoulder and read the spell. It would certainly keep these out of the hoard. When recited, the Mobius spell gave a specified volume of space a half twist that left it permanently out of sync with the spaces surrounding it. The effect would be like stopping an elevator between floors forever. You read it all through? Kit asked. Uh-huh. Then let's go back to the tunnel and do it and get out of here. I'm getting this creepy feeling that things aren't going to be quiet on ground level when we get up there. They wanted to say goodbye to the eldest, but it had forgotten them already. Mine, 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 it was whispering as garbage and gold flew in all directions from the place where it dug. Let's go, Fred said. Out in the tunnel, the fire fungus seemed brighter to Nita, or perhaps that was only the effect of looking at the Book of Night with Moon. They halted at the spot where the tunnel curved and began with great care to read the Mobius spell. The first part of it was something strange and unsettling, an invocation to the powers that govern the arts of wizardry, asking help with the piece of work and promising that the power lent would be returned when they required. Nita shivered, wondering what she was getting herself into, for use of the speech made the promise more of a prediction. Then came the definition of the space to be twisted, and finally the twisting itself. As they spoke, the words Nita could see the eldest still digging away at its hoard, going pale and dim as if distance, going away though not moving. The words pushed the space farther and farther away, toward the edge of what could be sensed more strongly, though not seen, then suddenly over it. The spell broke, completed. Nita and Fred and Kit were standing at the edge of a great empty pit, as if someone had reached into the earth and scooped up the subway station. The hoard and the eldest hole someone had. I think we better get out of here, Kit said very quietly, as if in answer to his words came a long soft groan of strained timber and metal. The pillars of the walls of the tunnel where they stood in the tunnel on the other side of the pit, bending under the new stresses of the pillars of the station had handled, and that were not meant to. Then a rumble, something falling. Nita and Kit turned and ran down the tunnel, stumbling over timbers and picking themselves up and running again. Fred zipped along beside like a shooting star, looking for the right place to fall. They slammed into a wall at the end of the track as the rumble turned to a thunder, and the thunder started catching up behind. Nita found bare concrete, said the mason's word in a gasp, and flung the stone open. Kit jumped through with Fred behind him. The tunnel shook, roared, blew out a stinging, dust-laden wind, and went down in ruin as Nita leapt through the opening and fell to the tracks beside Kit. He got to his knees slowly, rubbing himself where he had hit. Boy, he said, if we weren't in trouble with you-know-who before, we are now. Hurriedly, Kit and Nita got up, and the three of them headed for the ledge and the way to open air.
Whoa, that was a long chapter you had.
I feel like I'm getting better as a reader.
I really liked your I liked your not Smaug voice.
Oh, the eldest voice.
Yes.
Thank you. What are you doing here? I must find my precious things. My precious. So, if they're doing a TV show, please hire me to play the eldest. Thank you.
All right.
There we go.
Here, I'll trade you Kit Kat.
Yay! Our Tookie repellent.
Our Tookie repellent. Let's see. We're
Because
close to the end of this book, though.
Yay!
Oh my gosh.
What?
So, we've only got 2 more chapters left. This is 2 chapters.
Huh.
The first of those chapters takes us here. takes us to that.
Oh my gosh, no. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I enjoy reading. Let's see. What page are we on right now? We are on 297. And it's gonna go till 3... You good? 3:59.
Oh no.
So, hang on. I'm getting it. I'm getting a Kit Kat. I'm pre-gaming with a Kit Kat.
Go for it.
I'm literally enjoying this book so much I keep forgetting to chat. Aw, I love that, Ellery. Thank you again for Ellery said earlier, I'm glad I was able to find an affordable copy on Amazon to send you. We're very, very grateful. Thank you very much.
It's a really good book.
It is really good. We'll definitely have to read the second one sometime soon. We're very glad that you are enjoying.
Now I'm just like, oh, I feel like we need a bad book to counteract how good this is.
We'll watch Tyra Banks' awful daytime show next week.
Oh. Oh gosh, we need to find the episode, or maybe they'll have the interview with her talking to Naomi Campbell where it's like, remember when you were mean to me? And she's like, no.
Yeah, I have no idea which ones are there. I just know that there's like a whole catalog of a bunch of them that people like saved, and I was like,
Oh yeah, and I remember apparently she was interviewing like Robert Pattinson and Taylor Lautner and gave them she gave them women's lingerie. One on the back said Team Edward and the other said Team Jacob, and then proceeded to like make Robert Pattinson bite her neck.
Huh.
And it was just like
Ellery says, technically I already sent you a bad book, so if you crave a bad book, we have My Immortal in physical copy.
Oh yes, you told me about that one. Yep. I hope one day the person who wrote that is like about to like go deep undercover and it was like, it was me, here's the proof, goodbye.
And then disappears back into the mist.
Exactly, and it's just like, did they ever really exist? Dun dun dun.
This is our generation's D.B. Cooper.
Who's D.B. Cooper?
The guy that stole the money and then jumped out of the airplane in the 70s, and they never found him.
Oh.
That guy.
Wasn't the beginning of Illegal Substances Bear based off of that or something? Like at the beginning there was a guy flying a plane and he had illegal substances in a bag and he was tossing them, but then he slipped and hit his head and fell to the ground.
Oh, I actually don't know.
Oh. Well, spoiler, that's the beginning of Illegal Substances Bear.
Illegal Substances Bear.
Or I don't want to say it or else YouTube might be like, how dare you say that? But
oh, YouTube will be fine. They'll live.
One day I'm going to say something nonchalantly and then it's just like, Avery, your page has been reprimanded.
No, worst thing that would happen is they would just demonetize this stream, which is like whatever. Shockingly, spoiler alert, we don't make a whole lot of money off of ad revenue on streams. It's enough that we keep it on, but it's not enough that's like, oh no, it got demonetized. How am I gonna pay rent this one?
I remember, I believe it was Jake Yonsei, the guy who we saw the little documentary about Paris Hilton and Nikki.
Oh, the guy from Deep Dive.
Yes,
yeah.
He had a channel called Jake Yonsei, and they talked about like RuPaul's Drag Race stuff, and there was a point where like their account got taken away, and they were just like, oh no, because he didn't make a Patreon.
Oh no.
And so like all of his videos were down, and that was like his main source of income.
Great.
So, but I think he got it back, but he's just like, I now have precautions. I have a Patreon where I can post these videos and stuff like that. It's like,
yeah.
oh no.
Yeah, I started entertaining the thought of starting a Patreon again. I'm almost out of frame. When the Phantom of the Opera video went down, because I was like, worst case scenario, if I had a Patreon, we could still keep it online and just put it on the Patreon and be like, we really tried not to put this behind a paywall. Please, I tried so hard. But then we got it back up, so.
Yay.
Okay. Major wizardries, termination, and recovery. With great caution and a grunt of effort, Kit pushed up the grill at the top of the concrete steps and looked around. Oh, brother, he whispered. Sometimes I wish I wasn't right. He scrambled up out of the tunnel and onto the sidewalk with Nita and Fred following right behind. The street was a shambles of reminiscent of 5th and 62nd. Corpses of cabs and limousines and even a small truck were scattered around, smashed into lampposts and fronts of buildings, overturned on the sidewalk. The Lotus Esprit was crouched at guard a few feet away from the grill opening, its engine running in a long, tired-sounding gasp. As Kit ran over to it, the Lotus rumbled an urgent greeting and shrugged its doors open. They know we're here, Nita said as they hurriedly climbed in and buckled up. They have to know what we've done. Everything feels different since the dark book fell out of the space. And they must know we'll head back for the World Gate at Pan Am, Fred said. Wherever that is. We've got to find it. Oof, Kit said as the Lotus reared back, slamming its doors shut, and dove down the streets they were on, around the corner and north again. Nita, you up for one more spell? Do we have a choice? She got her manual out of the pack, started thumbing through it. What I want to know is what we're supposed to try on whatever they have waiting for us at Grand Central. You know who isn't just going to let us walk in there and leave with the Bright Book. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it, Kit said, his backpack open in his lap, and was peeking at the Book of Night with Moon. Even in the sullen dimness that leaked in the Lotus's windows, the edges of the pages of the book shone. The black depths of its covers glowed with promise of light. Kit ran a finger along the upper edge of one cover, and as Nate watched, his face settled into a solemn stillness as if someone spoke, and he listened intently. It was a long moment before the expression broke. Then Kit glanced over at her with a wondering look in his eyes. It really doesn't look like that much, he said, but it feels. Nita, I don't think they can hurt us while we have this, or if they can, it won't matter much. Maybe not if we read from it, Nita said, reading down through the spell that would locate the World Gate from them. But you remember what Tom said. Yeah, but there was no concern in Kit's voice, and he was looking soberly at the book again. Nita finished checking the spell and settled back into the seat to prepare for it, then started forward again as a spark of heat burned into her neck. Ow! Sorry, Fred slid around from behind her to perch further forward on her shoulder. Here we go, Nita said. She had hardly begun reading the imaging spell. What's up?
Or someone said hello, so I'm just waving.
The
Sorry.
screaming banshee. Hello. I do that too. Like, hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. Okay. Sorry. Here we go, Nita said. She had hardly begun reading the imaging spell before a wash of power such as she had never felt seized her and plunged her into the spell headfirst, and the amazing thing was that she couldn't even be frightened, for whatever had so suddenly pulled her under and into the magic was utterly benevolent, a huge calm influence that Nita sensed would do her nothing but good, though it might kill her doing it. The power took her, poured itself into her, made the spell part of her. That was no longer any need to work it. It was. Instantly, she saw all Manhattan laid out before her again in shadow outlines, and there was a world gate, almost drowned in the darkness created by the star snuffer, but not hidden to her. The power let go, and she sat back, gasping. Kit was watching her strangely. "I think I see what you mean," she said. "The book. It made the spell happen itself. Almost." "Not almost," Kit said. "No wonder you know who wants to keep it out of the hands of the senior wizards. It can make even a beginner's spell happen. It did the same thing with the Mobius spell. If someone wanted to take this place apart, or if someone wanted to make more places like it, and they had the book," he gulped. "Look, where's the gate?" "Where it should be," Nita said, finding her breath. "Underground, under Grand Central, not in the deli, though it's down on one of the train tunnels." Kit gulped again, harder. "Trains. And you know that place'll be guarded, Fred. Are you up to another diversion? Will it get us back into the sun and the stars again? Try me." Nita closed her eyes and leaned back to take a second's rest. The power that had run through her for that moment had left her amazingly drained, but she nearly jumped out of her skin the next moment as the Lotus braked wildly, fishtailing around a brace of cabs that leapt at it out of a side street. With a scream of engine and a cloud of exhaust and burned rubber, it found its traction again and tore out of the intersection and up 3rd Avenue, leaving the cabs behind. They know, Nita moaned. "Kit, what are we going to do? Is the book going to be enough to stand up to him?" "We'll find out, I guess," Kit said, though he sounded none too certain. "We've been lucky so far." "No, not lucky, we've been ready. Maybe luck favors the prepared, darling." Maybe that'll be enough. We both came prepared for trouble. We both did our reading." "You did, maybe." Nita looked sheepish. "I couldn't get past chapter 40. No matter how much I read, there was always more." Kit smiled just as uncomfortably. "I only got to 33 myself, then I skimmed a lot." "Kit, there's about to be a surprise quiz. Did we study the right chapters?" "Well, we're gonna find out," Kit said. The Lotus turned left at the corner of 3rd and 42nd, speeding down toward Grand Central. 42nd seemed empty. Not even a cab was in sight. But great looming darkness was gathered down the street, hiding the iron overpass. The Lotus slowed, unwilling to go near it. "Right here is fine," Kit said, touching the dashboard reassuringly. The Lotus stopped in front of the doors, to Grand Central reluctantly shrugging. First Nita, then Kit's door opened. They got out and looked around, then around them. Silence. Nita looked nervously at the doors and the darkness beyond, while Lotus crowded close to Kit, who rubbed its right wheel absently. The sound came, a single clang, like an anvil being struck not too far away, then another clang, hollow and metallic, echoing from the blank-eyed buildings, dying into bell-like echoes. Several more clangs close together, then a series of them, a slow drum roll of metal beating on stone. The Lotus pulled out from under Kit's hand, turning to face down 42nd the way they had come, growling deep under its hood. The clangor grew louder. Echoes bounced back and forth from building to building so that it was impossible to tell from what direction the sound was coming. Down at the corner of Lexington and 42nd, a blackness jutted silently from behind one of the buildings on the uptown side. The shape of it and its unlikely height above the pavement, some 15 feet, kept Nita from recognizing what it was until more of it came around the corner, until the blackness found its whole shape and swung it around into the middle of the street on the iron hooves. 8 hooves, ponderous and deadly, dented the asphalt of the street. They belonged to a horse, a huge, misproportioned beast, its head skinned down to a skull, leaden eyes and leaden-eyed and grinning hollowly. All black iron that steed was, and as if it had stepped down from a pedestal at its rider's call, and the one who rode it wore his own darkness on purpose, as if to reflect the black mood within. The Star Snuffer had put aside his 3-piece suit for chainmail, like a hammered onyx, and a cloak like night with no stars. His face was still handsome, but dreadful now, harder than any stone. His eyes burned with the burning of the dark book, alive with painful memory, about to come real. About the feet of his mount, the Perytons milled, not quite daring to look in the master's face, but staring and slavering at the sight of Kit and Nita, waiting the command to course their prey. Kit and Nita stood frozen, and Fred's light, hanging small and constant as a star behind them, dimmed down to its faintest. The cold, proud, erect figure on the black mount raised what it held in its right hand, a steel rod burning dark and skewing the air about it as the dark book had. "You have stolen something of mine," a voice as cold as space, using the speech with icy perfection and hating it. "No one steals from me." The bolt that burst from the rod was red, darker than the eldest's fiery breath. Nita did not even try to use the Rowan wand in defense. She might as well have tried to use a sheet of paper to stop a laser beam. But as she and Kit leapt aside, the air around them went afire with sudden clarity, as if for the moment the darkness inherent in it was burned away. The destroying bolt went awry, stuck up sideways, and blasted soot-stained blocks out of the facade of Grand Central, and in that moment of the Lotus screamed in wild defiance and leapt down 42nd at the rider and his steed. "No!" Kit screamed. Nita grabbed him, pulled him toward the doors. He wouldn't turn away as the baying Perytons scattered. As the Lotus hurtled into forefront of the pack, flinging bodies about, it leapt up at the throat of the iron beast, which reared on 4 hooves and raised the other 4, and with them smashed the Lotus flat into the street. The bloom of fire that followed blotted out the end of that street. Kit responded to Nita's pulling, and together they ran through the doors, up the ramp that led into Grand Central, out across the floor. Nita was busy getting the Rowan wand out, had gotten ahead of Kit, who couldn't move as fast because he was crying. But it was his hand that shot out and caught her by the collar at the bottom of the ramp, almost choking her, and kept her from falling into the pit. There was no floor. From one side of the main concourse to the other was a great smoking crevice. The floor and lower levels of the tunnels beneath all split as if with an axe. Ozone smell and cinder smell and the smell of tortured steel breathed up hot in their faces, while from behind, outside, the thunder of a huge hooves on concrete and the howls of Perytons began again. Below them, several tunnels and stairways gaped dark. There was no seeing the bottom. It was veiled in fumes and soot, underlit by the blue arcs of shortened out third rails, and ominous deep red, as if the earth itself had broken open and was bleeding lava. The hooves clanged closer. Nita turned to Kit, desperate, though her Though his face still streamed with tears, there was an odd, painful calm about it. "I know what to do," he said, his voice saying that he found that strange. He drew the antenna out of his back pocket, and it was just as Nita noticed how strangely clear the air was burning about him that Kit threw the piece of steel out over the smoking abyss. She would have cried out and grabbed him, except that he was watching it so intently. The hoofbeats stopped and were followed by sound of iron boots coming down the sidewalk, immensely heavy, shattering the stone. Despite her own panic, Nita found she couldn't look away from the falling antenna either. She was gripped, motionless, in the depths of a spell again, while the powers that burned the air clear now poured itself through Kit and into his wizardry. There was something wrong with the way the antenna was falling. It seemed to be getting bigger with distance, instead of smaller. It stretched, it grew, glittering as it turned and changed. It wasn't even an antenna anymore. Sharp blue light and diffuse red gleamed from flat, polished faces, edges sharp as razors. It was a sword blade, not even falling now, but laid across the chasm like a bridge. The wizardry broke and turned Nita loose. Kit moved away from her and stepped out onto the flat, and the blade, fear and pain showing in his face again. "Kit, it's solid," he said, still crying, taking another step out onto the span. It always gives me vertigo just thinking about it. Holding his arms out for balance as it bent slightly under his weight. "Come on, Nita. It's noon forged steel. He can't cross it. He'll have to change shape or seal the hole up." "Nita, come on," Fred said, and bobbed out across the crevice, following Kit. Though almost blind with terror, her ears full of the sound of iron-shod feet coming after them, she followed Fred, who was holding a straight course out over the sword. Followed him, arms out as she might have on a balance beam, most carefully not looking down. This was worse than the bridge of air had been, for that hadn't flexed so terribly under each step she or Kit took. His steps threw her off balance until she halted long enough to take a deep breath and step in time with him. Smoke and the smell of burning floated up around her. The shadows of the dome above the concourse stirred with a wicked eyes. The open doors to the train platforms ahead of her muttered, their mouths full of hate. She watched the end of the blade, looked straight ahead. 5 steps. Kit was off. 3, 1. She reached out to him, needing desperately to feel the touch of a human hand. He grabbed her arm and pulled her off the bridge just as another blast of black-red fire blew in the doors of the other side of the abyss. Kit said one sharp word in the speech, and the air went back murky around his body again. As the book ceased to work through him, Nita let go, glanced over her shoulder in time to see the sword blade snap back to being an antenna, like a rubber band going back to its right size, and fell into the fuming darkness, a lone glitter quickly gone. They ran. Nita could still see her mind, the place where the world gate was hidden. The book's power had burned it into her like a brand. She took the lead, racing down a flight of stairs, around a corner, and down another flight into echoing beige-tiled corridors where Fred and the Rowan wand were their only light. Above them, they could only hear the thunderous rumor of iron footsteps, slow, leisurely, inexorable, following them down. The howls of Perytons floated down to them like the voices of lost souls, hungry for the blood and pain they needed to feel alive again. heavy metal. Okay. Here, Nita shouted, not caring what might hear, and dodging around a corner, and did what she had never done in all her life before. Jumped a subway turnstile. Its metal fingers made a grab for her, but she was too fast for them, and Kit eluded them too, coming right behind. At full speed, Nita pounded down the platform, looking for the steps at the end of it that would let them down onto the tracks. She then took them 3 at a time, 2 leaps, and then was running on cinders again, leaping over ties behind her. She could hear Kit hobbling as fast as he could on his sore leg, gasping but keeping up. Fred shot along beside her, pacing her, lighting her way, eyes flickering in his light. Hide behind dun mice, ducking under cover as the 3 of them then went past. Nita slowed and stopped in the middle of the tracks. Here. Kit had his manual out already. He found the page by Fred's light, thumped to a stop beside Nita. Here, in the middle of the... Read, she yelled. There was more thunder rolling in the tunnel than just the sound of their pursuers' footsteps. Far away, she could hear what had been missing from the other tunnel beneath City Hall. Trains. Away in the darkness, wheels slammed into the tracks they rode. Even now, the rails around them were clacking faintly in sympathy, and a slight cool wind breathed against Nita's face. A train was coming. The Queen is coming, sorry. On this track, Kit began the world-gating spell, reading fast. Again, the air around them seemed clearer, fresher, as the power of the Book of Night with Moon seized the spell and its speaker. Used them both. That was when the Star Snuffer's power came down on them. It seemed impossible that the dank, close darkness in which they stood could become any darker, but it did. As an oppressive blanket of clutching, choking hatred fell over them, blanketing everything. The Rowan rod's silver fire was smothered. Fred's light went out as if he had been stepped on. Kit stopped reading, struggled for breath. Nita tried to resist, tried to find her air, couldn't, collapsed to her knees, choking. The breeze from the dark and the end of the tunnel got stronger. The onrushing train pushing the air in front of it, right up to the track, right at them. I will not, Fred said, struggling, angry. I will not go out. His determination was good for a brief flare, like a match being struck. Kit found his voice, managed to get out a couple more words of the spell in Fred's wavering radiance grew stronger, managed a few more. Nita found that she could breathe again. She clutched the Rowan wand, thinking with all her might of the night Lucid had given it to her. The clear moonlight shining down between branches, the wand came alive again. Shadows that had edged forward from the walls of the tunnel fled again. Kit read, hurrying, 2/3 done, Nita thought, if he can just finish. Far away down the tunnel, there were eyes. They blazed the headlights of a train coming down at them in full career. The clack of the rails rose to a rattle in the breeze, became a wind, and the roar of the train itself echoed not just in the other tunnels, but in this one. Nita got to her feet, facing those eyes down. She would not look away. Fred floated by her shoulder. She gathered him close, perching him by her ear, feeling his terror on the overwhelming darkness, as if it were her own, but having nothing to comfort him with. I love Fred so much. Kit, she thought, not daring to say it aloud, for fear she should interrupt his concentration. The sound of his words was getting lost in the thunder from the above iron-shod feet. the thunder from below, iron wheels on iron rails. Suddenly, Kit's voice was missing from the I never know how to say this word. Melange of thunders. Without warning, the world gate was there, glistening in the light of the Rowan, Wand, and Fred, and the train howling down towards them, a great jagged soap bubble trembling with their pressure of sound and air. Kit wasted no time, but leapt through. Fred zipped into the shimmering surface and was gone. Nita made sure of her grip on the Rowan wand, took a deep breath, and jumped through the world gate. 100 feet away, 50 feet away, the blazing eyes of the train glared at her as she jumped. Its horn screamed in delight, anticipating the feel of blood beneath its wheels. Sudden thunder rocked the platform behind her. Black red fire, more sense than seen, but the rainbow shimmer of the gate broke across her face first. The train roared through the place where she had been, and she heard the beginnings of a cry of frustration, rage, as she cheated death and anger, and fell and fell and fell, and came down slam on nothing, or it seemed that way, until opening her eyes a little wider, she saw the soot and smog trapped in the hardened air. She lay on. The only remnant of her walkway. Kit was already getting up from his knees beside her, looking out from their little island of air across the Pan Am building. Everything was dark, and Nita started to groan, certain that something had gone wrong and that the world gate had simply dumped them back in the Star Snuffer's world. But no, her walkway was there, greatly daring. She looked down and saw, far below the bright yellow glow of sodium vapor streetlights, long, straight streams of traffic, the white of headlights and red of taillights. City noise, roaring, cacophonous and alive, floated up to them. We're back. It worked. Kit was reading from his wizard's manual as fast as he read down in the train tunnel. He stopped and then looked up at Nina in panic as she got up. I can't close the gate, she gulped. Then he could follow us through. In an agony of haste, she fumbled her own book out of her pack, checked the words for the air hardening spell one more time, and began reading herself. Maybe panic helped, for this time the walkway spread itself out from their feet to the roof of the building very fast indeed. Come on, she said, heading out across it as quickly as she dared. But where will we run to? She thought, he'll come behind hunting. We can't go home. He might follow, and what'll he do to the city? She reached up to the heliport railing and swung herself over it. Kit followed, with Fred pacing him. What are we gonna do? He said as they headed across the gravel together. There's no time to call senior wizards wherever they are, or even Tom and Carl. He'll be here shortly. Then we'll have to get away from here and find a place to hole up for a little. Maybe the bright book can help. She paused as Kit spoke to the lock on the roof door, and they ran down the stairs. Or the manuals might have something now that we need it. Yeah, right, Kit said as he opened the second door at the bottom of the stairs, and they ran down the corridor with the elevators, where the elevators were. But he didn't sound convinced. The park? Sounds good. Nita punched the call button for the elevator, and she and Kit stood there, panting. There was about to break loose, and the sweat was breaking out all over Nita because they were going to have to stop it somehow. Fred, she said, did you ever hear anything out where you were? Any stories of someone getting the better of you-know-who? Fred's light flickered uncomfortably as he watched Kit frantically consulting his manual. Oh yes, he said, I'd imagine that's why he wanted a universe apart to himself, to keep the others from getting in and thwarting him. It used to happen fairly frequently when he went up against life. Fred's voice was too subdued for Nita's liking. What's the catch? Well, it's possible to win against him, but usually someone dies of it. Nita gulped again. Somehow, she had been expecting something like that. Kit? The elevator chimed. Once inside, Kit went back to looking through his manual. I don't see anything, he said, sounding very worried. There's a general information chapter on him here, but there's not much we don't know already. The only thing he's never been able to dominate was the Book of Night with Moon. He tried. That's what the Dark Book was for. He thought by linking them together, he could influence the Bright Book. With it, diminish its power. But that didn't work. Finally, he was reduced to simply, hi guys, welcome. I see people joining chat.
Hello, welcome. Everything's so great.
Everything's great. I'm 20 pages into my 60-page chapter.
Yay. Oh, and you are going to be getting a package with a book. It doesn't have Patrick's name on it.
Thank you, Patrick. Did you see I got a bunch of your mail yesterday? I finally got to go to the P.O. box. That was nice. Thank you very much. What was I gonna say? Where was I? It's him, but usually someone dies of it. But that's what the Dark Book was for. Like, Bright Book was diminished its power, but that didn't work. Finally, he was reduced to simply stealing the Bright Book and hiding it where no one could get at it. That way, no one could become a channel for its power. No one could possibly defeat him. Nita squeezed her eyes shut, not sure whether the sinking feeling in her stomach was due to her own terror or the elevator going down. Read from it? No, I hope I never have to, Tom's voice said in her mind. Reading it, being the vessel for all that power, I wouldn't want to. Even good can be terribly dangerous. And that was an advisory, Nita thought miserably. There was no doubt about it. One of them might have to do what a mature wizard feared doing, read from the book itself. Let me do it, she said, not looking at Kit. He glanced up from the manual and stared at her. Bull, he said, and then looked down at the manual again. If you're gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. Outside the doors, another bell chimed as the elevator slowed to a stop. Kit led the way out across the black stone floor, around the counter to the entrance. The glass door let them out onto a street, just like the one they had walked onto in the Snuffer's otherworld. But here the windows had lights in them, and the reek of gas and fumes was mixed with a cool smell of evening and a rising wind. The cabs that passed looked blunt and friendly. Nita could have no reason to feel relieved. Could have cried for relief, except there was no reason to feel relieved. Things would be getting much worse shortly. Fred, though, felt no such compunctions. The stars are back, he almost sang, flashing with delight as they hurried along. Where? Kit said skeptically. As usual, the glow of a million streetlights was so fierce that even the brightest stars were blotted out by it. But Fred was too cheerful to be surprised. They're there, he said, dancing ahead of them. And the sun is there too. I don't care that it's on the other side of this silly place. I can feel. His thoughts cut off so abruptly that Nita and Kit both stopped and glanced over their shoulders. A coldness grabbed Nita's heart and wrung it. The sky, even though clear, did have a faint golden glow to it. City lights scattered from a smog. And against that glow, high up atop of the Pan Am building, was a form half unstarred night. Night and half black iron glowered down at them like a statue from a dauntingly high pedestal. Nita and Kit froze like moths pinned to a card as their remote clear howl of Perrytons wound through the air. He'll just jump down, Nita whispered, knowing somehow that he could do it. But the rider did not leap, not yet. Slowly, he raised his arms in summons. One still had the steel rod about which the air twisted and writhed, as if in pain. As the arm lifted, the writhing grew more violent, more tortured. And darkness answered the gesture. It flowed forward around the feet of the dark rider's terrible mouth, obscuring the peritons, peering down over the roof's edge, and poured down the surface of the building like a black fog. What it touched changed. Where the darkness passed, metal tarnished, glass filmed over or shattered, lighted windows were quenched, went blind. Down all the sides of the building, it flowed back, black lava turning the brightness out of everything it touched. Kit and Nita looked at each other in despair, knowing what would happen when that darkness spilled out onto the ground. The streets would go desolate and dark. The cabs would stop being friendly. And when all the islands from river to river was turned into his domain, the Dark Rider would catch them at his leisure and do what he pleased with them and with the bright book and with everything else under the sky. Perhaps this was no other decent world, frightening but remote. This was their home. If this world turned into that one, we're dead, Kit said, and turned to run. Nita followed him, perhaps out of hope for that another Lotus might be waiting, innocently at some curbside. The way Kit ran retraced their earlier path, but there was no Lotus, only bright streets, full of people going about their business with no idea of what was about to happen to them. Cars honking at one another in cheerful ignorance. Fat men running newsstands and bemused bag ladies watching Nita and Kit run by as if death and doom were after them. And no one really noticed the determined spark of light keeping pace. They ran like the wind, like the wind down West 50th, but no Lotus lay there around the corner onto 5th and up to 61st, but the carnage left in the other world was not reflected here. The traffic on 5th ran unperturbed. Gasping, they waited for a break in it, and then ran across, hopped the wall into the park, and crouching down beside it as they had in the world they'd left. The wind was rising, not just a night breeze off the East River, but a chill wind with a hint of other places' coldness to it. Kit unslung his pack as Fred drew the Book of Night with Moon. The darkness of its covers shone, steadying Kit's hands, making Fred seem to burn brighter. Kit and Nita sat gasping for breath, staring at each other. "I'm out of ideas," Kit said. "I think we're going to have to read from this to keep the city the way it should be. We can't just let him change things until he catches us. Buildings are one thing, but what happens to people after that black hits them? And it might not stop here either," Nita said between gasps, thinking of her mother and father. Direne? I'm not sure how to say her name. Of the quiet street where they lived, the garden, the Rowan, all wrapped and darkened if they would survive at all. Hang on, I'm running 10-1. I'll be right back.
Copy.
Talk amongst yourselves and to Gabe, chat.
Oh, they're talking about the waffle sauruses.
The waffle sauruses?
Is that even is that a real I'm gonna look this up real quick. Is the waffle saurus a real dinosaur?
Oh my god, there's so many more dinosaurs.
There's a small herd of waffle sauruses.
Nice. I'll be right back, guys. Hang on. 519. Okay.
I'm confusion. Hello. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Something about everybody agrees. Chicken nuggets are the best. Merlin the Dino. Is this one? This one's Merlin. Yes. The Merlin agrees. Chicken nuggets shaped like dinosaurs are the best to eat. Now, first, I'm just reminded of Grogu, who someone put a meme with Grogu, and it's like chicken nuggets or something like that. And so now when I think of chicken nuggets, I think of Grogu, which reminds me of Star Wars. So that's great. How do you pronounce that? Sigrid? Sigrid? Sigrid or Sigrid? I am very bad at pronouncing names, so I'm just like, this person with this spelling name. Yeah, this is fine. Everything's fine. Well, no. Oh gosh, it's like Latin. It's like, are we pronouncing it correctly? And it's like, well, if you summon the demon, then it's right. I feel like I was talking very loud there. I apologize. So I hope everyone has a good long weekend since it's Memorial Day. So everyone gets Monday off. Yay! That's good. And I hope everyone has a good Saturday and a good Sunday and a good Monday and a good week and all that jazz. And yeah. Oh, the theropod dinosaur. Yeah, theropod. Or if you get rid of... Oh, yeah, that's... yeah, it's just like, I hope I said everything correctly. Or plunge the world into darkness. But, you know, minor details, minor details. I'm just reminded of Supernatural, where they're speaking Latin. It's like, well, the spells seem to work most of the time, so that I guess they're pronouncing it all correctly. Or maybe the demons are just having fun, like, ha ha ha, these humans are so funny. They think they've perished us, but we're not. It's not, and it's not plot convenience, it's the speaking the language convenience. Luxeria. Hello, beautifuls. Welcome back to my Chanel. Or Natty C, aka Daddy, was talking about Luxeria, and I'm like, I love Luxeria. They just or as I said earlier, she's watching the episode where Amanda's like, you know about my eyes, right? And everyone's just like, well, you need to stop complaining about your eyes. And Eva's like, I'm short. I still walk the runway. Because being short and having a degenerative eye disease are the same thing.
Same thing, Eva. Also, I love as a 4'11" girl when they're like, "Oh, this girl's 5'7". She's too short," and it's just like,
Yeah, and watching her on the show, I guess because everyone is like 5'9" or taller, she looks shorter compared to everyone else. But then in real life, it's just you see someone 5'7", you're like, oh. It's when individuals are 5'3", you're like, oh, they're a little bit shorter than average height.
And then there's
4'11".
4'11".
Yeah.
The under 5 club.
But you carry yourself like someone who's taller, so
thank you.
So it's fine.
All right, where was I? This page, somewhere on this page. I was further in to the 60-page chapter than I thought I was.
Yay. And then that's when you're going, where am I? Okay. I'm only 2 pages away from the next chapter.
Everybody's like, how did they get from here to there? There was like, it's almost like there were 30 pages you didn't read.
What? As someone 5'7", I'm above the average height of it's difficult.
No.
Silly Gabe, everything in a story happens for the plot. I was talking about speaking Latin and not knowing if it works, and when you summon a demon or banish a demon, and I'm just like, oh, the demons in Supernatural are just having fun. They don't need plot.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Patrick. We had the white chocolate Reese's peanut butter cups, and it was very good. Where? Hang on, I lost my place.
Oh no.
Central Park.
They're about to read from the book, I think.
Metal to life. Oh, hang on. I'm trying to figure out where I am.
Where are you?
Oh, here I am.
Oh, okay.
Her eyes went up to the moon, shining white and full between the shifting branches. All around her, she could feel the trees stirring in the new, strange, cold wind, whispering uneasily to one another. It was so good to be at a place where she could hear the growing things again. The idea came. Kit, she said hurriedly, that dark was moving pretty fast. If we're going to read from the book, we may need something to buy us time to hold off things that'll come with it, the peritons and the cabs. We're out of lotuses, Kit said, his voice bleak. I know, but look where we are, Kit. This is Central Park. You know how many trees there are in here? Out of the kinds that went to the battle in the old days, they don't forget. He stared at her. What can they... The book makes everything work better, doesn't it? There's a spell that... I'll do it, you'll see. But you've got to do one, too. It's in your specialty group. The Mason's Word, the long version. To bring stone or metal to life. He scrubbed the last tears out of his eyes and managed ever so slight and slow a smile. There are more statues within screaming distance of this place. Kit, Nita said, how loud can you scream? Let's find out. They both started going through their manuals in panicky haste. Far away on the east side, lessened by all the buildings, all the distance that lay between, but still much too clear, there was a single, huge, deep-pitched clang, an immense weight of metal hitting the ground with stone-shattering force. Fred bobbled a little in the air nervously. How long do you think? He'll be a while, Fred, Kit said, sounding as if he hoped it would be a long while. He doesn't like to run. It's beneath his dignity. But I think, he broke off for a moment, reading down a page and forming the syllables that the Mason's Word without saying them aloud. I think we're going to have a few friends who will do a little running for us. He stood up, and Fred followed him, staying close to light the page. Nita, hand me the book. She passed it up to him, breaking off her own frantic reading for a moment to watch. It'll have to be a scream, he said, as if to himself. The more of them hear me, the more help we get. Kit took 3 long breaths and then shouted the word at the top of his lungs, all 27 syllables of it without missing a one. The sound became impossibly more than a yell of a 12-year-old boy as the book seized the sound and the spell together and flung them out into the city night. Nita had to hold her ears. Even when it seemed safe to uncover them again, the echoes bounced back from buildings on all sides and would not stop. Kit stood there, amazed, as his voice rang and ricocheted from the walls blocks away. Well, he said, they'll feel the darkness. They'll know what's happening, I think. My turn, Nita said, as she stood up beside Kit, making sure of her place. Her spell was not a long one. She fumbled for the Rowan wand, put it in the hand that also held her wizard's manual, and took the bright book from Kit. I hope she started to say, but the words were shocked out of her as the feeling that the book brought with it shot up her arm. Power. Such sheer joyous power that no spell could fail, no matter how new the wizard was to the art. Here under moonlight and freed at last from its long restraint, the book was more potent than even the dark rider who trailed them would suspect, and that potency raged to be free. Nita bent her head to her manual and read the spell. Or tried to. She saw the words, the syllables, and spoke the speech, but the moonfire falling at the book ran through her veins. Falling on the book ran through her veins, slid down her throat, and turned the words to song more subtle than she had ever dreamed of, burned behind her eyes, and showed her another time when another will had voiced these words for the first time and called the trees to battle. All around her, both now and then, the trees lifted their arms into the wind. Breathed the fumes of the new old earth and breathed out air that humans could use. They broke the stone to make ground for their children to till and fed the mold with themselves, leaf and bough for generations upon generations. They knew what end their sacrifice would come, but they did it anyway, and they would do it again in the witherer's spite. They were doing it now. Oak and ash and willow, birch and alder, elm and maple, they felt the darkness in the wind that tossed their branches and would not stand still for it. The ground shook all around Nita. Roots heaved and came free. First the trees close by, then the counterparts of the trees under which she and Kit and Fred had sheltered in the dark otherworld. White oak, larch, twisted crabapple, their leaves glittering around the edges with their flowering radiance of the rowan wand. They lurched and staggered as they came root loose, and then crowded in around Kit and Nina and Fred, whispering with wind, making a protective circle through which nothing would pass but moonlight. The effect spread out and away from Nita, though the spell itself was finished, and the restless power let her sag against one friendly oak, gasping. 4 yards for blocks, as far as she could see through the trunks of the trees that crowded close. Branches waved green and wild as bushes and vines and 100-year-old monarchs of the park pulled themselves out of the ground and moved heavily to their defense. Away to the east, the clangor of metal hooves and the barks of howls of the Dark Rider's pack were coming closer. The trees waded angrily towards the noise, some hobbling along on top of the ground, some wading through it, and just as easily through sidewalk and stone walls. In a few minutes, there was nearly a solid palisade of living wood between Kit and Nita and Fred and Fifth Avenue. Even the glare of the streetlights barely made it through the branches. Kit and Nita looked at each other. "Well," Kit said reluctantly, "I guess we can't put it off any longer." Nita shook her head. She moved to put her manual away and was momentarily shocked when the rowan wand crumbled to silver ash in her hand. "So much for that," she said, feeling unnervingly naked now that her protection was gone. Another howl sounded very close by and was abruptly cut off in a rush of branches, as if a tree had fallen on something on purpose. Nita fumbled in her pocket and pulled out a nickel. "Call it," she said. "Heads." She tossed the coin, caught it, slapped it down on her forearm. "Heads, crud," she said as she handed the bright book to Kit. He took it uneasily, but with a glitter of excitement in his eye. "Don't worry," he said. "You'll get your chance." "Yeah, well, don't hog it." She looked over at him and was amazed to see him regarding her with some of the same worry she was feeling. From outside the fence of trees came a screech of brakes, the sound of a long skid, and then a great splintering crashing of metal and smashing of glass as an attacking cab lost an argument with some tree standing guard. Evidently, reinforcements from that other darker world were arriving. "I won't," Kit said. "You'll take it away from me and keep reading." If he stopped, not knowing what might happen. Nita nodded. "Fred," she said, "we may need a diversion, but save yourself till the last minute." "I will." Kit, the spark of light hung close to him. for a moment. Be careful. Suddenly, without warning, every tree around them shuddered as if violently struck. Nita could hear them crying out in silent anguish, and cried out in terror herself as she felt what they felt. A great, numbing cold that smote at the heart like an axe. Kit beside her sat frozen with it, aghast. Fred went dim with shock. "Not again," he said, his voice faint and horrid. "Not here, where there's so much life." "The sun," Nita whispered. "He put out the sun." Star snuffer, she thought. That tactics worked for him before, and if the sun is out, pretty soon there won't be moonlight to read by, and he can't. Kit stared up at the moon as if someone was about to die. As if at someone about to die. "Nita, how long do we have?" 8 minutes, maybe a little more, for light to get here from the sun. 8 minutes before it runs out. Kit sat down hurriedly, laid the bright book in his lap, and opened it. The light of the full moon fell on the glittering pages. This time, the print was not vague as under the light of Nita's wand. It was clear and sharp and dark, as easily read as normal print in daylight. The book's covers were fading, going clear, burning with that eye-searing transparency that Nita had seen about Kit and herself before. The whole book was hardly to be seen except for its printing, which burned in its own fashion, supremely black and clear, but glistened as if the ink with which the characters were printed had moonlight trapped in them, too. "Here's an index," Kit whispered, using the speech now. "I think the part about New York." "Yes," Nita thought desperately, as another cab crashed into the trees and finished itself. "And what then? What do we do about—" She would not finish this thought, for the sound of those leisurely, deadly hoofbeats was getting closer, and mixing with it were sirens and panicked sounds of car horns. She thought that awful dark form crossing Madison, kicking cars aside, crushing what tried to stop it, and all the time, page 333, Make-A-Wish, and all the time, the wave of blackness washing alongside, changing everything, stripping the streets bare of life and light. And what about the sun? The earth will freeze over before long, and he'll have a whole new planet the way he wants it. Nita shuddered. Cold and darkness and nothing left alive. A storm-broken, ice-locked world filled of twisted machines stalking desolate streets forever. Kit was turning the pages quickly, but gently, as if what he touched was a live thing. Perhaps it was. Nita saw him pause between one page and the next, holding one bright, burning page that draped delicately over his fingers, and then letting it slide carefully down to lie with the others. He turned. "Here," he whispered, awed, delighted. He did not look up to see what Nita saw, the wave of darkness creeping around them, unable to pass the tree wall, passing onward, surrounding them, so that they were suddenly on an island of grass in a sea of wrestling, naked tree limbs and bare seared dirt and rock. "Here." He began to read, and for all his fear, Nita was lulled to stillness by wonder. Kit's voice was that of someone discovering words for the first time after a long silence, and the words he found were a song. As her spell to free the trees had seemed, she sank deep into the music of that speech, hearing the story told in what Kit read. Kit was invoking New York, calling it up as one might call up a spirit, and obedient to the summons it came. The skyline came, unsmirched by any blackness, a crown of glittering towers and smoky sunrise, all stabbing points and jeweled windows and precipices of steel and stone. City Hall came brooding over its, I don't know I don't know how you say this word.
Which one? Colonnade?
Colonnade. Thank you.
No problem.
Gazing down in weary interest at the people who came and went and governed the island through it. The streets came hot, dirty, crowded, but flowing with voices of traffic and people. Bright lifeboats surged through concrete arteries. The parks came settling into place one by one as they were described, free of the darkness under the night, from tiny paved vest pockets, niches to the lake-set expanses of Central Park. They all came, thrusting the black fog back. Birds sang, dogs ran and barked and rolled in the grass. Trees were bright with wary squirrels' eyes. The battery came, the crumbling old First Defense Fort standing peacefully now at the southernmost tip of the Manhattan. The rose gold of some remembered sunset glowed warm in its bricks as it mused in weedy silence over battles won, and nonetheless kept an eye on the waters of the harbor, just in case some British cutter should try for a landing when the colonists weren't looking. Westward, over the water, the palisades were there, shadowy cliffs with the sun behind them, mist blue and mythical looking through New Jersey, was only a mile away. Eastward and westward, the bridges were there, the lights of their spanning suspension cables coming out blue as stars in twilight. Seabirds wheeled pale and graceful about the towers of the George Washington Bridge and the Verrazano Narrows and the iron crowns of the 59th Street Bridge, and the soft air of evening settled over Manhattan, muting the city roar to a quiet, breathing rumble. Under the starlight and the risen moon, an L1011 arrowed out of LaGuardia Airport and soared over the city, screaming its high song of delight in the cold upper airs, dragging the thunder along behind. Nita had to make an effort to pull herself out of the waking dream. Kit read on while all around the trees bent in close to hear, and the air flamed clear and still as a frozen moment of memory. He read on, naming names in the speech, described people and places in terrifying depth and detail, making them real and keeping them that way by the book's power and the sound of the words, but no sign of any terror at the immensity of what he was doing showed in Kit's face, and the frightened Nita more than the darkness that still surged and whimpered around them and their circle of trees. Nita could see Kit starting to burn with that same unbearable clarity, becoming more real, so much so that he was not needing to be visible anymore. Slowly, subtly, the book's vivid transparency was taking him too. Fred, hanging beside Kit, had blazed in defiance of the dark, looked pale in comparison. Even Kit's shadow glowed, and it occurred to Nita that shortly, if he kept up, he wouldn't have one. What do I do? She thought. He's not having trouble. He seems to be getting stronger, not weaker, but if this has to go on much longer... Kit kept reading. Nita looked around her and began to see an answer. The darkness had not returned from around them. Out on the Fifth Avenue side of the tree wall, the crashes of cabs were getting more frequent. The howls of Perrytons were closer. The awful clanging hoofbeats seemed to almost on top of them. There was nowhere to run, and Nita knew with horrible certainty that not all the trees in their park would be enough to stop the Star Snuffer when he came there. Keeping New York real was one answer to this problem, but not the answer. The darkness and the and the unreality were symptoms, not the cause. Something had to be done about him. Hang on, I need to take a sip of drink.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
Bye, Texas.
Bye, Texas. Good luck. Where is my drink? Here's this drink.
Oh, I finally learned why Natty C is also known as Daddy.
Oh, yes. You've heard that story?
Yes. And so now Natty C is Daddy. I'm just imagining David Harbour. So, thank you. That's all I have to add to this conversation.
Home Depot, the place that never ends.
You get turned around and you just end up living there. It's just like, oh, I have everything I need here. I guess I'm living here now.
Yeah, same thing with IKEA. You're just like, well, here I am.
Just crawl on top of one of the shelves and just be like, okay, this is my house now. Remember, kids, as Pedro Pascal said, Daddy is a state of mind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember when he was just like, I'm your daddy. And everyone was just like, oh.
Everyone collectively swooned.
Trying to think of other quotes he said, but I think he was talking about, who was he talking about?
I believe in you.
Oh no, I forgot someone's name. And I've forgotten their name before. Oh no. Oscar Isaac. He was talking about Oscar Isaac. And he's like, well, he's an actual daddy because he's a father, but I'm your daddy. And I'm like, yes, Pedro Pascal. Okay, that's fine.
All right, getting there. Only like 20 more pages to go.
Oh my gosh, is it really? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. And then the last chapter, you get the short last chapter. It's like 10 pages.
Oh yay.
We are very close to the end. Yep. Next dino shall be named Pedro.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, the dinosaurs.
There are so many.
All right.
Let's see. Which one's a good Pedro? I don't know why, but is this purple? No, it's
that one.
Oh, the orange. Do I have orange? Hold on. Oh wait, yeah.
Woo!
Pedro Pascal.
I don't know why, the orange one stuck out to me.
Oh, okay. This will be the daddy dino.
All right. The iron hooves paused. For an awful moment, there was no sound. Howls and screeching tires fell silent. Then metal began to smash on stone. I don't know why the dogs are barking. I don't know who's here. In a thunderous canter, right across the street, and with a horrible screeching neigh, the rider's iron steed smashed into the tree wall, splintering wood, bowing the palisade inward. Nita wanted to shut her mind against the screams of the trees broken and flung aside in that first attack, but she could not. All around her, the remaining trees sank their roots deep in determination, but even they knew it would be hopeless. There were enough cracks in the wall that Nita could see the black steed rearing back for another smash with its front four hooves, the rider smiling a cold, cruel smile that made Nita shudder. One more stroke and the wall would be down. Then there would be wildfire in the park. Kit, oblivious, kept reading. The iron mount rose to its full height. "Fred," Nita whispered, "I think you'd better." The sound of heavy hoofbeats coming from behind them, from the park side, choked her silent. He has a twin brother, Nita thought. We are dead. But the hoofbeats divided around the battered circle of trees and poured past in a storm of metal and stone. The riders and steeds, marble pale of bronze dark, every equestrian statue in or near Central Park, which there are quite a few of, gathered together into an impossible cavalry that charged past Nita and Kit and Fred and into the street to give battle. Perrytons and cabs screamed as General Sherman from Grand Army Plaza crashed in among them, with sword raised, closely followed by Joan of Arc in her armor and Simone Bolivar? I never know how to say that. And General San Martin right behind King Ladislaw, was there in medieval scale mail, galloping on a knight's armored charger. Don Quixote was then urging poor broken down Rosinante to something faster than a stumble and shouting threats against the whole breed of sorcerers. Teddy Roosevelt was there cracking off shot after shot at the cabs as his huge horse stamped into the pavement. El Cid Campeador rode there, his bannered lance striking down one Perryton after the other. Behind all these came a wild assortment of creatures pouring past the tree circle and into the street. Eagles, bears, huge dogs, a hunting cat, a crowd of doughboys from the First World War with bayonet rifles, all the most warlike of the nearby statuary. Even some not so warlike, such as several deer and the ugly duckling from down Fifth Avenue, came striding golden Prometheus from his pedestal in Rockefeller Center, bearing the fire he brought for mortals, and using it in a bolt after bolt to melt down cabs where they stood. That sounds like that scene would be awesome.
Who's gonna make this film?
And from behind him, with a stony roar like the sky falling, the great white lions from the steps of the public library leapt together and threw themselves at the ironed steed and his dark rider. Between the lions.
Oh gosh, come on, come in as we begin. Or something like that. Yep.
Loved that show.
Pedro Pascal, everybody. Yay. Yay. Call him daddy. For all its extra legs, the mount staggered back sideways, screaming in a horrible parody of a horse's neigh and striking feebly at the marble claws that tore its flanks. Under cover of the tumult of howls and crashes and the clash of arms, Nita grabbed Kit to pull him away from the tree wall. Behind another row of trees, she half expected her hands to go right through him. He was becoming so transparent, unresisting. He got up and followed her, still holding the book open, still reading as if he couldn't stop or didn't want to, still burning more and more fiercely with the inner light of the bright book's power. "Fred," she said as she pushed Kit down onto the ground again, behind a looming old maple. "I've got to do this now. I may not be able to do anything else. If a diversion's needed, I'll do what's necessary," Fred said, his voice sounding as awed and frightened as Nita felt at the sight of what Kit was becoming. "You be careful, too." She reached out a hand to Fred. He bobbed close and settled at the tip of one finger for a moment, perching there, not three, as delicately as a firefly, energy touching matter for a moment as if to reconfirm the old truth that they were just different forms of the same thing. Then he lifted away, turning his attention out to the street to the sound of stone and metal, wounding and being wounded, and in the one quick gesture, Nita grabbed the Book of Night with Moon away from Kit and bent her head to read. An undertow of blinding power and irresistible light poured into her, over her, drowned her deep. She couldn't fight it. She didn't want to. Nita understood now. The clear, burning transfiguration of Kit's small, plain human face and body, for it was not the wizard who read the book, it was the other way around. The silent power that had written the book reached through it,
now and read what life had written in her body and soul. Joys, hopes, fears, and failings all together, then took her intent and read that too, turning it into fact. She was turning the bright pages without even thinking about it, finding the place in the book that spoke of creation and rebellion and war among the stars, the words that had once before broken the terrible destroying storm of death and darkness that the angry star snuffer had raised to break the new made worlds and freeze the seas where the life was growing in an eternity ago. I am the wind that troubles the water, Nita said, whispering. In the speech, the whisper smote against the windowed cliffs until they echoed again, and the clash and tumult of battle began to grow still as the wind rose at her naming. I am the water and the waves. I am the shore where the waves break in rainbows. I am the sunlight that shines in the spray. The powers rose with the rhythms of old words, rose with the wind, all as about her, the earth and air and waters of park began to remember what they were. Matter and energy, created indestructible, no matter what darkness lay over them. I am the trees that drink the light. I am the air of the green things breathing. I am the stone that the trees break asunder. I am the molten heart of the world. No! Came his scream from beyond the wall of trees, hating, raging, desperate, but Nita felt no fear. It was as it had been in the beginning. All his no's had never been able to stand against life's I am. All around her, trees and stones and flesh and metal burned with the power that burned her. Self-awareness, which death can seem to stop but can never keep from happening, no matter how hard it tries. Where will you go? To what place will you wander? She asked sorrowfully, sorry, I hit the microphone, or life asked through her, hoping that the lost one might at last be convinced to come back to his allegiance. Of all creatures alive, and otherwise he had been and still was one of the mightiest. If only his stubborn anger would break, his power could be as great for light as for darkness, but it could not happen. If, after all these weary eons, he still had not realized the hopelessness of his position, that everywhere he went, life was there before him. Still, she tried, the ancient words speaking her solemnly. In vale or on hilltop, still I am there. Silence. Silence except for the rising wind. All things seemed to hold their breath, to hear their words. Even the dark rider, erect again on his iron steed and bitter of face, ignoring the tumult around him, his eyes were only for Nita, for only her reading held him bound. She tried not to think of him or of the little time remaining before the moon went out, and gave herself over wholly to the reading. The words shook with the air and the earth, blinding, burning. Will you sound the sea's depth or climb the mountains? In air or in water, still I am there. Will the earth cover you? Will the night hide you? In deep or in darkness, still I am there. Will you kindle the nova or kill the starlights? In fire or in death cold, still I am there. The moon went out. Fred cried out soundlessly, and Nita felt the loss of light like a stab in the heart. The power fell away from her, quenched, leaving her small and cold and human and alone, holding in her hands a book gone dark from lack of moonlight. She and Kit turned desperately toward each other in a darkness rapidly becoming complete as the flowing blackness put out the last light of the city. Then came the sound of low, satisfied laughter and the single clang of heavy hoofs stepping forward. Another clang. Another. Now, Fred said suddenly, now I understand what all that emitting was practiced for. No beta, no gamma, no microwave or upper wavelength, ultraviolet, or X-rays. Is that all? Fred? Kit said, but Fred didn't wait. He shot upward, blazing a point of light like a star falling in the wrong way, up, 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 until his brightness was as faint as one more unremarkable star. Fred, where are you going? To create a diversion. His thought came back, getting fainter and fainter. Nina, Kit. They could catch no more clear thoughts, only great wash of sorrow and loss, a touch of fear, and then brightness, intolerable, erupted in the sky as Fred threw his claudication open, emitting all his mass at once, and as an energy, blowing his quanta. He could hardly have been more than halfway to the moon for a second or two. Later, it was alight again, a blazing, searing, full moon, such as no one had ever seen. There was no looking at either Fred's blast of light or at the moon that lit the trees and the statues, and the astounded face of the star snuffer with a light like a silver sun. The rider spent no more than a moment being astounded. Immediately, he lifted his steel rod, pointing it at Fred, this time shouting in the speech, cold words that were a curse on all light everywhere, from time's beginning to its end. But Fred burned on more fiercely, if possible. Evidently, not even the star snuffer could quickly put out a white hole that was liberating all the bound up energy of 5 or 6 blue-white giant stars at once. Hang on.
Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just taking a break. I'm just like,
Oh no. This one's name is Wilbur, like in Charlotte's Web. I don't know why I said it like that.
Me and the dinos share namesake. Lucy is next. Now Wilbur, that dino shall be the pile.
The pile of dinosaurs. Huh. Mr. DNA, where'd you come from? From your red body juice. If we something counting a strand like this for 8 hours a day, it would take 2 years to figure out an entire DNA strand. It's that long. So it's full of holes. So what we do is we fill that hole with amphibians. With amphibian DNA. And in the book, they only did a few of the dinosaurs with amphibian DNA, and that's how they were able to figure out why they were able to breed. Fun fact and spoilers.
Woo!
Sorry, I spoiled an over...
I was gonna say.
It's like 30 years old, I think, at this point.
At least, yeah.
Sorry for spoiling a 30-year-old book for you all. I'm sure there is someone out there who has it like on their nightstand, like, I can't wait to read Jurassic Park. I've waited for so long, and then now I've just spoiled it for them.
At some point when we start covering the movies, we should maybe read the book on stream. That'd be fun.
Yay! I wish there were more dinosaur, or I know there's like a book called, I think, Carnosaur, and then one called Raptor that are out there, but I haven't read them, but I've seen videos about people who have read them.
Natty says, how dare you, JK.
Sorry, Daddy.
Oh my god.
Dishonor on you, dishonor on Pedro Pascal.
Okay.
How much more do you have?
12 more pages.
Oh.
I'm almost there.
You got this, Avery.
Thank you. How long has it been? Oh yeah, this is quite a chunk. Okay.
It's like you're reading the chapter or from the Book of the Moon or whatever it's called, and you're becoming translucent.
Yeah, right? I'm like, oh my god, I can't be seen anymore.
Where'd she go?
Suddenly, actual velociraptors, Derprex says.
Oh gosh, no. Unless they're like Baby Blue, the Velociraptor, because she was cool. She was empathetic.
We should like string them together in like dinosaur garland or something and put it like all around the room.
And it's like our way to ward off like evil spirits.
Yes. Yes.
Dinosaurs.
We'll ward off the tech issues.
Exactly.
We can do this. Yes, we can. This is a very good book. I'm very glad that we got to read this book.
It's a really good book.
But yes, the chapters are exceedingly long. So I think that's why we were able to get like a 400-page book almost read in 2 sittings, is because the chapters are just so long. It just forces us to read like a little bit more every single time.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. The light of silver sun. I've never seen. There was no looking at either. Being astounded. Okay. Immediately he lifted his steel rod, pointing it at Fred, this time shouting in the speech, cold words. Oh, there. I was literally right at the end of the page. Nita, it's almost like I thought out where my stopping point was. Nita, read! Kit shouted at her. Through her tears, she looked down at the book again and picked up where she had left off. The Dark Rider was cursing them all in earnest now, knowing that another 3 lines in the book would bring Nita to his name. She had only to pronounce it to cast him out into the unformed void beyond the universes where he had been cast the first time. Those words were spoken. Cabs and Perryton screamed and threw themselves at the barrier in a last wild attempt to break through. The statues leapt into the fray again. Stone and flesh and metal clashed. Nita fell down into the bright power once more, crying but reading in urgent haste so as not to waste the light Fred was giving himself to become. As the power began again to read her, she could hear it reading Kit, too, his voice matching hers as it had in their first wizardry, small and thin and brave and choked with grief like hers. She couldn't stop crying, for the power burned her tears too, at odd, hot feeling as she cried bitterly for Fred, for Kit's Lotus, for everything horrible that had happened to all that day. All the fair things skewed, all the beauty twisted by the dark lone power, watching on his steed. If only there were some way he could be otherwise if he wanted to. For here was his name, a long, splendid flow of syllables in the speech, wild and courageous in its own way, and it said that he had not always been so hostile, that he got tired sometimes of being wicked, but his pride and his fear of being ridiculed would never let him stop. Never. Forever. Said the symbol at the very end of his name, the closed circle that binds spells into an unbreakable cycle and indicates lives bound to the same way. Kit was still reading. Nita turned her head in that nova moonlight and looked over her shoulder at the one who watched. His face was set and bitter still, but weary. He knew he was about to be cast out again, frustrated again, and he knew that because of what he had bound himself into being, he would never know fulfillment of any kind. Nita looked back down to the reading, feeling sorry, even for him, opened her mouth, and along with Kit began to say his name. Don't be afraid to make corrections. Whether the voice came from her memory or was a last whisper from the blinding new star far above, Nita never knew, but she knew what to do. While Kit was still on the first part of the name, she pulled out her pen, her best pen, that Fred had saved and changed. She clicked it open. The metal still tingled against her skin, the ink on the point still glittering oddly, the same glitter as the ink with which the bright book was written. Nita bent quickly over the book and with the pen, in lines of light, drew from that final circle an arrow pointing upward. the way out, the symbol that said change could happen, if only. Only if. And together, they finished the Star Snuffer's name in the speech and said the new last syllable made it real. The wind was gone. Fearfully, Nita and Kit turned around, looked at Fifth Avenue, and found it empty. The creeping blackness was gone with the breaking of its master's magic, and the sealing of the world gate he had held open. Silent and somber, the statue stood among the bodies of the slain, crushed cabs and peritons, shattered trees. Then one by one, each paced off into the park or down Fifth Avenue, back to its pedestal and its long quiet regard of the city. The howl of sirens, lost for a while in the wind that had risen, now grew loud again. Kit and Nita stood unmoving as the trees ringing them moved away to their old places, sinking roots back into torn-up earth and raising branches to the burning moon some 93 million miles away. The sun had come quietly back to life, but its light would not reach Earth for another 8 minutes yet. And as Nita and Kit watched, slowly the new star in the heavens faded, and the moon faded with it. From daylight brilliance to silver fire to steel gray glow to earthquake shimmer to nothing, the star went yellow and red and died. Nothing was left but a stunning skywide aurora, great curtains and rays of rainbow, light shivering and crackling all across the golden glowing city night. He forgot the high-energy radiation again, Kit said, tears constricting his voice to a whisper. Nita closed the book she held in her hands, now dark and ordinary looking except for the black depths of its covers. The faint shimmer of starlight on page edges. He always does, she said, scrubbing her eyes, and then offered Kit the book. He shook his head, and Nita dropped it to her backpack and slung it over her back again. You think he'll take the chance, she said. Huh? Oh. Kit shook his head unhappily. I don't know. Old habits die hard. If he wants to. Above them, the moon flicked on again, full and silver bright. Through the blue and red shimmer of the aurora curtain, they stood gazing at it, a serene, remote brilliance, seeming no different than it had been an hour before, a night before, when everything had been as it should be. And now, let's get out of here, Nita said. They walked out of the park unhindered by the cops and firemen who were already arriving in squad cars and fire trucks and paramedic ambulances. Evidently, no one felt that 2 grade school kids could possibly have anything to do with a street full of wrecked cabs and violently uprooted trees. As they crossed Fifth Avenue and the big mesh-sided bomb squad truck passed them, Nita bent to pick up a lone broken-off twig of oak and stared at it sorrowfully. There wasn't even anything left of him, she said, as they walked east on 64th heading back to Pan Am building and the time slide. Only the light, Kit said, looking up at the aurora. Even that was fading now. Silently, they made their way to Grand Central and entered the Pan Am building at the mezzanine level. The only guard was sitting with his back to them and his feet on the desk, reading the Post. Kit went wearily over to one elevator, laid a hand on it, and spoke a word or three to it in the speech. Its doors slid silently open, and they got in and headed upstairs. The restaurant level was dark, for the place served only lunch, and there was no one to see them go back up to the roof. Kit opened the door at the top of the stairs, and together they walked out into peace and darkness and a wind off the ocean. An helicopter was moored in the middle of the pad with steel pegs and cables crouching on its skids and staring at them with clear, sleepy, benevolent eyes. The blue, high-intensity marker lights blazed about in the circle like a protection spell, Nita looked away, not really wanting to think about spells or anything else to do with wizardry. The book said it would be hard, that I didn't mind, but I hurt. And where's the good part? There was supposed to be happiness too. The bright book was heavy on our back as she looked out across the night. On her back as she looked out across the night, and all around for miles and miles was glittering light, brilliant motion shining under the moon, lights of 1,000 colors gleaming from windows, glowing on streets, blazing from the headlights of cars, the city breathing, burning, living, the life that they had preserved, 10 million lives and more. If something should happen to all that life, how terrible. Nita gulped for control as she remembered Fred's words of just this morning, an eternity ago, and this was what becoming a wizard was about. Keeping terrible things from happening, even when it hurt. Not just power or control of what ordinary people couldn't control, or delight in being able to make strange things happen.
How much more?
4 more pages.
Okay.
5 more pages.
Oh, gosh.
Okay. 5 more. We can do 5 more. Beatrice is next.
Laser's here.
It's a hell of a lot better than Model Land. Oh, yeah.
Oh, so much better.
Hello, Laser.
Liza from Down Under.
Let's keep going. Those were side effects, not the reason, not the purpose. She could give it up, she realized suddenly. In the recovery of the bright book, she and Kit had more than repaid the energy invested in their training. If they chose to lay the art aside, if she did, no one would say a word. She would be left in peace. Magic does not live in the unwilling soul. Yet never to hear a tree talk again, or a stone, or a star. On impulse, Nita held out her hands and closed her eyes. Even without the Rowan rod, she could feel the moonfire on her skin as a tree might feel it. She couldn't taste the restored sunlight. She could taste the restored sunlight that produced it. Feel the soundless roar of the ancient atomic furnace that had burned just this way while her world was still a cloud of gas, nebulous and unformed. And ever so faintly she could taste a rainbow spatter of high energy radiation such as a white hole might leave after blowing its quanta. She opened her eyes, found her hands full of moonlight that trembled like bright water. Its surface shined with fading aurora glow. "All right," she said after a moment. "All right." She opened her hands to let the light run out. "Kit," she said, saying his name in the speech. He had gone to stand beside the helicopter and was standing with one hand laid against its side. It stared at him mutely. "Yeah," he said, and patted the cool metal and left the chopper to rejoin Nita. "I guess we passed the test." They took their packs off and got out the materials necessary for the time slide. When the lithium cadmium battery and the calculator chip and the broken teacup handle were in place, Kit and Nita started the spell and without warning were again caught up by augmenting power of bright book and plunged more quickly than they expected into the wizardry. It was like being on a slide, though they were the ones who held still, and the events of the day, seen from the top of the Pan Am building, rushed backwards past them at a high-speed 3D movie in reverse. Blinding white fire and the nova moon grew slowly in the sky, and they were gone. The moon, briefly out, came on again. Darkness flowed backwards through the suddenly open world gate, following its master on his huge dark mount, who also stepped backward and vanished through the gate. Kit and Nita saw themselves burst out of the roof door, blurred with speed. They saw themselves running backward over the railing, a bright line of light pacing them as they plunged out into the dark air, dove backward through the gate, and vanished with it. The sun came up in the west and fled back across the sky. Men in coveralls burst out of the roof door and unpegged the helicopter. 2 of them got into it and took off backwards. Clouds streamed and boiled past. Jets fell backward into LaGuardia. The sun stood high. The slide let them go, and Kit and Nita sat back, gasping. "What time have you got?" Kit said when he had enough breath. Nita glanced at her watch. 9:45. 9:45? But we were supposed to... It's this book. It makes everything work too well. At 9:45, they heard voices in the stairwell behind the closed door. Kit and Nita stared at each other. Then they began frantically picking up the items left from their spelling. Nita paused with the lithium cadmium battery in her hand as she recognized one of those voices coming up the stairs. She reared back, took aim, and threw the heavy battery at the closed door hard. Crack! Kit looked at her, eyes wide, and understood. "Quick, behind there," he said. Nita ran to scoop up the battery, then ducked around after Kit and crouched down with him behind the back of the stairwell. There was a long, long pause before the door opened and footsteps could be heard on gravel. Kit and Nita edged around the side of the stairwell again to peer around the corner. 2 small, nervous-looking figures were heading to the south-facing rail of the bright sunlight. A dark-haired girl, maybe 13, wearing jeans and a shirt and a down vest. A dark-haired boy, small and a touch stocky, also in jeans and parka, 12 years old or so. The boy held a broken-off piece antenna, and the girl held a peeled white stick, and they were being paced by a brilliant white spark, like a will-o'-the-wisp plugged into too much current and about to blow out. "There are no accidents," Kit whispered sadly. The tears stung Nita's eyes again. "Goodbye, Fred," she said softly in English, for fear the speech should attract his attention, or hers. Silently and unseen, Kit and Nita slipped through the door and went downstairs for the shuttle and the train home. Last chapter.
Yay.
I did it.
Wait, wasn't she supposed to get a souvenir for her dad or something? But yay! You got through 60 pages.
Woo!
Yay!
Yes, it is almost the end, guys.
Time Heart. The walk home from the bus stop was weary and quiet. 3 blocks from Nita's house, they reached the corner where their ways usually parted. Kit paused there, waiting for the light to change, though no traffic was in sight. "Call me tomorrow," he said. "What for?" Nita felt like saying, for there were no more spells in the offing, and she was very tired. Still, "It's your turn," she said. "Huh? Right." The light changed, and Kit headed across the street to Nita's left. In the middle of the street, he turned, walking backward. "You should call Tom and Carl," he shouted, sounding entirely exhausted. "Or we should call Tom and Carl," he shouted, sounding entirely exhausted. Yeah, the light changed again in Nita's favor. Kit jumped up onto the sidewalk on the other side and headed south toward his place. Nita crossed east, watching Kit as she went. Though the look on his face was tired and sad, all the rest of his body wore the posture of someone who'd been through so much fear that fear no longer frightened him. Why is he so afraid of getting beat up? Nita thought. Nobody in their right mind would mess with him. In mid-step, she stopped, watching him walk away. How about that? He got what he asked for. After a second, she started walking home again. The weight on her back suddenly reminded her of something. "Kit!" she called silently, knowing he would hear even though he was now out of sight. "What about the book?" "Hang on to it," he answered. "We'll give it to the advisories, or they'll know what to do with it." "Right. See you later." "See ya." Nita was so tired that it took 3 or 4 minutes before the identity of the blonde person walking up East Clinton toward her registered at all. By then, Joan was within yelling distance, but she didn't yell at Nita at all, much to Nita's surprise. This was such an odd development that Nita looked at Joan carefully as they got closer. Something she had never done before. There was something familiar about Joan today. A look that Nita couldn't quite pin down, and then she recognized the expression and let out a tired, unhappy breath. The look was less marked, less violent and terrible than that of pride, frozen misery of the Dark Rider, but they're all the same. The angry fear was there too, the terror of what had been until now no threat but was now out of control. The look of the rider about to be cast out by a power he had thought himself safe from. The look of a bully whose victim suddenly wasn't a victim anymore. Nita slowed down and stopped where she was in the middle of the sidewalk watching Joan. Even he can be different now, she thought, her heart beating fast. Her own old fear wasn't entirely gone, but that was partly because we gave him the chance. She stood there watching Joan slow down warily as she got closer to Nita. Nita sweated. Doing something that would be laughed about behind her back was almost as bad as being beaten up, but she stood still until Joan came to a stop 4 or 5 feet away from her. Well, Joan said, her voice full of anger and uncertainty. I don't know what to say to her. We have absolutely nothing in common. Nita thought frantically, but it has to start somewhere. She swallowed and did her best to look Joan in the eye calmly and not in a threat. Come on over to my place after supper sometime and look through my telescope, she said. I'll show you Jupiter's moons or Mars. Joan made that old familiar haughty face and brushed past Nita and away. Why would I ever want to go to your house? You don't even have a widescreen TV. Nita stood still, listening to Joan's footsteps hurrying away, a little faster every second, and slowly began to realize that she'd gotten what she asked for too. The ability to break the cycle of anger and loneliness, not necessarily for others, but at least for herself. It wouldn't even take the speech. Plain words would do it, and the magic of reaching out. It would take a long time, much longer than something simple like breaking the walls between the worlds, and it would cost more effort than even the reading of the Book of Night with Moon. But it would be worth it, and eventually it would work. A spell always works. Nita went home. That night after supper, she slipped outside to sit in lucid shadow and watch the sky. The tree caught her mood, and after greeting her was quiet until about 10 o'clock when it and every other growing thing in sight suddenly trembled violently as if stricken at the root. They had felt the sun go out. It's all right, she said silently, though for someone whose tears were starting again, it was an odd thing to say. She waited the 8 minutes with them, saw the moon blink out, and leaned back against the rowan trunk, sheltering from the wind that rose in the darkness. Branches tossed as if in a hurricane, leaves hissed in anguish, and then the sudden new star in the heavens etched every leaf's shadow sharp against the ground and set the moon on fire. Nita squinted up at the pinpoint of brilliance, unwilling to look away, though her eyes leaked tears of pain. She'd thought that afternoon that living through the loss of a second time would be easier. She was wrong. The tears kept falling long after the star went out, and the moon found its light again, and the wind unalive to a whisper. She stopped crying long enough to go back inside and go to bed, and she was sure she would start again immediately, but she was wrong about that too. Exhaustion beat down grief so fast that she was asleep almost as soon as her head touched the pillow under which she had hidden the Book of Night with Moon. The place where they stood was impossible, for there's no place in Manhattan where the water level in the East River comes right up to the railed path that runs alongside it. There they stood, though leaning with their backs against the railing, gazing up at the bright city that reared against the silver sky, while behind them the river whispered and chuckled and slapped its banks. The sound of laughter came down the morning wind from the apartments and the brownstones and the towers of steel and crystal. The seabirds wheeled and cried over the white piers and jetties of the Manhattan shoreline. And from somewhere down the riverside came the faint sound of music, quiet rock, a deep, steady backbeat woven about with guitars and voices in close harmony. A jogger went by on a running path, puffing, followed by a large black and white dog galloping to catch up with its master. Are we early or are we late? Kit asked, leaning back farther still to watch the overflying Learjet do barrel roll after barrel roll for sheer joy of being alive. Who cares, Nita said, leaning back to and enjoying the way the music and the city sounds and the Learjet's delighted scream all blended. Anyway, this is time hard. There's nothing here but now. They turned their backs on the towers and the traffic and the laughter and looked across the shining water toward Brooklyn and Long Island. Neither was there just then. Probably someone else in Time Heart was using them, and Kit and Nita didn't need them at the moment. The silver expanse of the Atlantic shifted and glittered from their feet to the radiant horizon, endless. Far off to the right, south and west of the Battery, the Statue of Liberty held up her torch and her tablet and looked calmly out toward the sunrise as they did, waiting. Nita was the first to see the dark bulge out of the water. She nudged Kit and pointed, "Look, a shark!" He glanced at her amused. Even here, I don't think sharks have wheels. The Lotus came fast, hydroplaning. Water spat up from its wheels as it skidded up to the railing and fishtailed sideways, grinning, spraying them both. On its wildly waving antenna rode a spark of light. Nita smiled at her friend, who danced off the antenna to the rest momentarily on one of her fingers like a 100-watt firefly. Well, Nita said, is it confusing being unalive? Fred chuckled a rainbow up the spectrum and down again. Not very. Beside him, the Lotus stood up on its hind wheels, putting its front ones on the railing so that Kit would scratch it behind the headlights. We brought it, Kit said. Good, said the Lotus as Nita got the bright book out of her backpack and handed it to Kit. The powers want to put it away safe, though the precaution may not really be necessary after what you did. It worked. He's changed, Nita said. Fred made a spatter of light, a gesture that felt like a shake of a head. Not changed, just made otherwise, as if he'd been that way from the beginning. He was back. He has back the option he's decided was lost, to put aside his anger, to build instead of defeat. Then he uses that option. You mean every place would be just like this someday? Kit looked over his shoulder at the city and all existence behind it, preserved in its fullest beauty while still growing and becoming greater. Possibly what he did remains. Entropy's still here and unaliving. They look like waste and horror to us now, but if he chooses to have them be a blessing on the world instead of anger's curse, who knows where those gates will lead then? The Lotus sounded pleased by the prospect. Kit held up the Book of Night with Moon. Most delicately, the Lotus opened its fangs jaws to take it, then rubbed its face against Kit and dropped to all four wheels on the water. It smiled at them both, a chrome smile, silver and sanguine, then backed a little, turned, and was off, spraying Kit and Nita again. Fred started to follow, but Nita caught him in cupped hands, holding him back for a moment. Fred, did we do right? Even here, she couldn't help keep the pain out of her question, the fear that she could somehow have prevented his unaliving. But Fred radiated a serene and wondering joy that took her breath and reassured her and filled her with wonder to match his all at once. Go find out, he said. She opened her hands and he flew out of them like a spark blown on the wind, a brightness zipping after the Lotus, losing itself against the dazzling silver of the sea. Gone. Nita turned around to lean on the railing again, and after a moment, Kit turned to her. They breathed out, relaxing, and settled back to gaze at the city transfigured, the city preserved at the heart of time, as all things loved are preserved in the hearts that care for them, gazed up into the radiance, the life, the light, unending, the light. The light was right in her eyes, mostly because Daireen had yanked the curtain open. Her sister was talking loudly. Anita turned her head and quite suddenly felt what was not under her pillow. You gonna sleep all morning? Get up. It's 10:30. The sun went out last night. You should see it. It was on the news. And somebody blew up Central Park. And Kit Rodriguez called. He wants you to call him back. How come you keep calling each other anyhow? Halfway out of the bedroom door, realization dawned in her sister's eyes. Ma! She yelled out the door, strangling on her own laughter. Nita's got a boyfriend. Oh, geez, Dareen. The wizard threw her pillow at her sister, got up, and went to breakfast.
Oh.
The end.
Woo!
Yay!
We did it!
Wow. So they ended up in a dream, and then they gave the book to the Lotus and Fred.
Fred and the Lotus have the book, yes. And I'm sure they will end up getting it back because there are multiple sequels to this book.
Oh, okay. So this is when blank screen, the Lotus and Fred will return, like at the end of the Marvel films. Yeah. Oh, okay. But yay! You did all the heavy lifting on the book today.
All of the chapters are long. Like, we both had long chapters to read. But at least it was a good thing to read. It wasn't like Model Land where it was just like, this is 50 pages of mastication class. I can't do this anymore.
Why are we being told about... I remember in Model Land 2, Stupid to Hate, he's just like, oh, by the way, there's a lot of explanation here. Okay, back to the plot. And I'm like, wow, he went to from page like 3 to 75 in 5 seconds.
Yeah,
because it was just
like there's nothing in between those pages.
There were 3 obelisks that just came there from nowhere. 400 pages later. Oh, the what? Oh, from all those pages ago.
Oh yeah. But that was So You Want to Be a Wizard.
Yay.
By Diane Duane. Thank you guys for watching. If you're watching us live, or if you're going to be in the crowd that watches on replay, because I know there's a bunch of you that do that. Thank you. We appreciate you. We're gonna go eat food.
Thank you all for being here.
And yeah, so we're gonna go. So we'll see you guys next time.
Bye. Thank you for being here. You're all awesome. In the submarine car? I guess so. I was late to the party. That's okay, Laser. If you want to watch it back, VODs are always available. So don't forget to like and subscribe if this happens to be where you found us. Goodbye, everybody. We will see you at a later date. Bye.